O Grupo Bosch é um fornecedor global de tecnologia e serviços. Nós temos atualmente cerca de 395 mil colaboradores em todo o mundo, sendo que são cerca de 73 mil em investigação e desenvolvimento. Nós fomos fundados há mais de 130 anos e, atualmente, aquilo que nós oferecemos aos nossos colaboradores é a oportunidade de moldar o futuro com inovações que vão tanto melhorar a qualidade de vida das pessoas como proteger o ambiente. E onde é que nós trabalhamos? Basicamente, são 4 áreas de negócio: soluções de mobilidade, tecnologia industrial, bens de consumo e tecnologias de edifícios. E de referir também que em 2020 nós fomos a primeira empresa industrial em todo o mundo a atingir a neutralidade climática, o que para nós foi um grande achievement. Foi um ano atípico para todos, e para a Bosch, assim como para outras empresas também. E cá em Portugal, nós acabamos por ter um resultado que foi melhor do que o esperado na altura da pandemia. Nós tivemos uma faturação de 1,6 mil milhões de euros, 10% abaixo do ano anterior, mas ainda assim melhor do que nós achávamos que ia correr. Como nós estamos cá muito dependentes do mercado automóvel, e o mercado automóvel está a sofrer com a escassez de chips, comprometeu um bocadinho, mas só para saber, só para ter uma noção, nós tivemos recorde de vendas numa das nossas unidades cá em Portugal, mesmo em ano de pandemia, por isso correu bastante bem, considerando o contexto. A maior novidade foi uma integração de 2 conceitos, que é o conceito da internet das coisas com a inteligência artificial. Nós queremos combinar os dois para melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos e serviços, e chamamos isso do AIoT. Como diz o nosso CEO, é conectar as coisas que vai conduzir ao conhecimento sobre como as coisas são utilizadas. E isso, de alguma forma, vai nos permitir melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos. Nós, por exemplo, o ano passado tivemos um grande aumento das vendas na área dos bens de consumo, dos produtos para o lar, seja nas ferramentas elétricas, seja nos eletrodomésticos, e porque eles estão a ser habilitados para conectividade, ou seja, temos essa ligação com o AIoT, nós prevemos que vai haver uma duplicação das vendas esse ano ainda. E mesmo no campo da videovigilância, que é uma área que nós trabalhamos cá em Portugal, a análise de vídeo, por exemplo, com base em redes neurais, traz novas possibilidades para a Bosch. Esse aqui é só um exemplo do que nós estamos a fazer, mas a Bosch está a integrar em detectores de incêndio, por exemplo, novas câmaras e essas câmaras podem ser conectadas com dispositivos de inteligência artificial. Outro exemplo é um detector de tráfego, que inicialmente seria capaz de detectar e localizar só os veículos, mas que neste momento faz com precisão essa detecção em situações de tráfego intenso, mesmo em condições de iluminação mais complicada, por exemplo, durante a noite. Por isso, a utilização da inteligência artificial combinada com a internet das coisas é que é a nossa grande novidade, é a nossa grande aposta para os próximos anos. Nós pretendemos que 2022 seja um ano de regresso àquilo que era a nossa normalidade em termos de faturação, mas vai ser um ano de continuidade em termos de recrutamento em Portugal. Nós temos apostado muito fortemente na área da investigação e desenvolvimento, seja com parcerias de inovação, que nós estamos a reforçar com as principais universidades, algumas das principais universidades de Portugal, Aveiro, Minho e Porto. Estamos a reforçar, temos novos projetos com eles no âmbito das cidades e casas de inteligências e também no âmbito da mobilidade. E se hoje nós já chegamos aos 1.000 colaboradores dentro da área de investigação e desenvolvimento, nós, até o final do ano 2021, pretendemos chegar aos 1.100 e para o próximo ano continuar a recrutar nessa área, tanto para as localizações de Aveiro, como Braga, como também para Ovar. Ou seja, seria um ano de continuidade em termos do trabalho que já está a ser feito cá em Portugal, de consolidação através da investigação e desenvolvimento, de reforço das parcerias de inovação e de regresso à normalidade dentro da nossa expectativa de faturação. Por isso, eu diria que 2022 vai ser um ano positivo para a Bosch em Portugal. Tem que nos se apaixone pelo nosso propósito, porque a Bosch é uma empresa peculiar, porque é detida por uma fundação beneficente. Então, tudo aquilo que nós fazemos é realmente com o propósito de ajudar a melhorar a vida das pessoas e de trazer uma proteção adicional para o meio ambiente. Quem se apaixona por esse propósito, se apaixona pelas tecnologias que estamos a desenvolver, por exemplo, essas de monitorização, como eu disse, ou então da condução autônoma, ou tantas outras nas áreas nas quais nós estamos a trabalhar, certamente é uma pessoa que vai se enquadrar bem nas nossas vagas e nas nossas equipas. A Bosch, apesar de ter quase 6.000 pessoas em Portugal, é uma família, é uma grande família. E nós nos preocupamos com os colaboradores, queremos que eles se apaixonem pelos projetos, queremos que eles estejam bem e tenham esse equilíbrio do pessoal com o profissional. Se é isso que as pessoas estão à procura, de certeza que vão estar bem conosco. E podem visitar a nossa página de carreiras, o bosch.pt, e procurar as nossas vagas e serão muito bem-vindos na nossa empresa.
You can write the best code in the world. You can run the most complex systems. But things get really complicated when you have dozens of different technologies and hundreds of processes. Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
Okay, and hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again for the 4th edition of Jnation 2021. We're very happy to start this session or this conference for you today. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that physically again this year. Hopefully, we're able to do it again next year. Anyway, let's try to move forward. So I don't have much time left because we have a lot of ground to cover. So if you don't mind, let me just like share a couple of slides with you, and then we'll just go and dive straight into our heavy session day that we hope that all of you will enjoy. So let me share my screen really quick. Okay, so can you see my screen? Okay, so welcome. So one of the things that I want to tell you is, so we have a Slack channel. You can join us if you go to jnation.pt/Slack. And on Slack, you're going to be able to network and talk with either speakers, other conference attendees, the organization. So it's like the perfect place for you to be able to network, because I mean, of course, we're not in like a physical conference. So please join us over there, and then you can also send your questions to the speakers that will be happily relaying back during the session. So please join us on Slack. This conference we will not be able to do this conference without, of course, all of our sponsors, and we're really grateful and happy that all of these were able to attend and help us this year. So we have a lot of sponsors that are with us since the first year. So a couple of them like Bosch, Mercedes, Red Hat, present, Week, Focus, Mindera. So they are with us since our very first edition. But we have, and Louder Roots as well. But we have a few more like JFrog, Deconium, TBLX, XGeeks, Tamana, Talkdesk, Liva, and Volkswagen. So some of them are new, some of them are returning from last year. So thank you so much for all the support. Thank you so much for making this a reality, because without your support, we will not be able to do this as a free event for everyone to watch and see.
Roberto, não estás a fazer screen share, man?
Não?
Não.
Opa, então...
Não fizeste screen share.
Eu pensava que isso estava feito. Ok, sorry.
Não fizeste. Espera, dá-me um segundo, dá-me um segundo que é para a gente recuperar aqui, espera. Ok, vai estar live em... Já está? Tu não mudaste tudo.
Ok. Yeah, so apparently like these technical difficulties, so this is not starting very well. Anyway, so I was saying that you can join us on Slack. So this is the slide, jnationpeaks.slack. So these are sponsors for today. I hope that you can appreciate what they are doing for us today. And one of the most important thing is Jnation is actually organized by a nonprofit organization. So we took the decision this year to try to help some other organizations that are having a lot of difficulties due to the pandemic and due to COVID, as you know. So we are going to do a donation based on the amount that we got from our sponsors to one association here in Coimbra. That's where Jnation usually happens. It's called the Niño Missão Sorriso, and they want to, or their main purpose is actually to help small children that for some reason they are unprotected, they don't have families, or they need some kind of help. So we are going to help them with some of the donations based on the amount we got from our sponsors. So for us, it's also very important because we want to help the community moving forward, and this is like a way not only to help our local communities, but also to allow other children and to allow like these small kids to have better lives. So thank you again, all of our sponsors. You also made this possible, and hopefully we're going to be able to do this to a few more organizations and institutions with over the years. And I mean that was it. Please enjoy the conference. So we're gonna go like, this was like super quick introduction. We're gonna go for a quick break. And then we're gonna have here our first speaker in a couple of seconds. So thank you so much for joining us, and hope to enjoy the day. Bye-bye.
C'est qui Manon? Oh Manon, t'es belle! Oh, je t'aime! Arrête,
Tu multiplies en plus et après t'additionnes.
Allez, bouge là!
Va faire tes devoirs dans ta chambre. Non, il a pas de bureau.
Manon, c'est belle!
La nuit est passée comme ça.
Ah là.
Maman, on a marché. La terre a tourné.
Vas-y, va dans ta chambre.
Moi, j'aime trop ta chambre.
Maman, on va pas bouger ma chambre là.
J'ai rien
Ce qu'on voulait.
Ça, il va adorer.
Parce qu'il y a la liberté.
Raph, tu vas rater ton train là.
Il y a des histoires vraies.
On est à la bourre là.
Quand la vie prend la place. Une fois la nuit tombée, que le ciel se casse. Il y a des histoires vraies. Elles parlent toutes de liberté.
Do início um crescimento, vai ter uma paragem grande durante o susto inicial, que demorou 6 a 8 semanas. Pronto, e depois chegamos ao período de maio a junho, com bom tempo, só que as pessoas não podiam sair e, portanto, quiseram na mesma aproveitar dos espaços que tinham, que acabava por ser o espaço em casa, e, portanto, aí sentimos um crescimento forte a nível de mobiliário, que depois se prolongou com crescimento a nível de tudo o que é roupa, porque chegou a voltar à escola e os filhos crescem, não é? E, portanto, aí não há hipótese, as pessoas têm de comprar roupa. Portanto, e aí nós já tínhamos a visão da plataforma bem estabelecida, a plataforma para as famílias, mas esse posicionamento fez todo o sentido, porque nós tanto ajudamos na parte do mobiliário que de vestir a família nesses períodos mais complicados. E, portanto, aí sentimos um crescimento tanto de clientes existentes que de recrutamentos de novos clientes que não estavam, se calhar, habituados a comprar digital. Portanto, algo que fizemos logo do início foi de reforçar a parte de contato cliente para dar suporte, porque tivemos de facto um momento de contato direto dos clientes, portanto aí foi para poder estar presente e responder. E depois algo que fizemos rapidamente e que também acabou por ser standard dos players foi de alargar o prazo de devolução entre 30 a 60 dias. Okay. Acho que isso é algo que ajudou bastante e traz conforto para os clientes, para não ter o stress de comprar, ficar com eles, ter o atraso na entrega e etc. E depois todas as medidas de proteção foram tomadas na parte da logística, por exemplo, e nunca tivemos de parar o armazém por causa de contaminação Covid ou etc. Sim, porque nós estamos a ver também que tudo que é o tráfego pago e esse tipo de mecanismos de SEM, etc., está a ter menos e menos impacto, basicamente, porque também as pessoas utilizam menos esse tipo de vias para chegar às plataformas e também tem menos poder de influência para as pessoas. E, portanto, sim, nós temos um plano que está acelerando nos últimos anos de utilização e de colaboração com influencers a nível de marca. Então, sempre numa vertente de win-win, portanto, nunca forçamos o influencer, etc. E quando nós achamos que esse influencer tem também valor, é um equilíbrio, sempre com a visão que nós temos da marca, da empresa, e também o que queremos oferecer aos clientes. Portanto, até muitas vezes concretiza-se depois com colaborações de produtos e desse tipo de coisas que fazemos. Mas sim, nós estamos a ver que isso tem um impacto forte e crescente. E também está a ser acelerado com todas as plataformas sociais, tipo TikTok ou Clubhouse. E, portanto, estamos a ver esse poder dos influenciadores individuais mais que de nomes de marca. E, portanto, isso é algo que claramente vai continuar a crescer. Ouais, portanto, o nosso foco globalmente é de melhorar a experiência do cliente em omnichannel. Portanto, e aí temos muito trabalho pela frente. Portanto, temos já de poder fornecer mecanismos de interação com a marca em qualquer sítio, eu estou anywhere, anytime, etc. Portanto, tento fornecer serviços em lojas, portanto, por exemplo, com os nossos vendedores têm tablet e tudo isso para responder à necessidade do cliente e apoiar. Também já damos a possibilidade, por exemplo, de um cliente que quer encomendar um sofá, etc., ter um personal shopper, um personal assistant que o ajuda à distância a escolher, a mostrar o produto, etc., e pode evitar a pessoas deslocar, por exemplo, numa loja mais central. E depois temos, vamos dizer, tudo o core já dos mecanismos que são existentes, portanto, o site, a app, que queremos realmente tornar como um assistente personalizado. Portanto, e a personalização, eu acho que é claramente a aposta principal que nós estamos a fazer para ser sempre mais pertinente a nível da oferta de serviço para os clientes, porque nós queremos optimizar o tempo deles e, idealmente, quase estar proativo na proposta de produto e de serviço. Por exemplo, alguém que tem um filho a crescer, não quer perder 2 horas a ver todos os produtos, etc. Até deveríamos quase propor, em função da cor, da idade da criança ou do histórico de compra, qual é o tipo de produto que, a partir da pessoa iria mais gostar e preferir. Portanto, é todo esse trabalho que estamos a fazer envolve por trás investimento em plataformas cloud, data science, data engineering, e estamos muito, basicamente, do captar valor e criar valor a partir dos dados iniciais que coletamos, sempre respeitando toda a parte de privacidade e de gestão de cookies dos dados, que é algo crescente e que nos está a facilitar o trabalho a nível do IT e da tech.
Oh, hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good night. So that's the opening of Jnation here in the Sofia room. Today I'm here with Brooke. How are you, Brooke, today?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine as well. So I don't dare to speak your last name because you do that wrong. So could you tell us first, how do you say your name correctly?
My name is in Dutch pronounced Bouke Nijhuis.
Bouke Nijhuis. So I try my best. Sorry.
Excellent.
So now I know where you're from. So before we start, could you tell us where you're from?
I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, nice. So you are based in Netherlands and also was born there. Okay.
Correct.
Oh, nice. So Before I start, again, I have just one curiosity. What you do your free time? What you do to hobby? What you enjoy to do besides fixing bugs?
I have 2 little children. They take up a lot of free time. And yeah, with Corona, there are not many options. So I watch some Netflix. I think that's, and creating presentations for conferences also takes a lot of time.
Oh, yeah. So thank you to stay here. Thank you for your time to share. That's amazing knowledge. So with you guys, the art of bug fixing. Brooke, the show is yours.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Today, we're going to talk about the art of bug fixing. My name is Bouke Nijhuis, and I work for a company called Sync ICT. I would like to start with the why. Why am I here on stage talking about the art of bug fixing? First of all, I think it's an important skill for every developer out there. Sooner or later, you will have to fix bugs. Secondly, I like to fix bugs. I like solving puzzles, and for me, bugs are like puzzles. So give me a difficult bug to sink my teeth in, and I'm a happy programmer. Thirdly, I think bugs are great learning opportunities. Don't get me wrong, I do learn when things are going smoothly, but I learn faster when things go wrong. Because then I really have to dive into the topic. I really have to understand what's going on. So I learn a lot in a short time. And lastly, the information about bug fixing is sparse. I couldn't find a lot of resources on the internet. And therefore, I decided to create this presentation and give it a Jnation. The goal of the presentation is to make you a better bug fixer. A little overview of the remainder of the presentation. In a minute, I will give a little intro and I will talk about the origins of the word bug. Then I'm going to talk about the journey of bug fixing. This journey consists of several phases. And in every phase, I will give some tips and tricks to make your life easier. Then we're going to do some live bug fixing here on stage. So I'm going to show you some more advanced debugging skills. Then I want to show you a postmortem. I will explain in that presentation what a postmortem is, and I want to give you a real life example. And lastly, there is some time for questions. That's about it. Let's get started. Let's talk a little bit about the word bugs. We use the word bugs for insects. It's not a word for insects. But we also use it for errors in software. And I think that's strange because those things seem to be totally unrelated. But as it turns out, there is a relation between those two words. And for this relation, we have to go back to the 60s. And in the 60s, we didn't have software yet, but we did have hardware. And then you have to think mainframe, massive room-sized computers were the computers we were working with. And those computers were built out of components. And those components, think relays, vacuum tubes, are also massive, like hand-sized stuff, not like we have nowadays. And the goal of those components is to control the flow of current. So that's what a computer does on its lowest level. It controls the flow of current. And if the current flows correctly, the computer is calculating properly. Think back to the big room-sized computer, and now there is an insect, a moth, flying inside the computer, and it gets stuck in one of those components, let's say a relay. So now the relay isn't able to control the flow of current because the current will flow through the bug and the computer starts misbehaving. It doesn't work properly anymore. So people went in a computer and they found the moth, the insect, the bug in the computer. And this is how we started using the word bug in hardware computers. After several years, they invented software and they kept using the word bug. So now you know why there is a relation between insects and errors in software. And with this knowledge, you can also understand where the word debugging is coming from. People went in the room-sized computer, physically grabbed the bug and pulled it out. So they debugged the computer. I hope you like the story. I like it a lot. But without further ado, let's continue with the first phase in the journey of bug fixing. And the first phase is the detection phase. This phase can start with all kinds of things, but for this story, we will assume it starts with an incident report. So there is a user out there with an unexpected experience. She or he took the time to write an incident report and you are reading it. And this is how you know of the existence of the bug, and this is where the journey will start. The first thing I would do, I would check, is it a bug or a feature? And we joke about this, but I think this is an important question because you, as the programmer, know exactly how the program should behave. You know what the purpose of the program is. You know almost everything about the program. This isn't true for people who are using your program. They could make assumptions or just do not understand what the purpose of the system is. Therefore, always check first, is it a bug or a feature? Because if it's a feature, you just have to inform the user. Secondly, I would check, is the bug really in my application? Especially in this time of microservices, it's very probable that your application or system is called from another application, and very probable that your application will call several other applications. So maybe it seems that the bug is in your application, but it could also start in one of the other applications around you. So that's the next thing I would check when an incident report comes in. The last thing in this phase that you should try to achieve is getting a list of steps to reproduce the problem. Without this list of steps, it's really hard to reproduce the problem and therefore really hard to fix the problem. So always try to get this list. So then we go to the next phase, the reproduction phase. And the goal of this phase is to reproduce the problem as fast as possible. And this is important because in the entire journey, you will have to reproduce many, many times. So the faster you can reproduce it, the quicker you will fix the bug. So how do you do that? Reproducing as fast as possible. The first thing I would try to do is trying to reproduce it locally on my own machine, because everything you do on your own machine will always be faster than on a different environment. Also, once you have things running on your local machine, all other phases of the journey will go faster, especially the phase in which we will fix the bug. If you are running locally, you can try so many fixes. You can try fixes faster than when you first have to build a release and bring it to another environment. The best outcome of this phase would be a test that reproduces a problem. It's probably too early in the journey to be able to write a unit test. We just do not know enough about the problem, but an integration test or end-to-end test should be possible. If it's not possible to write a test or you find it hard to write a test, you can also use tools like Postman or Sofia. The goal of this phase is to get a one-click reproduction, and the way we do it is not that important. I would not go too fast to the next phase. I would say this is the most important phase. Like I said before, you will have to reproduce many, many times in the journey to come. So do not go too early to the next phase. If you can make it quicker or faster, invest this time. Then we go to the next phase, the research phase, also known as the hunting phase, and this is my favorite phase. This is where we're gonna find the location of the bug. And with location, I mean the exact line of code where the problem is occurring. And we're gonna find the cause. Why is my program or system misbehaving? Let's start with the location. The first thing I would do whenever I notice a bug, I would check the log files. And if you're really lucky, there's a stack trace in your log file which exactly pinpoints the line of code in which the bug is occurring, at least in which the bug is popping up. So then you're lucky. In the cases in which you're less lucky, you will have to dive in the log file, read the important parts to see if you can find the location of the problem. If there aren't enough log lines or there isn't enough information in the log level, the first thing I would do, I would increase the log level. Normally it's on info, to have a nice trade-off between speed and information. But now you're gonna make it one level higher and you put it on debug level. Hopefully this will give you enough information. If that's not the case, you can go even another level higher, trace, but I have bad experiences with that. The trace level gives you so much logging that in the most cases, you're looking for a needle in a haystack. So I would use trace with care. That's what I would advise. So if we still haven't found the location of the problem, What we can do is we can keep adding log lines to the code till we find the exact location. This is like a last measure because it takes a lot of time to add log lines and to rerun, and every time will take more time. So make sure that you already have enough log lines over your application, so you do not have to add log lines when a bug occurs. Okay, another technique you can apply when you're searching for the location of the problem is making the search area smaller. So reduce the search scope. And the first technique I would apply is I would check for changes, because bugs do not suddenly pop up. At least in most cases, they do not. Bugs are normally introduced. And they're normally introduced by changes. And with changes, I mean configuration changes, new software releases, or even hardware changes. If you know when a bug started occurring, I would check just before that if there were recent changes. And if they were there, I would focus on those changes, because probably one of those changes introduced the bug. So therefore, focus on the changes just before the problem started occurring. Another technique I apply is comparing differences. So assume you have an environment that's working and you have one that isn't working. Hey, that's interesting, because now, you know, I only have to check the differences between those environments, because one of those differences is causing this bug. Really useful technique to apply. And lastly, I use something called revert it till it works. So the program was working here, a lot of commits, the program broke. Okay, so somewhere in between those points, there was a commit that introduced the bug. So I revert the last commit, problem is still there. Revert, problem is still there. Revert, problem is still there. So I revert one time again and the problem is gone. Now I know the problem is introduced in the last commit. So this is a technique you can apply. It works best when you work with small commits. So working with small commits is any way you could practice, but especially if you want to apply this technique, you need to work with small commits. Okay, now we're going to continue to the second part. Why is our program misbehaving? We already know where the problem is occurring. We know the exact line of code where the problem is popping up. And now we're going to see why is it misbehaving. So first thing I would do, too simple to be true, I would read the error. I would take time to read the error, because in the past it happened many times that I didn't read the error properly. I scanned the error, I made some assumption. I went over there, spent hours debugging, investigating, couldn't find the issue. I came back, reread the error, and I missed something. I made assumptions about the error. And so my advice would be read the error properly. Take time, read it several times. Do not make any assumptions about it, because it will cost you a lot of time. So invest 5 minutes to read it properly. The second thing I would do, I would Google the error. And in the very best case, I would go to a site called Stack Overflow. I scroll down to the green check mark, and there's a solution for a problem. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. In cases in which you're less lucky, Googling the error will give you new insights or new directions to investigate. So always Google the error just to get more information about the problem. Also interesting, if you're the only one with the problem, there are two options. Or you did something wrong, or you're the first one who has this problem. Both cases are annoying. The next thing I would do, I would use my debugger. We know the exact line of code where the problem is popping up. So I would put a breakpoint there, and I would use the debugger to see how we got to this point in the code. And I would use the debugger to see what the value of my variables are. This will give me a nice overview. It will give me far more context than I had before. And this probably really helps me finding the cause of the bug. More about debugging later in the live part. Then, if I still haven't been able to find the cause of my problem, I apply the rubber ducky technique. So I grab the rubber ducky from my bathtub, I put it on my desk, and I start explaining to the rubber ducky what the problem is and what I did so far to find the cause of the issue. This is beneficial because talking about the problem is different than only thinking about the problem. Your brain works differently when you talk about the problem, and therefore this will give you new insights and new relations. So it's always a good thing to talk about the problem. For me, talking to a rubber ducky doesn't work. I think it's hard to talk to something that doesn't live. So I need a real person. So I will always ask colleagues, and I do exactly the same. I explain the problem, I explain what I did so far, and talking to a real person has two added benefits. The real person can ask questions, and those questions will make you think in a different way about the problem, so new insights. And if the rubber ducky technique didn't work, then the real person can help you solve the problem. So I started out as a team of one solving the issue. Now we have a team of two solving the issue. This is what I call progress. And this is the last technique I apply. Go do something else. Take a rest. Go walk your dog. Take a bath. Go to bed. Just sleep on it. While you're doing something else, your brain will keep processing the problem. And it happened to me many times that I just went to bed, I went to sleep, and the next morning I woke up, I looked at the problem, and light bulb moment. Suddenly I totally understand what was going on. I understood why there was an issue. So do not keep continuing working on this bug. Just go do something else. It will really help you out. Okay, let's go to the solution phase. So we know where the problem is occurring. We know why we have a problem. Now we just have to fix it, right? Almost. The first thing I would do, I would write a unit test. And this is important for two reasons. The first reason is once you have a unit test, you have a clear indicator if you have solved the problem that you're currently investigating. Because before the fix, the unit test should be red, and after the fix, the unit test should be green. The other reason is once you have a unit test, you will never make the same mistake again. Oh, that's not true. You will never bring the same mistake to production again, because this unit test will prevent the same mistake from going to production. So then we're going to write a fix. And in some cases, it's really easy. You spend so much time investigating the problem that you only have to write a few lines of code to fix it. But on the other hand, sometimes it's still hard because you know why it's broken. That doesn't mean that you know how to fix it. So in this case, it's really beneficial if you have everything running locally, because then you can write a fix, test it, write a fix, test it. So always try to have your application running locally so you can reproduce locally, and so you can write fixes locally and test them locally. That's important, especially the last part. So after writing the fix, we're done, right? Almost there. Only a few more steps left. So the first thing I would do, I would check if the problem is gone locally, if it's really gone locally. So I would fire up the application locally. I would grab the list of steps from the first phase. I would apply those steps to see if the problem is really gone. Because sometimes you fix the bug, because this bug was just camouflaging all kind of other bugs. So always test locally with the list of steps if the problem is really gone. Then I would do exactly the same on production, because your local environment is always different than your production environment. So maybe you fixed it locally. That doesn't mean necessarily that it's also fixed on production. So again, go to production, grab the list of steps, apply them to see if the problem is really gone on production. So we fixed it. Only a few more steps left. First thing I would do, I would close the incident. So the user knows the problem is gone. I can continue doing whatever I was doing before I stumbled upon the bug. Then I would do a postmortem. And a postmortem is a really nice technique to share knowledge with your coworkers. In a postmortem can be a mail. I always make presentations. And in this presentation, I give some context, what the bug exactly was, how we stumbled upon the bug, what we did to investigate, how we fixed the bug, and how we prevented the bug from ever happening again. I will show you a real-life postmortem from my past somewhere in this presentation. And lastly, we celebrate. We solved the bug. We are awesome. Okay, let me take a sip of a drink. In the past slides, we assumed that the problem was in our application, but also in our code. It doesn't have to be necessarily true because everybody uses libraries. So the bug can also be in one of those libraries that you use. So if the bug is in there, the first thing you should do, check if it's an open source library. I only know open source libraries. Probably there are also not open source libraries, but I've never used them, at least not as far as I know. You go to the GitHub or GitLab repository of this library, and then you're gonna create an issue. So you're gonna write down some steps, you're gonna write down what you expected, what really happened, and you're gonna give them the steps to reproduce it. If you're really nice, you also make a really small project that reproduces the problem. And then they will ask you, do you want to submit a PR? Do you want to submit a pull request? Actually, they're asking you, do you want to fix it for us? And this sounds scary, but if you have the time and energy, I would always invest it, because this gives you a chance to work with a different code base than you do in your daily job. It gives you the opportunity to work with other people than you do in your daily job. So therefore, I would always go the extra mile and create this pull request. Also, after they merge the pull request in their main branch, you can tell people you're an open source committer. You can put it in your CV. You can tell it during interviews. And it tells that you're a nice person because you're willing to help other people out. So wins all around. Always go the extra mile, fix the bug for them. So then we go to the part where we're going to do some live bug fixing. Let me adjust the camera a bit. The first thing, before you can debug, you need an application to debug. So what we are going to debug is a quiz application. I'm going to show you to you in a minute. But the principle is really simple. It gives you a question, and then you provide an answer. If the answer is correct, you get the next question. If the answer is incorrect, you get an error. That's it, really simple. I'm going to show you how to remote debug to this application. This application is a serverless function running on Azure, so it's not running on my machine. I will show you that in the demo. And then I'm going to show you we can attach a debugger to it, so we can remote debug this application. And this is really a powerful tool if you're not able to reproduce the problem locally. And it works on every Java process that's open for it. And the next condition is you should be able to connect to it. So if those two conditions are met, you can remote debug. And lastly, I have a broken version of the application, and I'm going to show you some advanced debugging skills. Now, at least not standard debugging skills, which I learned recently. Okay, let's see if we can get this working. So first, I'm going to show you the application. And this is the application. Like I said, it's pretty simple. So it's running on azurewebsites.net. That means it's on Azure and not on my local machine. And we're just going to play the quiz. It says start the introduction by clicking here. Now that's simple, we can do that. And then it says introduction question, how much is 1 + 1? Now, simple question. It also gives you some help. Enter the answer in the address bar as the value of the query parameter answer. Okay, now the answer of course is 2. So I'm adding 2 and I press enter. Apparently I did right, because here's the next question. What's the second decimal of pi? Now pi is 3.14, so that should be a 4. Again, simple question. And lastly, what's the best conference of Portugal? Ha, simple question again. That's easy one, Jnation, of course. So this is the end of the introduction. You've seen almost all the features of the serverless function. There's one more, and that's giving a wrong answer, of course. So let's go back. What's the best conference of Portugal? I think it's code 1, obviously wrong. So it tells you this answer is incorrect. Use the back button to go back to the question. So these are all the features of the game. Now we're going to dive a little bit into the game. So I'm going to go to my IDE. And this is all there is to the game. There are only 4 Java classes and 1 JSON file. Let's start with the JSON file. Okay, there are a few special cases, like the first one, this is a start screen. Then you can give a wrong answer. And then there are all the questions. So this is all the stuff you've seen in the game. So this is pretty simple. So this is the data the game uses. And let's go to the main class, which is the question class. Like I said, it's a serverless function on Azure. They call it functions as well. And this is how you make one. And the most important parameter is the request. It contains everything it needs to know to continue. And we have a method called handle request in which we do all the processing. So I'm going to show you this method as well, because it's the main game loop, as we call it. So we get a request. First thing we do, we create a handler. This handler contains everything that's in the replies, and it will check the answer. If the answer is correct, it will give you a new question. If the answer is incorrect, it will give you an error message. So the first thing we do, from the query parameters, we get the answer. This is where I put the answers in the URL. If it's a null, so that's the first time when you start the application, we use a special code null to get the first introduction question. And otherwise, we normalize the input by making everything lowercase. Then we give the answer to the handler, and the handler comes up with a reply object, and this reply object contains or the error message or the next question. We do some formatting, and then we create the response. So simple game loop. Let's try to remote debug to this thing. So we're going to remote debug to this function in the Azure cloud. Remote debugging is pretty simple. I'm going to show it to you in IntelliJ, but it works almost the same in every other IDE I've worked with. So the first thing I do, I need to edit a configuration, a run configuration. And there's already one, which I remove, which I should have done up front, of course. But I'm going to create a new remote debugging configuration. So I type in remote, and then there it is, a remote JVM debug. This is what we need. I'm going to call it Jnation because we're doing it for Jnation. And then there's a lot of options, but the most important one is, or at least one of the most important ones, is this one. And this, it says command line arguments for remote JVM. You have to add those arguments to the Java executable on the machine you want to remote debug to. So if you normally do Java -jar and then the name of your jar, then you put this in front of the -jar. Because I am connecting to a serverless function, I do not control the Java executable on the other side. So for me, it's a little bit different. I'm running a proxy locally, and this proxy connects to the Azure cloud. So that's why I'll go to localhost 5005. That goes to my local proxy, and this local proxy is connected to the Azure cloud, so I can still remote debug. So let's press OK, because all the default values are exactly as I want them. This was just metadata. Now I have to attach the debugger. And I do that by typing Jnation. And then if I press enter, it will start the debug process. So there it goes. And it says connected to target VM. So now it's connected to my local proxy, and this proxy tunnels through the Azure cloud, not through, towards. Let's go to the first executable line of code. So I put a breakpoint here. And as you can see, it adds a check mark. That means it's connected and is able to pause at that point. There's executable code at this exact location. So once I've pressed F5 in my browser, refresh, I expect the debugger to stop the program exactly on this line. Let's see if it works. So I go back to the start screen because that's easier. And then you cannot see it, but it was blinking in my taskbar. And as you can see, this is a stack trace. The program paused exactly on the line on which I put the breakpoint. And as you can see over here, it's a little bit small. That's too bad. Let's press F5. Okay, sorry. Let me redo this because something went wrong. I'm still connected. I have a breakpoint. I press F5, and you see it's loading, and it takes a lot of time. And in the first time, it was like within a split second, you got an answer. But it only waits so long before it continues. That's why it went wrong in the first attempt. But the code is waiting here. And now I can do everything what I can do when I'm debugging or using the debugger locally, but now I can use it on every Java process out there that's open for it. And this is really useful if you cannot reproduce the problem locally. This will really help you out. You can even do it on production machines. I would advise to always open up the Java processes on production for debugging, but you can do it if you have a big problem. So let me stop the debugger, because for the remainder, we're going to use the debugger locally because it's faster and the chances of something breaking are smaller. So let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of the breakpoints. And I'm gonna, leave this here, that's fine. Now I have to start up my program locally. And in this program, in this version of the program, there are some bugs and we're gonna solve them together. At least I'm gonna show you how to solve them, and I'm gonna show some cool tricks in the debugger. So I can press play here. That's because I have an Azure plugin. And this Azure plugin recognizes this annotation and therefore it can run it. What will be happening on my local machine, an Azure context will be created in which my function can run. And that's what you see happening on the screen. So it's starting up an Azure context. So it's almost the same as in the cloud, but then locally. Now it connected the debugger to it. The port is changed, so now we're talking to localhost 5056 at the end. It used to be a 5. So I'm not talking to the proxy, I'm talking to the function on my local machine. And it gives me a URL which I can use. So let's click it. Let's remove the old one, because this is the one in the cloud. And this is the local one. And it's broken, but this is expected. Like I said, there are some bugs in there and we want to fix those bugs. So now we're going to apply some lessons we talked about in the previous part of the presentation. And the first thing I would do, I would check the log files, like I told you before. So let's go to the log files. And then let's scroll down. Hey, I see a stack trace. Let's scroll down. Caused by no pointer exception. Apparently, I made a mistake somewhere. Luckily, I can just click here to pinpoint the exact line of code where the problem is occurring. And apparently, the problem is occurring in line 20, so this line. So let's reason a little bit about this line. What could possibly cause a null pointer in this line? It cannot be over here. This cannot be null. If this is not null, get class will not be null because it has to have a class. This one is suspect. I'm trying to read a file here, so that could be null. And then this could not be null because this is a method. So very probably it's this part. So now I want to show you an interesting technique called evaluate expression. What you do, you just select something, and then I use Alt F8, but that's on a Windows machine. On a Mac, it will be a different one. But you can also use the mouse to do it. And then you can evaluate the expression. Sorry, let me redo that. Alt F8. Huh, interesting, doesn't, oh yeah, of course it doesn't work. I told you we're going to show you a debugging technique, but currently my debugger isn't working. It's not running. I first have to run the debugger to be able to use this technique. So I have to put a breakpoint here, and then I'm going to restart. Now I'm just going to press F5 here. And as you can see, the debugger stopped. There's a stack trace over here. And we're exactly at the point where it wants to start to execute this code. Now I'm going to show you the evaluate expression. So I select this, I press Alt F8. And you can press evaluate over here, and then it evaluates the code. But it evaluates the code in the context of its current, where it's currently at. So the debugger stopped the program, and now you can inspect all variables and you can play with them. And that's really useful because, like I said before, I think this part, the last part, is causing the problem. So I use evaluate again. I pressed the wrong button. Impressive. Let's try it again. Okay, now it's here. I press Ctrl Enter instead of using the mouse. And like I predicted, this is the part that is causing the null pointer exception. So something is wrong in this part. So the first thing of this evaluate expression is that you can look inside the code. in the old days, I would use system out print lines all over the application, and I've got to remove them. So horrible system. This is far more interesting because I can just pause the program and look into every object. Another advantage is if I want a system out print line disk@class, class, I have to copy it. I have to rip the entire line apart in different pieces. So this is far more useful. But also the second advantage is now I can try a lot of fixes before. Let me show you first, it's easier. Something is wrong here. And I think the first thing I would check is the name of the file. Is the name of the file correct? It seems to be correct. So then there is always the case, I always forget what's the proper format for reading something from the class path. So maybe I have to add resources in front of it. So let's try that, resources. I press Ctrl Enter. No, didn't help. Resources is under source and main. Maybe I have to add source and main. Source, typo, main. Still no, so that's incorrect. Sometimes you have to start with a leading slash. I just cannot remember. Ctrl Enter, doesn't work. Okay, maybe it's the control resources in front of it. Doesn't work. Last try, control replies. Doesn't work. That's interesting. It should work. Give me 1 second to retry this. I pressed the wrong button somewhere and I think it continued. So let me redo this. I press F5. Stops over here. I'll take this one. Let me show the how you do it with the mouse. Evaluate expression. And I think this should solve the problem. See? So without this thing, it's 0. And with the leading slash, it works. So the nice thing about this evaluate expression is that I tried 5 fixes in under a minute. Of course, I could do it as the old-fashioned way, just adjusting the code, restart the program, see if it works. Adjust the code, restart the program, see if it works. But that would take far much more time. And like I said before, try to reproduce as fast as possible. And this is really as fast as possible. I cannot think of a faster way to try all those fixes and test them if they're correct. Once you found the solution to your problem, do not forget to add it in the code, because you only applied it in a little pop-up and you also have to apply it in the code. So let me get rid of the breakpoint. Let me go back to the program and press F5. Oh, of course, I first have to resume the debugger. And now I press F5. And oh yeah. So interesting demo this. I make a lot of mistakes. If you change the code, you of course have to rebuild the code. I didn't rebuild the code. So let me rebuild it. Microsoft Azure uses jar files, so it needs a new jar file if you adjust your code. So I'm going to build a new jar file and I'm going to restart the Azure context. And then hopefully this problem is gone. You can see it's a real life demo because a lot of things are going wrong. So I'm not trying to trick the system. Let's press F5. Hey, issues fixed. Cool. Let me see how we're doing for time. Okay, it's already at 40 minutes. Let's see if the other things in the program are working correctly. So if I click here, I expect a question, the introduction question. Oh, that's incorrect. So let me try again. I go back, I click here. This answer is incorrect. I didn't give an answer. So apparently something is broken in my application. Let's dive into it. So where's my application? Okay, first I'm going to check for the log files. And too bad, no stack trace this time. So now I have to be smarter. And because this is I want to show you debugging stuff. We're going to use the debugger to do this. Okay, this is the main loop of the game I've shown you before. So no, that's not true. That's over here. So over here, this is the main game loop. And over here, I explained to you there's a reply object which contains the reply. So we know this contains the incorrect reply. We expected a question, but we got an error. So I'm pretty sure the problem is somewhere in here, because this one gives me the wrong reply object. So let's go in here. I control clicked it. And now I want to know what this method returns. And if you look closely, you see there are two return lines, this one and this one. I want to know which one of the two is returning this question object. So I could old school put two breakpoints here, but I have a nicer and better method called a method breakpoint. So if you click on a line, if you add a breakpoint on a line in which you start a method, you get a method breakpoint. You see the symbol is different. It used to be a circle, now it's this little diamond. And what it does, once you enter this method, it will stop, but also when you leave this method, it will stop. And that's exactly what we're interested in. We want to know, does it use this return or this return? So let me, I'm not sure if the debugger is still attached. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, cool. I'm going to go to the program. I go back and I click here. So we're in the debugger, and the debugger stopped at the first line of the method like I predicted. But I want to know the last line of the method. So I press resume. Apparently we use this question object. So this return. That's interesting because now I don't have to focus on this part of the code. So let me get rid of the method breakpoint. Now I know we use this part of the code. So I'm going to put a breakpoint over here. And what I would do in the old days, I would restart the program because I have to go back in time. We're already here at this line, but I want to know what's happening at this line. So in the past, I would restart the program and wait till it arrived at this line. But now I have a trick to go back in time. It's like magic. And it's called drop frame. So over here, you have a button. It says drop frame. And what it does, it removes the last line of your stack trace. So over here is the stack trace. So run called handle request called handle. If I click drop frame, it removes the upper line and it go back to handle request. So I go back in time, I go back to the caller of this function. So I do not have to restart the application to get to a point previously in the application. I just drop a frame. So let's do it. I drop a frame. I'm back at the point where we called this method. So I control click it. And this is exactly where we want to be. I resume my debugging process and it stops at the line. So I just effectively went back in time. So use drop frame when you want to redo something that you already did in the past. I'm thinking I'm running out of time. Yeah, it's already 43. So we're not going to solve this bug. I've just shown you two, I think, interesting debugging things. The first one was a method breakpoint, which stops at the first line of the method and at the last line of the method. And the second thing I showed you was drop frame. And you use drop frame to go back in time. Let me stop this, and then we go back to the presentation. So now I want to tell you something about, I want to show you a postmortem, a real life postmortem, something that happened about 3 years ago. I was working at one of the 3 big banks in the Netherlands, and something went wrong. And afterwards, we took the time to do a postmortem, and I'm going to show it to you. So I think the 2273 was a Jira key. So it was at the beginning of the project, not too many Jira stories or bugs. So what's the context? You always start with the context. There was a front end and a back end that had to go to production, and those front end and back end were tightly coupled. There were breaking changes in it. So if you brought the front end, you also had to bring the back end and vice versa. Secondly, there was an important deadline. I don't remember exactly why or what, but I remember we were deploying in the morning and it had to be live in the evening. Apparently it was on a Monday and the backend deployed just fine, but the front-end pipeline said, poof, this is not your day. So remember, time pressure, at the end of the day, it had to go live. So I decided to build a local release. Before we had pipelines, we built local releases and we brought them manually to production. So why not use that technique again? Because I had time pressure, it had to go fast. And I brought it to production, a lot of clicking, but in the end it was in production. And what happens? It did not work, of course, horrible. So I rolled back the back end, I rolled back the front end, so the customers didn't notice too much. And I started investigating because remember, at the end of the day, it had to go live. It was important. So this was the error I got once I had my application on production. For people who know AngularJS, this is like an umbrella error. It says something is wrong. So really helpful. So what I did, I made assumptions. And as you already know, that's incorrect. But I assumed the thing I did different from all the times before is that I made a local release and brought it to production manually. So I started investigating what could go wrong by building a local release and bringing it to production by hand, which was incorrect. I made an assumption. What I should have done, I should have read this error properly, because over here, it gives me the exact position where the problem is occurring. And if I would have looked over there, I would have seen that there was a quote over here, and this quote is inside a double quote. So maybe I should have escaped this quote. But like I said, I didn't look at this position. I made assumptions. I went fixing stuff. I went investigating somewhere else. Okay, in the end, of course, we found the issue and fixed it. And we started thinking about, why didn't we see this problem earlier? Why did we see it on production, but not locally? Okay, so we started investigating. And we should have seen this locally. So a little bit more about that. But we also had something called a team server, which is a machine in between your local environment and your production environment. And the entire idea of this machine is to capture those kind of errors, things that go well locally, but do not work on other environments. As it turned out, we did not use this environment. We are so smart. But we focused on, why didn't we see this behavior locally? Because we should have seen it locally. Oh, I don't know what just happened. Oh, something opens up. Oh, I clicked a link you cannot see yet. Interesting. I have to click here. You see, I clicked this link, but it was invisible. As it turns out, we use this HTML file locally. Let me make it bigger because this is the missing part. Yeah, we use this HTML file locally, and we use a different HTML file on production. So like I said before, there's always a difference between working locally and working on production. As it turns out, this production HTML file, doesn't really matter. I have to continue. It was different, and therefore we didn't see it locally, but we saw it on production. How did we find the problem? Once I had everything running locally properly with the proper HTML file, I got a proper error message, which said unexpected error. And with an unexpected error and a position, it was pretty easy to figure out the problem. So, and now the most important part of a postmortem, how do we prevent this in the future? And of course, we could have made the team server testing mandatory. It would have solved the problem, but I don't like those kind of agreements because they get muddy over time, people forget them, and people just stop doing them. They don't stand the test of time. So one thing we changed, we used the production HTML file locally. This already solved a lot of issues. Now we saw issues locally and not in production. But I'm really proud about the last one. And the last one is we created a test to check for unescaped single quotes. Because as it turned out, we kept making the same mistake. And this test saved our ass like 10 times after that. So this is what a postmortem is all about, thinking about the problem and how to prevent it in the future. Okay, time's almost up. Sorry for that. It took a bit longer than I expected. If you wake up in the morning tomorrow and you can only remember one thing from this presentation, let it be fast reproduction. Fast reproduction is key in effective bug fixing. Like I said before, you will have to reproduce many, many times in the entire journey. So the faster you can reproduce, the more time you will save at the end. And if you wake up tomorrow morning, but you can remember two things, also remember postmortem, a really nice way to share knowledge with your coworkers and to prevent horrible stuff from happening ever again. This is it, just in time. Is there still time for questions?
Wow, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you. Unfortunately not. However, please feel free to put your question on Slack Thank you again. And also, please share your slides on in the Slack as well, so you can share.
Yeah, I will.
Besides that, please follow us on Twitter, so Jnation, where we will share the slides and anything else about this presentation. Again, thank you, Brooke. And hello, everyone. We'll see you in 10 minutes, the next presentation about migration from imperative to reactive by Nicholas Frankel.
Thank you for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So Portugal for us represents being close to people with great talent, coming from top universities and with very, very good expertise. It also represents having a good quality of life, right? So having sun, waves, great food, and at the end of the day, it's the merging of these two components, great talent and great quality of life that can be achieved in Portugal. Is a tech company from Daimler Trucks and Buses. We are developing e-mobility and connectivity services for our vehicles. We own our services from product definition, product ownership, all the way to the development and operations of the services. The services that we are building improve the vehicle efficiency and operation costs for our customers, which are the vehicle owners around the world. Vehicle owners can be fleet managers, drivers, logistic operations, and so on. And we work on a very international setting. Within our company alone, there are 11 different nationalities, and our business partners are in 3 different regions of the world, in the USA, Europe, and Japan. And being in Lisbon puts us in the center of these 3 regions, helping us to be always in permanent contact with our business partners. One of the main factors driving change into this world right now is sustainability. And in 2022, we do expect to be further developing and operating services that will bring more efficiency, safety, and predictability to our customers' business, thus contributing to a more sustainable world. So efficiency on optimizing, for instance, the amount of energy that is spent by consumed by our vehicles, safety on supporting the drivers and fleet managers with data about the vehicle status and the surrounding environment, and predictability for fleet managers with services like charge management or calculating routes, everything connected into a single ecosystem that can be reliably used by our customers. All this with an amazing tech stack in the cloud, using open source, always challenging the status quo to a more sustainable world. Tech stack is pretty much based on the cloud and open source in general. So we are based on the Azure cloud system. We build our backend systems on top of the JVM using different languages depending on what we need. We use a lot of Java and Kotlin, but also Scala for big data processing. On the front end, of course, JavaScript, React, and these kind of technologies. And then we use NoSQL databases for big data storage as well. And we use Terraform and infrastructure as code in general to describe our infrastructure and make our deployments.
Mindera, it's first and foremost a tech company, but I would say it's not a very traditional company.
We don't have this pyramid of job descriptions versus one manager that manages another guy and yet so and so and so. To make a quote from the movie Fury, Mindera is to me the best job I ever had.
Hello, everyone. We are back finally with one more presentation. Again, good morning, good evening, good night. I'm here with a good friend of mine who we had an amazing opportunity to be hosts again, twice this month, right? Hello, Nicholas. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm very fine. And you?
I'm fine as well. Better now because I feel at home. So today we talk about migrating from imperative to reactive, right? So that looks amazing. And if you don't know Nicholas, Nicholas is DevHell advocate at Hazelcast. Please follow him on Twitter because he has amazing materials, amazing blogs, amazing presentation around the globe. Right now, everything become closer because of the internet. And Nicholas, the show is yours. Thank you to be your host again, and I give you a space.
Thanks, Ottavio. That was a very nice introduction. Feel free to stay in the stream. Again, I have been presenting for 1 year and speaking to myself. So the more people I can see, the better it is when I do my presentation. So you already introduced me. I believe this slide is just like not that useful, just something very important. I'm not a reactive guru. So what I will present now is something from the ground up, is not something very theoretical. I think it can be applied. I work for a company called Hazelcast. Just an introduction, we have two products. The first one is an in-memory data grid. And if you don't know what an in-memory data grid is, you can think about it as replicated data structures. So instead of having a map inside a single JVM, you can shore it, or you can replicate it across several JVMs. The other one is an in-memory stream processing engine, but I won't talk about any of them today. So this talk is about migrating from imperative to reactive. I forgot the word. So let's define what is reactive. I mean, there were mentions of reactive before 2014, but the first time where it was really like defined, it was in the reactive manifesto. And the reactive manifesto states 4 properties of a reactive system. The first one is to be responsive. So the idea is you should be as fast as possible. The second is it should be resilient. So even if something bad happens, you still get something. Might not be what you expect, but you still get something. Your system is not stuck. The third one is it's elastic. So it scales nicely, perhaps not linearly, but let's say the ideal would be close to linear. And the 4th item is it's message driven. So it's only about message passing. It's not by calling directly methods, it's message passing, and they are asynchronous. And the idea behind this manifesto was about the actor model. So the actor model was already a design on the OTP Erlang platform. So it doesn't come from the JVM world. And on the Erlang platform, you have this actor model that is basically like baked into the platform. And the idea that you have dedicated actors, and then you can just send message to one actor, the message will be put in a queue and the actor will process them. And the most fundamental idea is that each actor has its own state. So in order to exchange state between one other actor, you send a message to it with the payload that you want. And fun part is that this actor model is actually not the model that we see right now as the most important implementation of reactive system. The most important implementation of reactive systems that I've seen is the reactive streams. So it still tries to handle whatever the reactive manifesto tells, but in slightly different way. So the idea behind the reactive streams is you still have like one, I wouldn't say call them actor, but one event loop. You still have a message queue. So every request goes into this message queue. Oh, sorry, I am in the wrong one. Every request go into this message queue, and then the event loop will process them one by one and pass them to an event handler. And the important stuff is that the event loop is non-blocking, and event handler, they do their own stuff in their own thread.
So the question now is, why should we go reactive? There are good reasons for that. There are not so good reasons for that. In my opinion, the not so good reason is its web scale. So the idea is that on the normal system, on the non-reactive system, you are limited by the number of threads of the operating system, because when you receive a request, your application server will map a thread to another thread, and you are pretty limited. And that's probably one of the biggest arguments I see on reactive, and it's one of the worst, because until you reach that limit, you still have a lot of margin, you have a lot of buffer. Most companies, they won't reach that limit soon, and you know that premature optimization is the root of all evil. So designing your system from the scratch to be reactive for this reason is, in my opinion, not a great way to do that. The other reason, which I believe is perhaps much better suited, is it's more cloud friendly. When you are hosting your on-premise infrastructure, then you develop your software. You don't care whether to be reactive or to optimize the number of CPU cycles or to optimize the usage of memory, because the infrastructure is there. So you can waste some stuff. That's not that important. Now, when you move to the cloud, you will be billed for every CPU instruction by CPU time. You will be billed by memory and stuff. So in that case, it might make a bit more sense to use reactive for this reason. However, there is no such as a free lunch, and there are definite downsides of reactive programming. The first one is a more complex mental model. Actually, when you program in an imperative way, you write your code, you call a method, the method will be actually called at runtime, and it will be a request response model. Now, when you do the same stuff in reactive, calling a method just makes you subscribe to something. So the API is an abstraction layer, and at runtime, there will be message subscription. So putting a breakpoint, for example, will be much, much harder, or at least you need to know where to put the breakpoint in the right way. Something that I find very hard, for example, is now you've got a new set of specific APIs that you need to know. And since probably at the beginning you don't know them, I mean, the method I'm using is to call my reactive guru. And in that case, I will cite him. It's Oleg Dokuka, and ask him, hey, I want to do that. How can I do it? And then he points me to the right method. And until that point, it will be very hard to write an application from scratch. And finally, the idea of reactive is you have message passing all along the call chain. And as soon as you block the whole chain. So you need to make sure that there is no blocking call in the chain. As soon as you've got one blocking call, well, you are not reactive anymore. You are blocking again. The basic API is actually very, very simple. You have only 4 building blocks, all interfaces. You have the publisher API, and the publisher API subscribe to a subscriber. The subscriber has 4 methods, unsubscribe, and you pass in the subscription. Subscription itself can request like the next n items or cancel it. So that means that actually here you can see the back pressure already. So you can ask for n items, as many items as you are able to process. So a fast producing publisher won't overflow a slow processing subscriber. And then you've got on next to get the next item. Then you've got an error if something bad happens, and then you can successfully complete. And because we will be chaining the publisher and the subscriber, there might be some steps in between. We have a processor, which is both a publisher and a subscriber. So it will be a publisher for a next item in the chain and a subscriber on the previous item in the chain. And then those building blocks, they don't do anything on their own. You see, they are interfaces. So you actually need to do something. you need an implementation. So you can write your own implementation, but it will be a long work, or you can use an already existing implementation. So because the demo I will be showing afterwards is based on Spring and Spring Boot, I will talk a bit about Project Reactor. And I believe most people, especially if they are working with Spring, they are quite familiar with Project Reactor. Project Reactor is an implementation of the reactive streams. So instead of having like this interface of publisher and you need to do stuff yourself, you've got a Flux which can like map 0 to like infinite number of items, or mono, which can map to 0 or 1 item. The interesting bit about that is that Project Reactor is not dependent on Spring. Spring is dependent on Project Reactor, but Project Reactor has no dependencies on Spring. It has dependencies on the reactive streams. And if you are more interested in JDK classes, you might know about the JDK9 flow class. And that's very interesting because in the JDK9 flow class, you can find also the 4 building blocks that I've shown you, like the publisher, subscriber, processor, and subscription. And the idea, at least that you can see in the reactive streams website, is that, hey, right now we are providing those interfaces in this package, but as soon as the interfaces will be brought into the JDK, we will use them. And it was written in, I don't remember when, but JDK9 happened in 2017, and they are still using the package org.reactive streams. So that's a bit an interesting take. However, if you need to switch between the JDK9 classes and the org reactive streams classes, you can interfaces actually, you can use this package called flow adapters, and you can switch between them. And now, since I told you I would be talking a bit about Spring, you are probably using the Spring Web Framework. And since the version 5, which is already a couple of years ago, it supports reactive types. How does it support reactive types? By a new project called Spring Web Flux, which has a dedicated package, dedicated namespace. And how does it compare with Spring MVC? Actually, it compares like only in its implementation. So you might be aware that Spring MVC, for example, can now be configured with API in a more functional way. It's called Web MVC FM. Well, Spring Web Flux can as well. And probably the way you are using Spring MVC is through annotations, and Spring Web Flux can also be configured through annotations. So the only difference is the implementation. Like one is like blocking, the other is reactive. So the most straightforward way would be, hey, let's reuse our annotation and just change the underlying engine from Spring MVC to Spring Web Flux. If you start like that, it might seem to work, but you might miss a lot of the finer points of how it works. And so you would believe that it works this way, but because the implementation is Spring Web Flux and not Spring Web MVC, it will work another way and it will bite you back. And probably that's not what you want. So the idea in this demo is I will start from a Spring MVC application with annotation. Then I will migrate to functional API. And then I will migrate from Spring MVC to Spring Web Flux using the same functional API. And because there will be a different way to configure it, then if you are familiar with Spring MVC with annotations, you will like feel that something is very, very different. Even though actually, as I mentioned, you can use Spring MVC with functional API. So I've talked a lot already, and I don't like to talk. I want to show you. So let's have some demo codes. So here I created, oh, I don't see the code. Yes, now I see it. I've created an existing project on start.spring.io. You can see I'm using the latest version. I'm trying to use also not an old Java version, although nothing prevents you to. It's a standard application. It's just a toy project. So I have Spring Boot started at GPA, I have Spring Boot started web, because I want to use some caching, especially at the beginning in Hibernate. I will be configuring my Hibernate second level cache with Hazelcast. So I also need the integration. That's pretty stupid because I'm using an in-memory database. So having an in-memory data grid in front of an in-memory database is useless. But here you can imagine it could be Postgres, MySQL, whatever. It's just for the purpose of this demo is much easier to use an in-memory database. At any point, if you've got question, Ottavio is actually like watching the interaction on YouTube, on Slack, on Twitter, wherever. So I will be very happy if you have questions because I want this talk to be very clear to you so that at the end that you know what you can do and whether it fits your context or not. So thanks again to Ottavio. So the application itself is pretty like simple. As I mentioned, you just have like a main class with the Spring Boot application annotation. I've got a dummy entity with ID, first name, last name, birth date properties. And I have my controller because that's what every Spring MVC project has. It's a REST controller. I have a repository that I inject this repository because I'm using Spring Data GPA. I don't need to provide any implementation. It's provided for me by Spring Boot. I love Spring Boot for that. So I don't need to write like custom code. And I have two endpoints. The first one is to get all persons. And the second one is to get one single person by its ID. And because I'm using Spring Boot and Hibernate and all the good stuff, I have this data.sql. So at the beginning of the application, I will get all the entities like directly inserted into the database. That's just again for demo purposes. Probably you would like in real life, I fly away or whatever. So let's start this application and let's see how it reacts. And then we can go further and see what steps are necessary to migrate. And my machine is a bit slow at the moment, so I hope that you will pardon me if it's not as smooth as I want it to be. Like, for example, now it's building for ages and I already built it before. Yeah, I hope that you will excuse me. So the application is starting and it loads Hazelcast. And again, Hazelcast is used as a second level cache. And here I've enabled the Hibernate statistics because during this demo, during my migration, you will see that I will lose the Hazelcast integration with Hibernate because at some point I will let go of Hibernate. And at the end, I will need to get it back. And you will see it's not as easy as you want it to be. So like migrating from imperative to reactive might have some challenges around the way, and I want you to be aware of them. So now I can curl. So I will curl the first item, and if I check the log tells me, hey, so there was one cache miss because my cache is now completely cold. I've started the application anew, and then there was some JDBC statement. So there was interaction with the database, and afterwards there was one put. So now the entity should be in the cache. If I ask for it again, and then I've got it in the cache. So now I have one cache hit. I have no interaction with the database, and I have no miss. And I'm very happy. And for that to work, I just need to provide a hazelcast.xml because it's integrated with Spring Boot. And otherwise, I have some integration with Hibernate second level, so I need to configure it to use the second level cache, and then to tell it, hey, I will be using this as a instance, and then that's all. So that's my starting points. And as I mentioned, I want first to move to a more functional way of configuring
Nicholas?
application.
Hello, Nicholas.
Because otherwise, if we just like change the underlying engine, yes.
Unfortunately, your audio has some issue. I don't know if because your ID is consuming a lot of memory. But
that's bad. Do you hear me better now?
Yes, better now.
It will be very hard for me to keep this, so I will try to speak a bit louder. I need my hands to type on the keyboard, but I will try to do my best. So perhaps I can like make my like here, and it will be closer to my mouth. I hope so.
Okay, thank you.
If at any point it's still it's wrong again, then just interrupt me. So again, the idea is now I start from WebMVC, and I will like step by step migrate to reactive. But if I just replace the engine and I keep the annotations, you will feel something familiar, but it will be very different. So I want everything to be very different so that you are aware that something actually the implementation is also different. So I won't live code everything because I mean, there will be always some bugs and whatever. So I will have the Git repository do that for me. So the first idea, what the first thing we do is actually we replace the person controller by what we call routes. And the idea is now we don't have the REST controller anymore. What we have is like a simple configuration class, and we don't have the mappings anymore. We have just regular beans, and they return a route function. And a route function, like its name implies, is just like it routes stuff. So it will get a request and return a server response. And so I've just like migrated from this like annotation-based model to a more functional stuff. So here I will use these utility method routes, and you can see that it's like I will get it, and then the mapping that I'm using is person, and then I have this like function in the sense of like a Java interface function that actually like accepts a request, a server request, and returns a server response. So there is a lot of stuff that before was implicit that I make explicit. Here, for example, I say, hey, I return a 200 code. And before it was just implicit. And with this 200 code, I will return this body. So you can craft the response however you want. The idea is that, again, from annotation to more functional. And of course, we are still using annotation, but they are not related to the MVC model. They are just related to like standard Spring Boot annotations, or Spring annotation, not Spring Boot annotation. Let's check that we keep everything working, because sometimes we might have some like bad surprises. So I will just again curl and make things that everything works. So we have still like 0 hit, 1 miss, 1 put. We redo it again, and it still works. So I'm very happy that with this step, but we are still like doing regular web MVC blocking. Now, the idea now is to move this like routing logic into their dedicated class. So it's, I wouldn't say a pattern, but you see it a lot on the Spring Boot blogs and articles and whatever. So we put that in a dedicated place. So I will just like move that, and it's just like stupid refactoring. It's not very interesting. It's just that now we have a person handler that we like inject with the repository, and now we have this getAll method that has a name and getFound method that has a name, and our routes now are just like look a bit cleaner. We just inject now the person handler instead of injecting the person repository. It's just a direct refactoring. So no big deal here. I don't need to test it. It's just the same. The next step is a bit more interesting because it's about how you organize your router functions. So you could have one mapping, one bean, method for each route that you create, or you can factor them into different ones. So the idea is that, hey, let's factor them into different ones. And for example, everything that is related to person, you have a dedicated route. So you could have like modules, not Java 9 modules, but like say packages or whatever, or features or capabilities related to person, and they return a single route. So let's try this one, because this is a bit more involved and I don't want to have any issues with that. But otherwise, it's still the same. You still, define the mapping, and then you have a builder, and the builder you tell, hey, I will get, I will post, I will delete, whatever. Then you have the sub context and what you will be doing. And again, this needs to be a function. And now it should work. I will just check that. Yeah, it's taking a bit of time again. I hope that my application is working. Yes, I have the put, everything is working as expected. And at this point, I'm like finally ready. At this point, everything is still imperative, but I'm ready to migrate to reactive. And if we look at the stuff that needs to be changed, we can see that it's pretty straightforward. It's not like completely straightforward. The only thing that we need to do is to change WebMVC with WebFN dependency. Let me, my machine is just dying. I don't know why. Last time it happened, it was about Kubernetes. I had a lot of stuff running, but here
Nicholas,
I don't understand why.
Unfortunately,
so
again,
still doesn't. Yeah. Okay.
Your audio.
So I was just telling.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened. Maybe bandwidth. If you can be closer to your router.
Yeah, I will quit Firefox. I will quit the terminal. I believe it's a problem that I am consuming a lot of resources, that the stream is consuming too many resources. So I just told that actually this step is the easiest one, but the most fundamental one. Now I'm changing the web MVC artifact by the web flux artifact. And that's all. That's all what I'm doing here. And I just need to change the route, so I will do it. Yeah, Firefox seems to be the culprit. The only thing that I change is here. You can see that the type names, they are the same. They are just in a different package name. So actually, that's the easiest one. Of course, now I'm not like returning the server response directly. I'm returning a mono. Now we are returning reactive types. So when this method is called, it's not that it will be called and then it will be returning a response. Then you will subscribe, and at the right point, you will return a mono of server response. And let's check that it still works. There is another change that we had to do. Is here you can see there is a body value instead of a body. And the reason is that here we are still returning like a normal non-reactive type. And in order to match between the world of reactive and the world of imperative, we have to call this body value. And then we will be switching to like fully reactive afterwards, and we will change back from body value to body. And now it takes ages to build. I will speak closer to the mic, but I think it's not an issue. It's really my computer that's dying. So it takes a bit of time again. That's a good thing. That means that I can go back to my boss and ask for a like faster computer if he accepts. Now I can check that it works. And yes. So as you can see here, everything still works. There is still the cache working. Unfortunately, at this point, as I mentioned before, we have one part of the application, the like web part that is reactive, and the data access port that is not reactive. So our application cannot be considered reactive. We just change a lot of stuff for like zero benefits. So the next step is much more involved. Now we need to change everything to reactive. And I wanted to do in 2 different steps because there are a lot of changes. So the first thing that we need to do is, of course, to change the dependencies. So if we change to reactive, that means that we don't have a Spring Boot starter data GPA. There is a Spring Data R2DBC, so no starter. And there is no H2, there is a R2DBC H2, so we need a dedicated driver to access the database in a reactive way. And that means no more GPA, and that means no more Hibernate. And because of that, that means no more integration with Hazel. So by migrating our data access to reactive, we just lost caching, which might not be so great. I want my cache. Okay, we will put it back at the end, but so far it seems to be working. We will just be checking that everything works, but since time is flying, perhaps I shouldn't check every now and then. It would be great if it actually started. F10, no, F10 is here. Nah, I think that I will stop showing you that it works between every change. Because my machine is really like dying for whatever reason. I don't know. That will be a good postmortem. And now it builds. So you will probably need to believe me afterwards that everything works as intended. There will be the Git repository, so you can check by yourself. You can clone, fork it, whatever, and check for yourself that I'm not lying to you. So last time I checked, and afterwards, I will be like just switching the Git steps. Yes, it has started. I check. So it's still working. And of course, now I don't have caching anymore because I don't have Hibernate anymore. So no Hibernate second level cache. That's a bit sad. Okay, now I'm telling you, hey, everything is reactive and you trust me because you are nice people, but actually you shouldn't do that. You should be really, really sure that no call is blocking. So there is a dependency called blockhound. And the idea behind blockhound is it will detect if there is a blocking call on the wrong thread. And to install blockhound is very easy. You just say, hey, blockhound install. So blockhound will use a Java agent, which means that's probably not what you want to do in production. In production, you probably will want to have like a dedicated profile to say, hey, I don't want to host on blockhound. Or on the other way around, you would have a dev profile and you say, hey, if I have the dev profile, I want to install blockhound, but in production, I don't want blockhound at all, which is a good idea. And with this, you can be sure that no call is blocking. If a call is blocking, then it will be intercepted by blockhound and it will throw a runtime exception. So now that we are sure that no call is blocking, we can go a bit further and we can add a feature that I didn't add before. Is now I want to say, hey, if the entity was not found in the database, instead of returning nothing, I want to throw a 404. So we can discuss whether a 404 in that case is a good idea or not, but that's what I want to do anyway. And since I'm the speaker, that's what I did. And now this is how you do it. And you can see that it's not about an if else anymore. Now we must have this API. And that's what I told you before, that you must really know the API very well. So this is how you read it. Repository, now the repository is reactive, which is good. And we say find by ID. And so this returns a mono of a person, which is cool. Now this mono can wrap an entity if it was found in the database, or it can wrap nothing if it was not found in the database. And in that case, I want to say, oh, I will throw an exception. So what I need to do is I need to call this method called switch is empty. And switch is empty, like at the time where the mono of person will be requested, that the runtime will see that there is nothing inside, it will switch to this new mono. And this mono is actually a mono of error that wraps like a provider of response status exception not found. So now if I call for an entity that is not existing, I will get this 4. I can do it now. Let's try it. I'm playful today. I just want to check that it still works as expected and to convince you as well. And that's much better. I think that Firefox was using a lot of my resources. So clear. Nah, too fast, too fast. Be nice to me, please. Too fast. Yes, it still works. So now I have my like normal path, and now if I request for like entity number 15, it tells me, hey, you've got a 4 error. So what happened, as I mentioned, is when it requested the mono of person, it realized that it was empty, and then it switched to this other like path. That's good. And that's something that I didn't do in the beginning. So that's an additional capability, which is always good. And also it got you familiarized with how you can do like if else in the reactive world. Now I want to add caching again because hey, I really want to have caching. My database is very remote. I want to have improved performances because I'm doing microservices or whatever. And now I will add something that I didn't have before, and every Spring project must have one. It's a service layer. Every Spring project must have a service layer. If you don't have a service layer, it's not a Spring project. I'm joking, by the way, and don't believe everything I say. But here it's very convenient. I will have this service, and what I will be doing is this service will be like inserted between the route and the repository. So the route will actually call this service. The service will first check when you find by ID, hey, is it in the cache? And if it's not in the cache, then it will get back to the repository, and then it will return a mono on success. And if it's in the cache, it will return the mono and wrapping just a person. And of course, you can do the same with final, just with less logging, because that would be pretty useless. So let's start it. And let's see how it works, because this one is very interesting. And here, some of you might say, oh, but it's strange. Like here, I'm doing like blocking calls. And that's correct. You are doing blocking calls. And how will my application react if I do blocking calls? Well, my application fails. Like it harshly fails. Why is that? Normally, it should work, but because I added block counts in the previous in the previous step, it tells me, hey, like you have a blocking cow, that's not a load. And you can see that here I have the call stack, and you can see where it fails. So here it's my code, and you can see here, I'm doing get. This is pretty bad. You shouldn't do get because this is a blocking call. And in this thread, it's not a load. So the next step is to fix that and to use the reactive API to do it in a proper way. So I refactor what I did. I keep the caching layer, but I actually use the reactive API to do what I did just before. And now we will be using like a sync. So the good thing is that Hazelcast has an async API. The not so good side is that it returns a completion stage, and completion stage is an old class that probably you are not using anymore. But we have a wrapper, so you can create a mono from a completion stage. So we will wrap this completion stage, or let's say this supplier of completion stage, into a mono. And then, and this is how it reads, like if it contains something, you will call this do on next. Then you will log that, yeah, the entity was found in the cache. And if it's empty, and we already saw that actually if it's empty, we can call switch is empty. We will find it from the repository. And if we find it in the repository, then the next stuff that we will do is we will put it asynchronously in the cache, and we will log it. And likewise, again, no logging on the final. but on every next, you can put it asynchronously into the cache. So you can, like, if you get all entities, then you can call one by key, it will be in the cache already, which is not, might be what you want or not. That depends on your use case. So I will just get back to the terminal and clear that because there is a lot of craft here. So I will call it, and we can see here in the log that the person with ID 1 was set in the cache because we retrieved it from the database. And now if we call it again, now it's found in the cache and there is no interaction with the database. So we got back our code as before, but of course, it's a lot more involved. It's not just about Hibernate interaction. It's about you doing that explicitly. And my camera just froze. So now I don't know if you see me anymore. I hope you do. Otherwise, it's not going to be fun. And this is like close to the end. I will stop sharing my camera, I believe, because I believe my camera is really, really bad. So I will stop the video stream. I hope you see me better now, or at least you see the slides. So in this talk, this is just what I wanted to show you. If you want to migrate from WebMVC to Webflux, you will need to migrate to functional APIs first, because just to understand that it's a different model. If you just keep the annotation and change the underlying engine, it's possible, but then there will be issues at a later point. If you want to be reactive, everything in the call chain needs to be reactive. You just cannot decide, hey, just make reactive the web port. If the data access port is not reactive, and not every that database has a reactive API, then just don't aim for reactive. If you want to ensure that everything is reactive, I would really, really advise you to use Blockhound, because as you could see, it tells you good advices. Hey, you had a blocking call here, and so your application is not reactive. It's more work, but it's not impossible. But as engineers, you should really, really evaluate like the benefits and the costs. If you are using Kotlin, well, just use coroutines, but this was a talk in Java. And more importantly, please don't use reactive because others are doing it because you wanted to put on your resume or for whatever reason. Just use reactive because it makes sense in your context. Thanks a lot for your attention. You can read my blog, you can follow me on Twitter. As I mentioned, you can get the codes here, so you can try it at home. And if by any chance you are interested in Hazelcast, you can join our Slack or get some free training. So now I will try to put back my video and hope that it works and that you can still see me and that I'm not frozen. And perhaps you have some questions.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Nicola. That was an amazing presentation. Yes, right now we can see you. If you are on Slack, please fire your question. If you're on YouTube, please fire your question. So follow him on Twitter because he's nice. He has amazing content to share about the Java community and the software development as well. So let's wait for a couple points.
I'm always afraid when I have no questions. So either it was the best talk ever, it was super clear, straight to the point, so no questions necessary, or it was the worst talk ever and people don't want to shame me into asking questions that will make me realize that. So if I have at least one question that is not related to my hardware, it would be nice.
That was an amazing presentation. I enjoy a lot, especially when you talk about the reactive in the relationship with Java 9, and you focus more on Spring, right? Do you believe there is any feature to do this exactly some API to Jakarta here, microprofile?
You might know that I'm not super involved in Jakarta or Java EE since quite a couple of years. I'm a Spring Boot fanboy, and I'm a bit moving away from Java as well toward more Kotlin. I believe that if Microprofile or Jakarta E, and I hope they merge at some point, but that's another debate, like offer something that is more reactive oriented, it will fit nicely into the picture of microservices. Like for most of the real microservices workload, not the, hey, let's have a distributed monolith, but real microservices, like the reactive world is actually, as I mentioned, a much better fit cost-wise, like on the hardware part.
We
But
have
again,
one,
you
two
must
questions.
balance
Sorry,
it.
go ahead.
Sorry, you must balance it with the cost of migrating to reactive, meaning that you must train your teams, that you will have a harder, like a harder to manage mental model, that it will be harder to debug, whatever. So you must really like carefully evaluate everything.
The first question from the audience: what is coroutine of Kotlin?
Well, that's a long question. The coroutine model is actually an API in Kotlin that lets you pretend that you are writing like codes like in the sequential way, but what happens is done in parallel. So yes, I should probably remove that lines from the slides when I'm doing the talk in Java. But if you can check, I mean, if you already are working in Kotlin, I believe that you are already familiar with it. If you are not, just check it. It's really interesting. That's what I would like every API to be like. Hey, it's very easy to use, and it tackles hard problems for you that you don't need to handle like threading by yourself. So it's just an abstraction layer, but the way you write code is much easier to understand, in my opinion.
Okay, one more question from Xavier. In each case, should we consider reactive?
Oh, I tried to tell it several times. Like, in what case you shouldn't? First, because it's hype. First, because it scales. Those are two long reasons. So in what case? Well, if your team is already composed of reactive programmers and you need to train a few people, that could be a nice context. Otherwise, if you are not training reactive, then probably you will evaluate that the benefits of using reactive are actually will earn you more money. The return over investment of migrating is higher than zero. Because on one side, again, as I mentioned, it will be harder to develop, harder to maintain, harder to debug, harder to reason about. So that has a cost, and this cost is hard actually to evaluate. On the other side, you will probably like get some money back from your cloud provider. If you are running on-premise, I believe that there is not really a strong reason to migrate unless you want first to try it out on your own premise before migrating to the cloud. Then it could be a use case. But I believe you are all engineers, so evaluating the pros and the cons of any solution is pretty a way of life for you. I don't hear you. You are muted, Otavio.
Ouch, sorry. Sometimes I hate technology. Okay, if there's no questions, so let me check again. Oh, sorry, my dog.
That's fine.
That's the issue with the online conference, right? So if there are no questions, so let me check again. Give once, give twice. So Nicolas, thank you.
Thanks
Everybody
a lot
is
for
proud of
having
your
me.
presentation. That includes my dog right now, celebrating to your presentation. And see you, yeah, see you soon in the next conference.
I hope so, yeah.
And guys, stay with us, and we're gonna take a break of 10 minutes. And
Have a nice day, enjoy.
See you soon.
Hope so.
When I started out at Iconium, I was pretty experienced in HTML and CSS, but I would call myself more a templater than a front-end engineer. I talked to my boss and told him that I would like to go a little more in the direction of scripting. I was supported so much by the guys here. They gave me less workload so I can learn on the job. Well, I started out as a templater and now I'm able to write in Angular and in Vue.js, React, everything. And now I can call myself a scripter.
A Dicónia é uma empresa focada em todo o processo de transformação digital, portanto somos parte do grupo Volkswagen, apesar de termos também um vasto leque de clientes que trabalham, onde trabalhamos fora do grupo e mercado automóvel, portanto é uma empresa que trabalha em todo o processo de transformação digital em várias áreas, em Innovation and Strategy, em e-commerce, em soluções tecnológicas, para principalmente construir digital units. Portanto, o nosso main focus, portanto, o nosso valor principal é criar digital champions. Portanto, o ano 2020 foi claramente um ano muito desafiante para nós, apesar de que a Dicónia cresceu mais do que nunca. Nós, obviamente, com a situação da pandemia, tivemos a principal preocupação em dar surveys aos nossos colaboradores, portanto, providenciámos um survey aos nossos colaboradores para perceber como é que nós iríamos transformar para um novo normal. E com isto conseguimos implementar o que nós chamamos o Hybrid Workplace, onde estamos focados em garantir a flexibilidade aos nossos colaboradores para conseguirem estar a trabalhar remotamente e também poderem vir ao escritório para socializar, para ter eventos da empresa e para as pessoas que de facto preferem ter este modelo mais flexível. Portanto, foi um ano desafiante a nível de alterações, onde esta pandemia claramente foi uma das minhas preocupações, mas a Dicónia, como um grande foco nas pessoas, teve esta principal preocupação em garantir que há um modelo implementado à nossa realidade. Portanto, tivemos que nos adaptar cross-location, portanto, somos uma empresa multinacional onde tivemos que respeitar a legislação da Covid-19 e estamos mais fortes que nunca e este novo modelo claramente veio para ficar. Portanto, Innovation, Mobility, Future. Este podcast veio claramente para conseguir criar aqui uma comunidade e uma rede à volta da mobilidade. O mercado automóvel e o mercado da mobilidade está a transformar-se muito rapidamente e a Dicónia, para conseguir alargar a sua rede e criar uma comunidade e um fórum de discussão, lançou este podcast onde claramente queremos garantir que com os vários conhecimentos nesta rede da mobilidade podemos claramente inovar o futuro da mobilidade. Portanto, este primeiro trimestre foi claramente um trimestre onde nós estivemos focados na estratégia da Dicónia para 2025. Esta estratégia está claramente assente nos valores principais da Dicónia: impacto, courage, mindfulness e collaboration. Esta estratégia teve assente vários pilares, portanto, focada em pessoas, na organização e nos nossos clientes. Nas pessoas, nós claramente estamos muito fortes no recrutamento, estamos a crescer a olhos vistos com muito mais projetos e um leque vasto de clientes e, portanto, queremos claramente reforçar o conhecimento através dos nossos centros de competência que estamos a alavancar durante este ano e ao longo dos próximos anos, portanto 2022 não será uma exceção, e reforçar as nossas parcerias tecnológicas. A nossa rede de parceiros também é um pilar estratégico nesta até 2025 e com isto tudo, obviamente, alavancar toda a nossa estrutura organizacional e, consecutivamente, o nosso portfólio de clientes, que será cada vez mais vasto, tanto dentro do grupo Volkswagen como para fora do grupo Volkswagen.
If we share the same language,
why not the same voice?
if we share the same values,
Why not the same goals?
If we share the same commitment,
Why not the same reputation?
if we share the same knowledge, why not the same expertise?
If we share the same technology,
why not the same innovation?
If we share the same passion,
why not the same experience?
If we share the same world, why not the same people?
I2S is now part of the Innotem Group and becomes Clever to bring you a complete and global solution in life and non-life software for insurance companies. Clever Innotem Group.
we share.
We share the best.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here in one more presentation. I'm held today in the Sofia room. So, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are. So, I'm here with Jay, who is a staff engineer at IBM India Software Lab. Hello, Jay. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Okay, thank you to be here first. I'm glad to be your host. And today you will talk about heads-on ethical hacking for curious, right?
Right.
But before you start, please tell us what you do in your free time. So what you're doing to relax in this pandemic situation.
I didn't get a free time because I have a toddler and I keep running behind him and walk him. And we are having a fun time, even though it's pandemic, even though it's difficult with family, it's still good here. So far, so good.
Thank you, Jay, to share with us some tips, and this day is yours. So go ahead.
Thank you. How many other times I do the talks, I'm still nervous, and that's what I'm like right now. But let me get started. As Ottavio just told, my topic today is on ethical hacking. I am Jnation2021. I'm from IBM India Software Labs. I'm an IBM Java's classes library developer. Apart from working on Java SDKs, my interests are in disclosures and patenting. I help IBM to build its patent portfolio. I'm an evaluator with our invention development team. So my agenda today is going to be completely on what, why, and how we go about this ethical hacking, the 4 main types of hacking that are out there, and so on. So let me just get started. Oh yeah, before I go into this, let me give a brief of the why. We as a software engineer, it becomes our duty and responsibility to keep ourselves safe from all the security threats, all the cyber crimes that are out there. Not just us, it also becomes our responsibility towards our customers for whom we are making the project. There are a various number of ways in which the flaws in our code could be used by the malicious guys outside. They could, and all of these vulnerabilities are just there out there, and they'll make use of it, and the harm is to us. That is where we have to be aware of what is out there, what security or what vulnerabilities are out there. OWASP is one of the open source project which community includes large companies, various kind of organizations, or any individual around the globe. These individuals come together to write articles, make tools, and give any form of information about the vulnerabilities out there in the internet. And they keep doing this every single time. And one of their famous projects is the top 10. Each year they put up a list of what kind of vulnerabilities are out there, which the bad guys are making use of and trying to harm you. So these are the top 10. You could always go look into their website. just to be aware that what each one of these are, if it's an injection or an SQL injection or a cross-site scripting, what they mean to you as a developer, what they mean to you in your code base. So these kind of details you can do. One is the OWASP, and the next one is the common vulnerability exposure, the CVE numbers, which you would anyways know. So this is a publicly disclosed flaw in your software. Every time you find it, you immediately come and update it in the CVE. It also acts for any person who's making use of your software to be aware that such kind of vulnerability is open for exposure, how they can safeguard themselves. That is why this list is on. Yes. So yeah, the what part, I kept talking about it. So the what is ethical hacking, or what is hacking, is nothing but gaining unauthorized access into any system. You do something that you're not supposed to do. So the main type of hackers that are three main type of hackers that are there are the black hat hackers, who are the bad guys. They do not have permission to the system. They hack or they gain access into your system to try to harm you, to steal your information, and do all the bad things. Then there is the gray hat hackers, who still do not have permissions, but they hack into your system not to steal or harm. Their lines is kind of pretty much on the grayish areas, and so they are. And then there is the white hat hackers, which will be us, I'm hoping, who have permission to hack into any system. They do it because we want to test against our system. We want to see if we are good enough for to stand the breach that comes from outside. Apart from these three types, as of in 2021, we have more than 10 types, like red hat hackers, green hat, blue hat. There are nation funded hackers, or the hacktivists, or even the newbies like script kiddies. There are different types. All of these hackers are classified mainly based on their intent. The intent defines what this hacking will end or tend towards. Then why would you learn ethical hacking? It's because it was claimed that even he got tricked. So could you, me, and everyone. As of today, some of the statistics are, because of the COVID time and lot of work from homes, and we not being in that complete secure network, FBI has found that we have seen almost 300% increase in security breaches and security crimes. And one more statistic is, every single day, more than 30,000 new websites are getting hacked. Just because of this COVID case, US has lost around 137,000 US dollars, where because of the data breaches, each for every second there is more than 37 hacking activities going on, where they steal your data, they try to harm you, they try to make use of your resources, and a lot of things. This is exactly why we need to know about it. And not just that, ethical hacking is an existing industry. There are lots and lots of job opportunities with high paying salaries, huge bug bounty programs. It is said that almost 54% of companies say it's very difficult for them to fill the security related side jobs. So it becomes, you as a software engineer is already aware of what to do. We are more capable to start looking into this. We just need to keep track on all of these things, and then we will be able to start protecting ourselves. So like I said in the abstract, forewarned is definitely pre-armed. That is why you should start learning about this. Yes, now that you decided, yes, I do want to know, I do want to learn or start my pen testing, then how would I start? You would require a lab to do it. You could go around having a complete setup that you could make, where you have a hacking machine, certain machines to be hacked, the websites, and the network. Or you could do all of this in your system itself using VirtualBox. That's exactly what I also did. At my VirtualBox, I have 3 machines. One is the Kali Linux, this is a regular, like a regular Linux distribution. It's just that it comes with a preloaded tools for that is required for pen testing or hacking. You don't have to go get into a Linux distribution, start downloading these tools. Kali Linux comes with all of these within. I then have in two machines which we will be hacking, or I'll be hacking in across this presentation. One is on Windows OS and another is on Metasploitable OS. Metasploitable OS is again a virtual Linux distribution, but it's intentionally made vulnerable. It has all of the major vulnerabilities, computer flaws which are out there in the system. Everything is present in Metasploitable OS. So we'll be looking at that. Then inside my virtual box, these three machines are connected using a NAT1 network, and they assume this virtual network. I mean, this network is like an Ethernet network, which we would have replicated in the natural outside scenario. And my host machine acts as a router or a server, which then has connection to the internet. There are four main types of hacking. I will get started on the network hacking. Inside, like all of us know, in a network, more than, many devices like client are connected together to be able to share the data and resources. By resources, it could be the internet. And anytime, within your home network, there is also a device which is an access point or the router or server, you could call. In your home network, it will be your router. The clients, when they want to directly deal with the internet, it is always through the server is what they go towards the outer internet. Without the server, they don't have a direct connection to the internet. So within a network, if I type google.com in my laptop now, it will first go send this request to my router, and the router will take it to the internet. When it gets the response from the internet, it'll come and give it back to me, and my page gets loaded. So all of this data happens by a small packet of data. Small data packets between the client and the server. And every data packet has the unique, it always has the client source and destination addresses. And this address will be the MAC address. MAC address is nothing but an unique physical address which allows any of network interface, which allows a device to connect to the network. So on these, like I was telling, so even before any hacker is come and connected into your network, I'm saying this is the pre-connection attacks. What all could happen is, I said the MAC address is a permanent unique address. But if by using just a small command, ifconfig, you will be able to change this particular permanent address. Like here, I just put my eth0 down, and I go and give it a new MAC address, say 0011223355. And now when I bring my Ethernet connection up again, when I bring it up again, I see the MAC address has changed. Why would I do that? It's to make myself anonymous, or to bypass filter, or to impersonate someone else. When I talk about the man in the middle attack, I'll tell you how the MAC address changing will lead for a normal client to believe a malicious attacker is his router. So that was one tool. The next tool. So I said, as the packets are in a Wi-Fi network, these packets that are being transferred between the client and the server happens over air. And if you have an extra wireless adapter, you will be able to, and if you're within the range, you'll be able to sniff all the data. If it is not encrypted properly, you'll still be able to capture all of the packets that are going through and fro. So for that, imagine I do buy a wireless adapter for as small as $25. You will get one. I've connected it into my system. I use a command called iwconfig to see what all I have. what all network interfaces I have. Then I see that my wireless network right now, it is in managed mode. I can make it into monitor mode so that I'll be able to sniff. I make use of a tool called Jnation2021. Again, all of these tools are part of the, it is already installed in Kali Linux. These are used for both pen testing and for hacking as well. So Jnation2021, and I'll start my wireless network. It will automatically get started. Now it is in monitoring mode. Once that now I'm in monitoring mode, you will be able to see that whenever you click on your Wi-Fi option, it's not just your network, any network which is around you, you'll be able to see it. And now, since I have a wireless adapter right now, and then I will be able to start sniffing packets of the networks that are around and surround me. I use a tool called AeroDump-ng, and I give my wireless adapter's name. That is all I do. I simply just use the tool, and then the sniffing actually starts. You'll be able to see in the screen that all the surrounding networks in my range are there. I got the informations like their MAC address, the encryptions on which these routers are set, and their names, and all the other details, the beacon strength in the channel, and these kind of details. If I want to start a targeted sniffing of one particular network, say I will do it for test track, I copy the MAC address from here. All I do is I call my AeroDump-ng tool, I give the MAC address, the channel, and I give a file to write. That's it. I will be getting a test01.cap file which has details of all the packets that were being sent across or by the router within itself. I will be able to see what all systems were connected to this particular router. I'm able to see that test track is my regular network. So I'm able to see that my laptop, my cell phone, or these packets, these cap files, if I use a normal network analysis tool like Wireshark, I'll be able to know if the if it's an iPhone, if it's a laptop, and that kind of details all we will be able to gather and gain in this network packages. So this is what I will be doing. Yeah. Then while I'm sniffing the data, I'll be able to know in which encryption the routers are encrypted. If it is a WEP encryption, nowadays no one uses it, but just in case, if it was a WEP encryption, just by sniffing and analyzing the packets, I'll be able to get your router's Wi-Fi and password, and I will get connected into your network. Once I've gotten connected, gained access into your network, most of the things become easier for me. But before that, but like I said, nowadays everyone does, all the routers are configured to use WPA2 encryption, which is stronger. But even on that, I will still be able to find your password. How I would do that is, let's come to the password cracking tool in some time. But just by sniffing the packets, I won't be able to find it. That is where the bad guys will start using something called as, if I'm able to get the WPA handshake package from you, then I will be able to identify your password. In order for me to get that, I make use of a tool called AirReplay-ng. It is nothing but it's just a de-authentication network. I just go and give a AirReplay-ng on your router, me who's outside your network, give it on your router, and your router, you'll be disconnected from the internet. And when I stop the attack on your router, when you do connect back to the internet, that's when you generate a WPA handshake packet. I will be able to sniff that as well. I will sniff it using AeroDump-ng. When I get this package, then it becomes easier for me, if I'm a bad guy, to crack your password. Moving on. So far we were telling about pre-connection. Now to gain access or gaining access into your network, what I said was, I will have to crack your password and get into your network. If it was WEP, the tool that we use here is aircrack-ng. It analyzes the captured packets just to get the password. We remembered that when I do Eroda, I get a .cap file. I simply pass it to my aircrack-ng. I'll be able to get in if it is a WEP encryption. But if it is WPA or WPA2 encryption, I'm also capturing the handshake packets. So to the aircrack-ng, I give the handshake packets, and I also give it a word list. This word list could be created using a tool called Crunch, or outside online there are lots of tools which will get you a set of word list. You can give it the minimum number of password character, the maximum number it could be, if it needs characters only, or if it's a numeric, or you could give all these patterns, and these tools will generate these kind of passwords for you, or various combination of passwords, which when you give to the aircrack-ng, it will make a match between using the handshake cap that packets that we have found. It'll start making a match, and aircrack-ng will be able to identify that. That's exactly what happened. Using my wireless adapter separately, I was able to crack into my home network, which was test track 2G. I passed it a word list, and it was able to crack it for me. So we are still not safe, is what I tried to say. The more you increase the characters for your password, the more safer you are. Let me go ahead. So I was talking about the man in the middle attack, which all of us know. Mainly what happens is a hacker comes and sits in your network, where he fools the client saying you are the server, and he fools the server saying you are the client. He will be, by doing that, he will be able to see all the requests. Now that he's gained access, he's within your network. We are come inside. So then he'll be able to see the packets that are flowing from one client to client to the router. How he does that? Let's see. There is something called as ARP request. If a client wants to connect or contact within a network, it will say, it just has an IP address. It will say who has this particular IP. Then whoever has that IP will respond to the client with their MAC address. That will be the ARP response. If it's client to C, if it's the device C, it will say, it is me who's having this IP. Here is my MAC address, so that they can establish a connection, or they can start a communication. This is exactly in a typical network. If the hacker is not there, imagine I'm just an hacker, one of the devices in your network. I'll just be sitting. Once I do an ARP spoofing, what I end up doing is, like what I said, the client and the network, I'm actually taking the MAC address. I'm spoofing by there are two ways of two duplex or two types, where I first fool the client saying I am the server, that is one, and the other would be saying the router or the server that I am the client. So this is ARP spoofing. In order to do ARP spoofing, we make use of tools. Okay, that let me come to that after we gain access, what we do. So that was then other things was like for you to be successful in doing anything after gaining access, you need to gather a lot of informations. It becomes very crucial. It gives you a lot of details about the target system, their operating systems, the softwares and the services installed, and all these details. You make use of tools like NetDiscover, ZenMap, and NetShow. You just give either the IP address. It will immediately, once you're in this network, you'll know the IP address range within your for all the devices, and you give this IP address in NetDiscover. It'll be able to tell what are the ports exposed, what are the softwares installed, and all these kind of details you'll be able to gather. That is exactly what these guys do. They gather and keep all these details. I was saying, to do ARP spoofing, we have a tool that is you have your post attacks. So that basic tool, a basic ARP spoofing tool is ARP spoof. You simply, like I said, the one way you do it to the client, the other way you do it to the router, and you do it. Otherwise, there is also a tool called Buttercap. It's a complete framework where you don't have to separately spoof. Once you give the details into Buttercap, it will automatically go and do the complete full duplex of spoofing the client and the network. In this way, what happens is, when the client thinks the malicious hacker is the router, he will directly say, I have a request to this particular website. So and so is my password, my user credentials. He'll pass all of these to the server, and to the hacker. The hacker will then take it to the client, and any response the server is getting, the hacker will be able to see everything here. So I said basic spoofing. We are like we are gonna use a command ARPA. You'll be able to see that initially for that IP, it was a different MAC address, but then I use my tool and I go ahead and change it. In fact, that's exactly what I'm showing here. Yeah, my Windows machine, which had it is not, sorry, I'm sorry, it's not very clear here. So I went and ran Buttercup for the IP address, for the Windows machine IP address. Now that I'm in the network, I know the IP address of the Windows system, which I will be hacking. I gave it. This happened. Once that is done, oh yeah, I have the tool here. So before ARP spoofing, it had its own MAC. Now after spoofing, it has the address of the hacker, which is my Kali Linux machine from where I'm hacking. Once that is done, like I said, because any request, any packet of data that is traveling from the client and the server will have to go through me, the hacked person, it becomes very simple for me to see the username and the password, the websites that you're logging into, and all these data. It becomes as simple as that. If this is where we say, if you don't use the encrypted way of sending password, I'll be able to clearly see everything that's happening. So this is where there are certain prevention methods that you can, detection and prevention methods that you could do. For this part, I'm just gonna complete the prevention method for the network hacking part, where no one is using, but still please never make use of WEP encryption. Always make use of the, even on WPA2 encryption uses complex password. If you think I'll just give a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, if it's just going to be that, I tell you, in less than, not even by the time you blink your eyes, that password would have been hacked or cracked multiple times. And similarly, you would have listened, you would have heard that it's better to always give a larger character password. That's because, say, for example, if you give all characters, like all small digit alphabets, 7 alphabets characters, it will only take the hacker to hack it, say, less than 5 hours. And not even 5 hours, 5 minutes, sorry. And 8 digits, 5 hours, and 9 digits. It keeps increasing. The more complex you make your password, the more complex or more time it will take for the hacker to even find your password and then get into your network or start snooping into you. Then one more thing is, please make sure you configure your wireless setup. Always keep it to the maximum setting and never leave it to default setting, because you go into the internet and give your router details, all the default setting is out there. So anyone will be able to get into your network and start doing the sniffing. Then ARP poisoning, there is a tool called XARP, use it. Now that I said that if your traffic is not encrypted, if you use a HTTP website, and if I'm already a man in the middle, and I'll be able to see your password and your username and password along with your website, and I'll be able to do anything. But if you start using HTTPS website, then your passwords is encrypted even when it's traveling from the client to the router. Technically, it gets encrypted. I will not be able to see. If you go and use HTTPS, what the hackers are still doing is they give you back a HTTP website. They are downgrading your website and they give you a non-secure website again, and you'll still be fooled. So there is something else called as HSTS HSTS type protocol as well, where it makes your web browser aware. Most of the famous websites nowadays, like Twitter, Facebook, and all these guys, they tell that we cannot be downgraded from HTTPS. That's exactly what it says. It just has a flag in the web browser which says these websites, if at all you're trying to access it, they can never be accessed in a less secure way. Those kind of things are also available. So start making use of them. Yes, I think, yeah, I'm taking more time. Let's go. So far, we were talking about any hacking that was happening within your network. Now, if you're on the internet and outside network, if you want to gain access into a system which is somewhere else, you are in India, you want to gain access to a system in US, you could still be able to do that. Like the same concepts holds here as well. I have to gain access into your system. For that, I gather lots and lots of information. I will be able to, just by keeping your IP address, I will still be able to gain access into your system. Most of the times, how that will happen is, one is on the server side, without any user intervention. If I have your IP address, I'll go and put it into Net Discover, and I'll try to see what all ports you have opened or what all softwares you have installed. If in your softwares is there any vulnerability present, all of these details, believe me, it's existing in abundant out there in the internet. If I know you're using a FTP software in your system, or SSH software, or any such softwares, I'll be able to go check the internet to see if there are any existing vulnerabilities, and also be able to check how I can make use of that vulnerabilities. So this is on the server side. There's a tool called Metasploit. It's a ready-made tool to run these particular vulnerabilities. If you just put the software and if you say vulnerability, the first thing that you'll get is the Metasploit commands. You take the command and you run it in your system. I, as a hacker, if I take the command and run it in my system, I'll be able to gain, or I'll be able to gauge how to get backdoor or get access into your system. That was one way. So here is exactly like how I was telling so far. I put your IP address there. I'll be able to see on which port what is running, MySQL, FTP, and I'll go and check. And you'll also see that what your kernel is, what your MAC address is. All these kind of details I'm already getting. So I'll simply need to Google to see any vulnerability. I'll add it, and I will be able to get into your system. It's not as simple as that, but it is kind of simple. The things that I was talking about in the internet, I just go and say, what do you have for SFTP? And it gives me the exploit that I can actually use, using which I'll be able to get a backdoor into your system. I use that exploit from Kali Linux machine. I use the exploit and I have access into your system. Anyways, let me go. The one more way of gathering, gaining access into your system is client side. It has to do on the client. If a user is, if he goes and opens some malicious email or clicks on a link, that is where I would have coded my backdoor into the link, and one click from you is all I need to come download myself into your system, try to spoof your network saying I'm something else. I could be a PDF file. On top, you will be able to see that I'm a PDF file, but inside I will be a .exe malicious code running. I will be able to change the process names to mimic a valid process being run into your system and everything. And for this, we make use of a tool called Whale Framework. It helps in creating backdoors. Yes, using Whale Framework, people keep trying to create a lot of backdoors by backdoors. If you click on them, I have access to your system. That is what we mean by backdoor. But most of the email servers are equipped with finding these payloads. They are capable enough to check if they hold any malicious content, and they don't even let you send you these malicious email. But like I said, whale evasion, and I can still go ahead. And when I started the into ethical hacking and reading about Whale Framework, I did create a small payload. I was trying to send it into my Windows machine. Initially, whatever I created did go through, but within 3 days time, I was not able to send the same payload in. By payload, I just mean by trying to make my backdoor in different ways. I still had various ways. I was able to make 7 payloads, which I could still successfully send, even crossing the mail service vigilant. So yeah, you have the tools, you will be able to do it. And our hackers, the most that they have is the time and the money. So yeah, let me continue. There is one more thing on gaining information, which is social engineering. If I know in Twitter you have added your phone number, your email ID and everything, I can use a tool called Mailtiago. I can start, you as a person, I can get the information of everywhere that you're going, any information that is out there in the internet, which is available to the public eye. I'll be able to make a graph of everything. I'll be able to gauge what you're doing. And if I know you as a person is going to attend Jnations or any conference, I will be able to try to spoof you by telling I am from Jnation. I'll be able to send you an email. You might think it is coming from Jnation, but ultimately I would have, like I said, even though I'm sending you a picture, which will be JPEG, but inside I would have coded a exe file, which as soon as you click on it, will create a backdoor into your system. When I have backdoor, I'll be able to see everything that's happening in your system. Yeah. So by Mailtiago, I'll find you. I'll know what you're doing, or your activities, web activities. I'll be able to know. Then I'll try to send you a mail. There are using a tool called Send Email. This tool will. It's a very simple command. I'll be able to spoof, like when I said I'll send a mail as if I'm Jnation. There are many SMTP servers available. They are mainly used for marketing purposes, but if you're just gonna try to spoof hardly 10 people, you could use a free SMTP server. All you need to do is add a change. I mean, using this command, you will still be able to send, me as a hacker will be able to send you the mail, and you will not on a higher level, you will not be able to find that it's not from the genuine user. You can still be tricked, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So far I was talking about gaining access. Once I have gained access in this, imagine I have sent my malicious code into an email from Jnation. You just go and click, you see what is there. You're downloading the JPEG file. You're downloading the picture, but inside my code is already running. Once my backdoor is established, this is exactly what will happen. I went into my Kali machine. I actually, here I used my Metasploitable OS to, sorry. I still am using my Windows OS to hack. In my Windows OS machine, I clicked on the malicious code and I have a reverse HTTP backdoor open. By that, what I mean is, I use a framework, again, Metasploit, and then that tool, I try to get your system information from my hacking machine. I have the information of your system because I'm already, by backdoor, it's nothing but I have complete access, or most of the access into your system. I'm there. And when I can start looking for key scan start, I will snoop in, I'll be able to get your webcam started. Everything is with these simple commands, simple tools. Like I'm just going to tell exploit on you, and then I say key scan start. Whenever even though I'm going to make use of an HSTS website or a highly secure encrypted website, now that I'm scanning your key scans, I will be able to tell what exactly you have typed. I'll be able to find your password, username, and everything. This is post exploitation. Now that I've gained access, I've come inside. That's why it's very important that you try to avoid, try to not get into a situation where you allow malicious codes to have access or have backdoors into your system. Not just that, I'll be able to use your system. You can say there is nothing to steal in my system, but a hacker will be able to use your system resources to be doing some other malicious things. They need a lot of resources they already have, but they also will be able to make use of you and your system to do their bad works. So how would you be preventing it? It's by not downloading outside any trusted place, because while it's easier to get the backdoor back along with you when it's easier while you download from the not trusted sites. Using a VPN is always recommended, but I don't think we will all be able to use it, so that's still fine. Then it's a must, and it's very good practice to keep all your softwares updated. Any CVEs that we flag out for the software, it'll come as the software products do fix it in their security updates, and they keep trying to push security updates. If you don't take them, you're still open for the vulnerabilities. So that's why it's good to keep your softwares updated, avoid clicking on links, and try to check the type of the files. Once you have downloaded, even though the file name shows something else, try to give it a hash value. There are tools out available which will help you to see if the file is the file that it is claiming to be. You can do all of those things. So yeah, in conclusion, what I wanted to say was, be cyber smart, be aware what all could happen. Never think no one will come or hack you, because like I was saying, you could just be thinking that it's a person that you know who sent a mail, but it could be a hacker sitting behind. Yeah, with that, I actually end my topic. I'm open for questions now. I'm sorry I didn't take any of the questions so far. Now maybe I'll start taking if.
Don't worry, Jay. There's time to answer those questions. So if you have any question right now, please let us know. We are on YouTube. We are also in the Slack channel. Please join us in the Sofia room. Okay, that was an amazing presentation. I learned a lot.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Jay. Let's see if there's questions. Give once, give twice. Oh, if they don't, I do a lot of questions, so I can use your time. First, how can I take these slides? Do you mind if you share with us?
Definitely. Where can I share it with you?
Yes, please use the chat, and then I can put on the Slack channel.
Yeah, I'll do that. In the Slack channel, I did become part of here. Maybe I'll put it in the Sofia.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's the right place.
Good.
Okay. If there is no question, thank you, Jay, again. Hope to see you soon, finally physically. And we'll take a break, and then we'll return at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Bye. Stay safe,
Bye.
everyone. Bye.
Olá, eu sou o Luís, sou o Head of Engineering da XGeeks. O meu trabalho toca um bocadinho de negócio, de projeto e pessoas. Acima de tudo, pessoas, é o maior foco do meu trabalho, em que a ideia é o Head of Engineering poder ajudar todas estas pessoas, todos estes engenheiros que fazem parte da XGeeks a crescer, tanto do ponto de vista pessoal como profissional, e eu diria que isso resume um bocadinho aquilo que é o meu trabalho. A XGeeks em si é uma empresa que não se classifica como uma típica empresa de consultoria, primeiro porque queremos e estamos a dar, durante este ano de 2021, um grande foco à comunidade. Queremos apostar muito em projetos de comunidade, em projetos tal como a Jnation, em contribuições open source. Eu acho que isto por si só já nos diferencia um pouco das outras empresas. Em segundo lugar, porque gostamos muito de trabalhar produto e temos um foco muito grande em produto, sentimos-nos engenheiros de produto. E depois porque queremos ainda dar mais ênfase à parte da engenharia e queremos que os nossos engenheiros se possam especializar enquanto individual contributors em tecnologias que achem que façam sentido para a sua carreira. Ou seja, nós damos esta possibilidade de um engenheiro ir muito fundo numa tecnologia específica, até conhecer os internals dessa tecnologia, e nós gostamos desse tipo de approach. Isto diria que resume um pouco aquilo que é a XGeeks. – 2021 tem sido um ano incrível para a XGeeks. Aliás, já 2020 tinha sido. A pandemia foi boa para nós, por assim dizer, ou seja, conseguimos, e também acho que a empresa foi boa neste contexto de pandemia, porque abriu as portas a muitos projetos e a muitos colaboradores. E como eu dizia, 2021 trouxe-nos imensos projetos e eu aqui salientaria dois, talvez a Cloud Mobility e a Tamana. A Cloud Mobility, que é uma cloud verticalizada, em que nós estamos a ajudar na construção desse produto, em que, se calhar aqui para os nossos ouvintes, o mais interessante é a tecnologia, em que estamos a usar Java, Spring Boot, React, Go também, e acima de tudo, toda a Cloud Mobility assenta em Kubernetes. E depois a Tamana, que é um marketplace no Médio Oriente, que nós também ajudamos a construir, que está feito em Java, Spring Boot e em Next. Este ano estamos a focar essencialmente Java, JavaScript, Python e DevOps, são as tecnologias que nós queremos apostar mais e que temos mais espaço na equipa para crescer. E por isso, se houver alguém que queira juntar-se à nossa equipa, candidatem-se. Bem, o nosso tech stack é muito difícil de definir, até porque é muito vasto. Ou seja, nós, aliás, estamos neste ano de 2021 a trabalhar no nosso Tech Radar para também ser mais fácil, dar visibilidade a todas as pessoas que querem conhecer um bocadinho mais da XGeeks, aquilo que nós fazemos em termos de tecnologia. Mas diria que desde o Java, como eu disse, Java Spring Boot, desde o Python, tanto Fast API como Django, React, ou seja, React Vue e Angular, usamos as três em diferentes projetos. E depois toda a parte de DevOps, por assim dizer, faz parte do nosso tech stack. Eu acho que quando lançarmos o nosso Tech Radar vai ser muito mais fácil, e acho que aí as pessoas também que tiverem curiosidade para ver, basta seguirem-nos no nosso Twitter e no YouTube, onde temos estado a fazer também algumas live streams sobre neste caso, Java, e poderão depois, com mais facilidade, encontrar estas novidades.
Hello, hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here again. So, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you're watching. I hope that you are enjoying this room, Sofia room here at Jnation. Please follow us on Twitter at Jnation, and also join us on the Slack where you can share your knowledge, you can learn more, and see some companies opportunities, get more information about the communities around Portugal and also the whole globe. But that's not the focus today. And right now, I'm here to talk about being a sensei taught me about improving with Roy, who is founder of Open Value Amsterdam and also software developer architect at J Point. J Point. Hello, Harry. How are
Hi,
you?
hi, Davio. Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine as well. Thank you. But before start, please tell us a little bit more about you, what you do, what you do in your free time, what you enjoy to do as Robbie.
Well, that's now easy, right? I'm a software developer, and in my free time, I like to do karate as a sensei. So that's about me.
Okay, thank you. The stage is yours, and have an amazing presentation.
Thanks. Okay, hi, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. In this talk, I want to share with you what being a sensei taught me about improving, like introduced by Ottavio. So first about myself, a bit more. I'm Roy Braam. I'm founder of Open Value Amsterdam. I also work as a software developer and architect at JPoint, both consultancy companies. I'm a developer for over 15 years, and I do karate for over 30 years now. And while being a developer, I found out actually that it has a lot of overlap. Because as a developer and team lead, I came actually to the conclusion that I use a lot of techniques as a sensei to do my work. And that's what I want to share with you. And there are some obvious things like I like doing coding dojos. And of course, I like to be in the dojo as a sensei or as a participant in karate. I like doing coding katas. I also like doing katas, physical katas in the dojo. And I like the Karate API testing framework. And of course, I also like to do karate even in the snow. And as a developer, of course, I like to build new features. And I occasionally also sometimes break things. Not quite often. I don't write bugs, but sometimes I break things. You can follow me on Twitter also. My Twitter handle is there. If there's not enough room left for questions afterwards, I will be on Slack. And anyways, you can always contact me on Twitter. So at some point, I became a sensei. And people start calling you sensei. For me, it was around 20 years and a bit more ago. And I really like Japanese, and I especially like the kanji, one of the Japanese writing styles, and these signs, sensei's both has two kanjis, sen and sai. And what I love about kanji is that every sign is a concept. It's not just like Western languages where we have characters, but they have actually concepts. And sen means early or ahead of time. And sai is a bit more difficult to explain, but it explains something like it represents a living thing and learns. Sai is, for example, used in life. So if you literally translate it, this is a sensei is a person who's been born before another, or one who comes before. In Japan, it indicates some seniority. And it shows you, if you can carry this title as a sensei, that you achieved some level of mastery. So if you look at our software development teams, a sensei is a more senior person that helps others in the team and leads the team. So like a senior developer. So maybe you're also a sensei, but not in karate. And I learned a lot of things while being a sensei, and especially about teaching. And teaching is, of course, a form of knowledge sharing. And I found out that teaching or any form of knowledge sharing is quite hard, because it needs a lot of experience on the topic. You need to be good at it before you can teach it, but also you need to learn how to transfer your knowledge to the people attending your sessions or your lessons. So you have to learn how to teach, because an expert doesn't make you a good teacher in general, right? And if you think teaching is hard or knowledge sharing is hard, then try long-term teaching. And with long-term teaching, I mean that you have to bring multiple persons from A to skill level B on an amount of time. So you have to do more sessions with them, and you have to really make a plan to move them from one skill set to another skill set, for example. So long-term teaching is, of course, much harder because it involves also planning and knowing which parts are good and which parts are not good. It also costs you a lot of devotion and energy, and the energy works for me. The more energy I put in preparation and in lessons, the more I get back from it. So the more it will work. And teaching and knowledge sharing is also about preparation, and it's for both for being a sensei, but also for being in our development culture. You need to come prepared if you want to share your knowledge. And I always hear people saying, I don't have to prepare myself anymore because I know it all. But imagine what they could achieve when they do prepare themselves, because I think then again, still coming prepared makes it much better. And although it's a lot of effort, it's totally worth it. You get so much in return, because while sharing knowledge, you multiply it, and well, it's just nice to see how everybody improves. So in general, I learned a lot of things while being a sensei, and I see a lot of similarities with our development in agile teams. So for example, do it right the first time. It sounds quite obvious. So in karate, we also have that. You might know that there is a thing called muscle memory. So our muscles have memory. By repetition, the same movement, our muscles are actually memorizing our movement. And although maybe we do it much later again, and we didn't do it for a long period, still there are some cells in our muscles that are not destroyed, and they still remember the way we move. Take, for example, cycling also. Once you learn cycling, well, everybody here in Holland, I'm from Holland, and everybody here in the Netherlands learned how to cycle, of course. And although you didn't cycle for a very long period, you still know how to cycle. You never unlearn it. So that's something called muscle memory. So we also use this muscle memory, of course, at karate. And what we do is that, what we see actually is that when we learn people a movement, for example, a punch or a kick, if we do that, we learn it with them like 100 repetitions, we see that they know how to move. And then still, it needs a lot of training to let it come into the muscle memory. But we see that we only need 100 repetitions to learn a movement. Maybe not perfect, but it's there. But the other way around, if we need to fix a incorrect movement, it will take us a lot more repetitions, around 1,500 repetitions. So we see that if we don't do it the proper way the first time, we have to fix it later with much more repetitions. And as a proof, we see that with our kids. The kids have a lot of things on their minds. They always look around. They do have all kind of other things doing in our lessons. And later on, when they need to perfect their movements, it takes them much more time than the adults or the young adults that are more and more focused on learning it correctly the first time. I think it is the same with software development. So, of course, there's a thing called technical debt. Everybody knows it, and there will always be technical debt. It doesn't matter how much or how good you do your job, because software will evolve and there will be bit fraud, etc. So you cannot prevent it, but you can try to do it good the first time and not implementing any technical debt the first time. It's just like teaching karate, right? Because fixing it later, just like teaching a movement and fixing it later, takes much more time later on if you want to fix it. And it might look like that it's fast on the short run, but then again, it backfires on you with some technical debt. You have to fix it. Another thing is learn before you repeat. It has a lot of things in common with the last thing, with the previous slides, but first you have to learn the basics, and actually then the training starts. So you need to learn the movements before you actually try to get it better and better and better at it. So after learning it, the training really starts, and repeating only makes it better. Just like agile software development. We make something and we start improving it. And then the actual training starts. So we need to, in software development, we need to understand actually the thing we're trying to do before we are starting to automate it, because that's the difference with karate and software development. Software developers are lazy, and lazy is a good thing, because when you're lazy, you start automating things, right? So we don't do it all over again. If we see that we have some repetitions, we will automate it, and we will try to improve that automation to make it better and better. Let's say first understand what you're doing, then automate it. A sensei is also an apprentice, and I think that's the same with software development. So I have a sensei, but I also learned a lot of things from others. Like I even learned a lot of things from kids, like 6 or 7 years old. I also learned a lot from beginners and juniors that just started with karate. They just showed me different things that I learned, and I took on in my bag as a sensei on my trip of being a good sensei. So while being a sensei, you should always be open to learn. And I think that's the same with software development. You should listen to what others have to say. So I always try to listen what others have to say. I always try to learn from others what they bring up, what their arguments are about certain topics. Because remember, you can't be a specialist in everything. There's always somebody that's better in a certain thing than you are. So why not learn from these persons and improve yourself in becoming a better software developer or architect or whatever you want. One of the other things that became very important for me was that every lesson has a goal. Let me take a drink. So there are many types of lessons in karate, but you need to be sure that it's always clear for yourself when starting a lesson or a knowledge sharing or anything else that involves knowledge sharing, that what your goal is. So goals can be like a mental exercise, or it can be like that you want to train stamina, or you want to learn new things, or well, you can come up with any other lessons that you want to do, same as karate as in software development. But for you, the goal should be clear. And while sharing and while actually doing your knowledge sharing, you should judge if the things that you're doing, if it adds something to the goal that you had in mind in the beginning. I think that's precisely the same as we want to be in software development. So as a software developer, architect, or team lead, I always try to prepare myself and know what I want to achieve. So share your knowledge with a goal, but it's not only with sharing knowledge, it's also while giving feedback or while you're having a meeting. There should be at least a goal that you want to achieve. But also while programming, if you're implementing certain features, still remember what you want to achieve. And one of the other things is respect. And I think respect is a big topic in martial arts, also in karate, because martial arts is about respect. It's while you enter the dojo, we take a bow and we greet everybody. Before starting a training with a partner, we also bow, which means we will respect each other, but also even in competitions. For example, if you look at the competitions of karate, it's not allowed to discuss with a referee, for example. If you do that, you will get some punishment points or some points. So even in competition, this is a big topic. And of course, respect goes both ways. So it goes like from pupil to to teacher, but also the other way around. And that's how respect works, right? And on this topic of respect, well, I was a sensei for a long period already, and I was of course teaching the way my sensei teached because he was my biggest example, and he always had things like respect for each other, and we were. He was also sharing that respect for each other is actually the base of creating a safe environment to let everybody improve. And he gave me this book, which was for me actually an eye-opener. It's a book from Alice Under. Maybe somebody knows it. If you are a martial artist, then be sure to get this book. I have it somewhere here in Dutch also. Let me check. I have it here in Dutch. So it's a very good book. So if you can read Dutch and you want to borrow it, contact me. It's fine. And this book is about really recognizable situations. And Alexander writes about old, wise martial artists. He writes about power and how to use it and how it is abused. And this book is not only about martial artists, but it's also about human. Like how are we actually working together, and how are the power relationships between the balances between power between different persons used. And it's about our relationship together in a team, but it's also about how hierarchy works in our society, but also in our teams, in our work. And this book actually made me think, because before reading this book, I got taught, of course, like my teacher taught me, that a sensei should be an enabler. He should be a more senior person that tries to improve the ones surrounding him or her. And of course, senior is not about age, but it's about skill level. And a sensei should always be an example. It should always be an inspiration to others. And a sensei should also make clear that it's okay to make mistakes, and it should create a safe harbor for everybody to learn things. And this you will see as Budo or martial arts has a lot of these kind of things as an example for different areas, like well, management, for example. This is what a sensei should be, but the book also writes about a different side of this, like a more darker side of being a sensei, and he used the sensei as an example. It's also about the Me Too discussion. So this book was written before the whole Me Too discussion, of course, but it's also about the balance of power and how it is abused by people, and how respect actually transfers to worshipping instead of two-way respect I explained before. It's about power abuse, and it's very recognizable. And if you're a martial artist, you will recognize a lot of these kind of situations, but it's also very recognizable when you're not a martial artist, but you're just but you're a developer, for example, in a team. You'll recognize these kind of things. And it really opened my mind, because a lot of these things looked very harmful to me, but actually they're quite evil. And what I recognized that these balances and these abuses, they are there, but you should be really aware of it so you can make the decisions, the good decisions yourself, not to abuse these kind of things. But it's clear, and we all know in the news that this abuse of these power balances is there. So be aware of it. So next one is a dojo. So probably you all know about a dojo. It's a training place, right? And again, it's kanji. So it has two signs, do and jo. Do means the way, and jo means place. So dojo is a place of the way. It's a place to learn. It's a place to improve. It's a place where respect is very important and we respect each other. It's a safe place to improve. And everybody is different in there, although we wear the same suit, of course, the karate gi. So everybody's different, but we try to be as equal as possible. And of course, we have all different belts and we try to train each other. But there are some differences, but everybody's equal. And that's in a dojo. And maybe it's me, and it's probably some speculation, so don't pin me on it. But if we look at The Mandalorian, maybe you saw this series. I can highly advise you to watch it. The Mandalorian always say, "This is the way." So, and the way, of course, is as a do in kanji or in Japan. So, and the main character called Mando. So the man who follows the way, like this is the way. And if you look at Mandalore, the planet, that probably would be a dojo. So the writers of the Mandalorian might be infected with the Japanese and the kanji science and also the Budo and the martial arts principles. But talking about a dojo, we also know, of course, the coding dojo, and on purpose it's called a coding dojo, of course, because it's a place to learn, a place where you teach and you improve each other. It's a place where fellow developers will improve each other, not in a non-competitive way. And that's actually the same how we are treating a dojo in karate. I think this already came by a lot of times, and that's a safe environment to learn. So a dojo, or it doesn't matter anywhere, you should always, as a sensei, create a safe environment to learn, because that will make people improve the best. And that's not only about a physical thing, that it should be safe to come there, but it should also be a mental thing. So people should be happy to come back later. And although, and coming back to the knowledge goals you might have, some lessons will be about burning you down and building you up again, but then it should always be because you want to achieve a certain goal, you want to achieve something, right? So because I had bad feelings leaving, or feelings after trainings, because I had to do for 3 hours long the same exercise over and over again because it was not good enough, but still I had the feeling that I was training and I was working in a safe environment. And I think that's what we sometimes forgot, and it's in the minor details, but always be aware that also in software developments, that you should create a safe environment. And for our software development teams, it should be safe, right? A team should be safe. If you are not safe in a team, you cannot improve each other. So you might be a sensei in your team, more senior person, then please be aware that you always create a safe environment for every team member. And this, then it comes for me to improving, and I will call it improving plus plus. I will later call it a bit different. But in the beginning, I was a very, well, you could say traditional teacher. I don't have much pictures actually of myself giving trainings as a sensei, but this is on a summer camp where we're actually obeying everybody to do push-ups, and I let the ones already on the ground wait till everybody's ready to start, right? So I was a very traditional teacher in the way that I use traditional improving. And with traditional improving, I mean that we observe, categorize, and then start improving. So with observe, categorize, and improving, I mean that we first look at the people that we want to improve. We observe, we try to categorize all the things that are good and that are bad, and we start improving those things. And we always start with improving the worst thing. So the thing that comes up most and is the worst thing that we want to improve first. And we called it a code drag technique. I don't think it's an official name, but with the code drag technique, I'm mentioning that because a code drag, because what we do while observing and categorizing, we're hanging everything on a code drag. So the things that are worst, we put them lowest in the code drag, and the things that are good, we put them higher in the code drag. And we start working from the bottom up to the top. So we start always with focusing what can improve the most, and those are the things that are on the lowest part of the code track. That's how it works for us. So that's what I call traditional improving. So focus on what can be improved the most, and that's always the bad things, right? So at some point, I think, well, I'm not even sure how long ago, but it was a while ago, like 15 years ago or something, my teacher, and this is my teacher, my sensei actually, I should say, And my sensei, Johan van der Hoofdakker, he's already doing karate for over 60 years now. He's a well-known teacher in the Netherlands. And he came to me and I said, well, I'm doing karate for, well, more than, let's say, 45 years now. And I'm a teacher for more than 20 years now, probably. But I think we can do it better. We're doing things wrong and we should improve the way we improve people. And we started a sort of journey. He found out a couple of things and he wanted to transfer those knowledge to karate. And for example, we came across these 4 teams. They have some things in common. They're all Dutch, orange. Sorry for the Portuguese soccer fans. Actually, Nigel de Jong, the one that kicked Xabi Alonso in the World Championships finals against Portugal, is not in this picture, so don't blame me. Sorry, Portugal, it's not there. So, but we came across these 4 teams, and there was except they're all orange Dutch and they're all participating in some sort of sports, there was another thing that was quite in common. So at the top left, we have the Dutch soccer under 21 team that won the European Championship in 2006, 2007. Right of that, we have the speed skating. Well, speed skating is a typical Dutch sport, but this is the team that won 3 gold medals in the Olympics in 1998. We have on the bottom left, we have the ladies hockey team that won the Olympics in 2008, which was quite good for in that time. And at the bottom right, we have the water polo team, which also won in the Olympics the gold medal in 2008. And so these teams have something in common. They have actually a coach that is doing things differently. They're all doing it differently the same way, but they're all doing things differently in comparison with other coaches. So at the top left, we have Foppe Daan, top right, we have Henk Gremser, left, we have Mark Lammers, and bottom right, we have Robin van Galen. And they did things different because they were actually focusing on the positive things. So like I said in the beginning, traditional improving, we look at the things that we need to improve, the worst things, but they actually looked at the most positive things. And they started improving the things that were already good. So if you, for example, if you can, in karate, you can kick quite well with your left leg, then we train kicking with your left leg much more and more. Because they found out that improving these good things, that actually the rest, so the things that are worst, will automatically come because people will enjoy more. They will, while improving one thing, they will also improve all the other things. And of course, there should be a certain minimal level. So at least you should do it good, right, properly, because otherwise it's not good enough. But for example, with water polo, they throw with both hands, right? So the coach came to the conclusion that he always let them throw with the hand that was bad or worst, but he let them actually throw with their hand that was already the best one, that hand, and it showed that it automatically also improved the other hand. And we call it positive coaching, or positive improving, or positive feedback. It doesn't matter, positive teaching. It's a positive approach of sharing knowledge in a way we do very directly with the participants where we want to share our knowledge with. And positive coaching has some rules. And these rules are very important. And by living by these rules, we are focusing on a more positive way of improving persons. And one of these rules is that we should observe what's positive instead of observing what's worse and what we need to improve first. One of the other rules is that we should be really task-oriented instead of result-oriented. So instead of telling them that they should win, we are now telling them that they should attack over the left flank, for example, right? We're giving them a task instead of a result. And with this, of course, comes that we should value the effort instead of the result. I think nobody wants to have a bad result, right? It's about the effort somebody puts in there. And if the effort is good and everybody and somebody's doing his utterly best to improve, then you should value that instead of the result somebody's having. And of course, the base is a okay to fail culture. So you should be aware that it's okay to fail, and we give them constructive feedback. And with constructive feedback, I always use a what they call a feedback sandwich. Works very good for me. I always use if then. So for example, if you do this, then this and this and this will improve. It's called a feedback sandwich, and it gives you a way of giving constructive feedback instead of you're doing it all wrong. It needs to be like this. And if you're giving this constructive feedback, try or give at least 3 compliments. So for every constructive feedback you give, you should give also 3 compliments. This makes you, again, observe what's positive, the first rule of positive coaching. And if you ask something from somebody, like if they understood what you're saying, always ask an open question, because open questions will make you listen to what others have to say, and it will make you think and learn and try to improve the way you improve. And most important thing of this all is that you have to mean it. So if you cannot come up with 3 compliments, then because you don't mean it, then don't do it, right? You have to really mean it, because I think the human brain is very capable of recognizing if somebody doesn't mean it. And while I was actually on this journey of more positive coaching, well, years later, I came actually to the conclusion that it's everywhere now. So maybe it's in the Netherlands, but I see it a lot of for everywhere. So, for example, we started a competition for kids where we value effort more than results. So they will get points if they attend a competition, and they will get more points if they win, of course. But still, by attending the competition, they can win medals, right? And although we were early adopter, I also saw it at the school of my kids. My kids are 6 and 8 now, and I actually saw that they have a positive coaching thing at their school. Well, but with that, they actually value the effort of the kids, and they give them something if they are doing good things. But they also see it now with a lot of Dutch sport federations. And the larger organizations like soccer, hockey, and volleyball. So that's really good. And they actually have very clear instructions for volunteers. So the moms and dads that are going up early to go with their kids and the pupils to a match, they actually have clear instructions how to do this positive coaching and how to use these kind of rules to improve the kids in a more positive way. And I also see it with more and more pro sporters. So for me, it was like a recognition, like, okay, it's everywhere. And I now know that people are doing this because it actually works. And so it's proven it works. And being that grumpy guy that has something to say about everything that's bad doesn't work. So for me, this is a very clear thing. Positive coaching works much better than focusing on the negative things of a improvement. So back to, so we took quite a detour now. So back to software development. So how is this working actually with software development? So how am I trying to use this in my daily work as a software development architect or team lead? Well, actually, I'm trying to live as much by these rules. So try to look at the things that are actually positive and try to improve those things even much more, even better, instead of focusing on the things that are negative. And also try to be task-oriented instead of result-oriented. Value effort more than result, because if somebody does a pull request and he did a bad job, you should value his effort instead of the result, because maybe he's not capable of doing it better, right? So you should help him with that. And we should create an okay to fail culture. I think that's more and more done in the companies I see. And also know that you have to give constructive feedback. give compliments, ask open questions, and like I said, the most important thing, mean it. So you can use these rules on a daily basis while working in a team. So one of these rules, the top one, observe and focus on what's positive. I want to give you an example. What I most of the time see in teams is when we do a retro, we are always hanging, well, stickies most of the times. Well, in these COVID times, we probably do it on a screen or something, or maybe you don't do it anymore. But most of the times we focus on the things. We have good things, we want things that we want to keep, and we have things that we want to improve. The bad things, right? So it was good and bad. And what most of the times what I see is that we look at those good things and we group them and say, oh, nice. Yeah, okay, nice. And we put them away. And we immediately start focusing on the things that we think that are worse and we want to improve. And why not focus on the things that are already good? Because I think that if those things that are on the bad side of the retro board, if they are there, they're probably not that important, because if there are really an impediment, they were probably already solved while being in an agile sprint, right? So why not focus on these things that are already pretty good and try focus on improving those kind of points, because I'm convinced that while improving those things that are already good, the others will automatically also become better. And also during our daily work, we should focus on the tasks instead of the results. I see a lot of times stories on boards that are actually results of how you want to have it. But a story on a board or a task should be about what do you need to do to complete it, because that's the whole purpose, right? So always focus on the tasks instead of the results. So it should be clear what you want to do and not what you want to achieve. And value effort over result. Well, like this kid, I think everybody that has kids as a parent or received a drawing from a kid, they all know that the effort is much more important than the result, right? Well, at least for my kids, the things that I got from them, well, I value the effort. Let's put it that way. It's the same with software development, right? If a more junior person picks up a very difficult task and is doing his utterly best to get something that doesn't meet the result you're actually expecting, at least value the effort somebody's put in there, and also value that your more junior person picked up a quite hard story for him and actually is trying to improve himself by picking up something that's quite difficult for him. And create a okay to fail feature, okay to fail culture. And I think it's our jobs as software engineers that we should create, we should create an okay to fail culture, but also try to minimize the effect of failures. So if somebody makes a failure, don't let it all crash the whole application, but be robust and try to build something that's actually can beat those failures. And try to minimize the risks as much as possible, but never punish somebody for creating a mistake. I think it's okay to make mistakes, and if that mistake is actually crashing your whole app and is causing a big problem, then don't look at that person that made the mistake, but ask yourself, how could that small mistake actually crash our whole system? So try to create this culture that it's okay to fail. And if you are giving feedback, like I said, give constructive feedback. So if somebody missed all the unit tests, don't tell them, man, you missed all the unit tests, your pull request is declined. But tell them like, hey, man, if you write unit tests, then the quality of our code is guaranteed. So our code is much better, right? Try to explain them why you gave this feedback. And try to give at least 3 compliments. And this is a funny one. I see people already struggling with giving compliments. It's good. It's okay to give compliments and also try to do this as much as possible. It maybe feels a bit awkward in the beginning, but also if you're having pull requests or working with pull requests or working with pair programming or extreme programming, if you see something that's done pretty well, don't mind giving a compliment about it, because that's also what feedback is about. And ask open questions, right? So with open questions, asking, for example, why somebody did the way, implemented the way they actually did, you'll hear things that you might learn, or at least the person that's telling you should tell you how it works, and he might learn something, right? So it's very important to ask open questions instead of closed questions, I think. And the most important thing is that you should mean it, right? So always be yourself. If this doesn't work for you, or certain things don't work for you, then only pick the ones that works for you, because you should really mean it. So I'm almost at the end of my presentation, which is, well, it took me like 40 minutes. It feels for me a bit strange to put everything I learned in the last, 20 years, let's say 20 years, in 15 minutes of presentation. But I hope that you actually now try to watch also at other areas or other pros, how are they in doing improvements. But because, for example, sport coaches, they continuously are focused on improving their team. And I think we as software developers should also look at those kind of areas and try to see how they improve things and how we could use these kind of things to improve. And try to be a bit more positive and try to focus on the positive things that are happening around you, and also value the effort somebody's putting into it. Because I'm convinced that the more focus you have on the things that are already good, it will definitely improve all the other things that are maybe not so good. It's already proven by others, and as you can see, as I showed you, you can look it up. Probably there's in your country also some people that are following these positive principles. And I hope there is a sensei in all of you, and you could learn people around you to become a better person, or a better developer, or a better whatever they want. Thank you.
Whoa, that was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Roy, I don't know if there is any question, please, you have the opportunity to join me on YouTube channel or also in the Slack, please. If you are around, put your question. You still have 8 minutes to go, so please let me know. Okay, let me check here.
That's not something what I can do, bend time. I always focus on a certain time, and I'm always,
Okay.
either way, time short or too fast.
But anyway, are you in the Slack channel of Jnation? If
I
yes,
think
could you
so.
please share your slides?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, okay. Hello, everyone. Is there any questions? Give once, give twice. So that is it. Thank you, everybody. That was amazing to be here. Again, I hope that we enjoy, and see you in a couple minutes in the next session. Again, thank you, Roy.
Thank you, Tavio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
How do you move from here to there, to that world of cloud native architecture? I like to talk about DevOps, the concepts of DevOps, the principles, practices, tools, and techniques that you apply, and when you learn DevOps, make a fundamental difference in the way you build software and the way you deliver software faster. Red Hat fundamentally loves Linux, and that's absolutely true, but we also love Kubernetes, and we love Java.
2020 e 2021 nós tivemos aí essa pandemia mundial. É claro que foi difícil para todo mundo, houve esse processo de adaptação, mas eu acredito que para a Red Hat esse processo foi até um pouco mais natural, porque os nossos processos de trabalho não foram alterados. A Red Hat já era uma empresa quase que 100% remota, ou seja, nós continuamos fazendo a mesma coisa que nós fazíamos antes, enquanto boa parte do mundo ainda estava se adaptando. E isso permitiu que a gente conseguisse expandir ainda mais a nossa área de atuação. Então, a gente trabalha muito com nuvem, a gente trabalha muito com Linux, trabalha muito com OpenShift, e com essa nossa proposta de poder ajudar empresas do mundo inteiro a fazer essa migração para a nuvem, de uma forma que seja aberta, de uma forma que seja híbrida, de modo que você possa ter a mesma experiência de desenvolvimento, a mesma experiência de operação, não importa onde você esteja rodando as suas aplicações. Eu acho que isso, acho que o fato da gente conseguir fazer isso muito bem permitiu que esses últimos 2 anos, 2020 e 2021, fossem muito bons para a Red Hat, e eu acredito, aliás, que essa tendência vai continuar aí nos próximos anos. Para 2022 e para os anos seguintes, a Red Hat está tentando algo novo. Então, a maioria das pessoas conhece a Red Hat ali pelo middleware, pelo Linux, pelo OpenShift, e em 2021 nós lançamos pela primeira vez na história da Red Hat um serviço gerenciado. Então, agora você pode ter Kafka gerenciado, você pode ter Data Science gerenciado, e eu acredito que em 2022 e nos anos seguintes nós estaremos expandindo ainda mais o portfólio de produtos gerenciados da empresa. Então, da mesma forma que hoje você pode ter um OpenShift gerenciado na Amazon, um OpenShift gerenciado no Azure, um OpenShift gerenciado onde onde quer que esteja através da Red Hat, agora com esse software como serviço de Kafka e Data Science, eu acredito que esse leque vai abrir ainda mais para que você possa contar aí com a confiabilidade, com a praticidade do serviço da Red Hat em outras áreas do desenvolvimento de software. Durante muitos anos, eu tive o sonho de poder ter esse chapéu vermelho que vocês vão estar tendo aqui no fundo. E eu tentei entrar, eu participei de processos seletivos durante 2 vezes, e na segunda vez eu tive a graça de poder conseguir uma posição dentro da Red Hat. A Red Hat, como sendo a maior empresa de software open source do mundo, eu acho que a maior chance que você tem de conseguir trabalhar na Red Hat é participar ativamente dessas comunidades de open source. Então, se você olha um projeto interessante, um projeto que seja mantido, ou que a Red Hat apoia, se você puder colaborar com esses projetos open source já antes mesmo de tentar alguma coisa no Red Hat, abrindo por request, ou ajudando na documentação, ou fazendo algumas apresentações sobre o assunto, trabalhando tanto quanto o usuário, como, quem sabe, até poder contribuir código com esses projetos, acho que é isso que ajuda a maior parte dos engenheiros a fazer parte da Red Hat. Porque quando um time de engenharia tem alguma vaga para trabalhar num projeto, quem que você conecta primeiro? Primeiro você pergunta para os seus amigos. E depois que você consultou todos os seus amigos dos amigos, os próximos são as pessoas que já estão trabalhando com você no dia a dia, na comunidade, só que do outro lado, não como dentro da empresa, como fora da empresa. Então, eu acho que participar de projetos open source que o Red Hat contribui, eu acho que é a melhor forma de você poder conseguir essa vaga. Que o mundo agora, quando a gente fala de nuvem, o mundo adotou Kubernetes como plataforma. E é muito legal a gente poder ver que o OpenShift, que é a plataforma de Kubernetes que a Red Hat oferta, é líder do mercado. A grande maioria das empresas que estão trabalhando aí nas grandes empresas estão utilizando o OpenShift como uma distribuição de Kubernetes. Mas não é só a plataforma que está rodando, eu acho que a ferramenta de trabalho, eu digo, o framework que você tem que estar utilizando para rodar em cima de Kubernetes, também tem que ser algo otimizado para esse mundo novo de Kubernetes e de nuvem. E é por isso que eu fico muito contente de ver o Quarkus, que é o novo framework Java que a Red Hat lançou aí há alguns anos, está atingindo um nível de maturidade e adoção bastante significativo. Então, se você é um desenvolvedor Java do passado, que está acostumado ali com consumir um monte de memória, demorar um tempão para iniciar, demorar um tempo para recompilar, fazer o build, isso aí é tudo coisa do passado, porque nesse novo mundo do Java, no Kubernetes, na computação em nuvem, graças ao Quarkus, a gente vai continuar a poder sendo desenvolvedor Java nos próximos 25 anos. Eu acho que eu vou poder me aposentar como um desenvolvedor Java e eu acho que é graças ao Quarkus.
In general, the engineering team is here to use technology to our advantage to create a great product, but also to do so in the fastest way possible and launch new features as fast as we can.
Talkdesk is an enterprise-grade contact center platform.
We help building a more comprehensive view of the customer, use that data, make the right decisions, and get great interactions between customers and people.
Building a great product and using great engineering best practices is the core of the business and not something that comes at the end.
The product is being built here in Portugal with amazing engineering team we have.
We strive for our teams to be multidisciplinary with all needed skills for the team to develop their product end-to-end on a truly open source environment.
Hello, everyone. We have here one more presentation here in the Sofia room. So again, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Hopefully you are safe and well at home and everything is okay. And I wish you the best with you and your whole family. So let's talk about the art of clean code. That sounds an amazing title and so architecture, right? So advanced, at least to me. I'm here with the speaker. Hello, Kiamaka. Did I say your name correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
So she's software engineer and she has a huge history around the Java community. So she spoke in several huge conferences such as Java 2 Days, GitHub Africa Meetup, London Java Community. So a community that I love so much, and Techno Day Conference. Welcome here, Kiamaka. That's amazing to be here and learn more about the art of clean code.
All right.
And the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for that. I'm really excited to be here. Actually, it's my first time presenting at the Jnation conference. So today I'll be talking on the art of clean code. And this is just a brief bio about me. I think you already did the introduction, but just to add, I'm also currently based here in Lagos, Nigeria, and I've mostly been developing like around the fintech space and also working with a lot of Java communities here in Nigeria. So I'm currently a developer advocate for Unstack Africa and also the JVM Nigeria community as well. So I have my Twitter and my LinkedIn in case anyone would just want to reach out. So let's just get right into it. So this quote is actually something that resonates within me, especially when it comes to programming. I know a lot of people have been familiar with clean coding. Some people have practiced it. Some people have just probably heard about it. And that's kind of why I'm here today, to just explain a little bit more and go into more details about clean coding. So this is a popular quote, actually, and it's by Martin Fowler. And he's just saying that anyone really can write code, and anyone can write code that a computer can understand, but it's only good programmers that can write code that humans would understand. And I feel it's a very important criteria, especially in the world of software development, because you're not just programming for yourself, but you're programming for other people as well. Even though you're currently the one that's writing the code, but you never know tomorrow someone would have to maintain that code at some point, and you want to write something that's easy to understand, especially for humans. So for me, when it comes to clean code, I think of three things: simple, understandable, and maintainable. So when you're writing code, you want it to be simple, you want it to be easy to read and also easy to understand. And when we talk about this, we talk about in terms of your variable names, in terms of how you define your functions in the first place, in terms of your code modifications. And when we talk about maintainability, we talk about, can someone look at your code, understand it, and be able to work on that code base at any given point in time? So those are the three words I think about when it comes to clean coding. It's quite subjective because a lot of people have different definitions when it comes to clean coding, but for me, it's just writing code that's easy to read and then also easy to understand. So we're going to look at some of the characteristics of clean coding. Some of the things you really want to think about when you're practicing clean coding. You need to ensure that your code is easy to read. I think I've probably mentioned this a couple of times. You need to make sure that your code is focused. You're not just defining a class that's doing so many multiple things at the same time. You need to make sure that your code is tested. Unit testing is a very important factor when it comes to writing code. And that's why we're thankful for TDD, which is test-driven development, basically writing your unit tests first before even going to the actual programming. And then you also need to make sure that your code follows the solid principles. Solid principles is something that's quite common in the software development industry. It's the single responsibility principle, and then the open-close principle, the LISVOC, the interface segregation, and then the dependency inversion principle. So when you're defining your classes, you need to ensure that your classes are actually just only doing one thing. And I think that's something that people haven't really quite practiced a lot, because I've come across a couple of multiple code bases, and when you're seeing a class and then you're having it do so many multiple things at the same time, and it has me wondering what exactly is the real responsibility for this class in the first place. So we're going to look at how to even start writing clean code. What do you want to do when you talk about, oh, okay, I want to start writing clean code as a programmer in today's world? First of all, it's quite easy, actually, but also at the same time quite difficult. So like for me, I struggle when it comes to declaring variable names. I don't know if it's something that most people have actually struggled with, but for me, it's something that I've struggled with a lot. And one of the questions I try to ask myself is, what exactly am I trying to do in the first place? What do I want this variable to do for me? Or why should it even exist in my code in the first place? And then that just enables me to define exactly what I'm trying to do and to get a particular name for my variables. in the first place. So another thing would be when it comes to writing your classes, when it comes to defining your functions, functions are methods, and your methods should be able to do something. So it's kind of easy to define your functions because you know that when you're defining functions, you want to use verbs, you want to use action words in the first place. So when we come to defining variables, we can see an example here, and this person is just defining A as 100. And for someone like me who's probably not even used to this code, I'd be confused. I'm like, okay, what does A mean? What does X mean? What does Y mean? And it's going to be hard for someone to take over that particular code because you want it to be easy for the person. So instead of having the definition of A, you want to have the definition of max score, because it just tells me that, oh, okay, this is the maximum score that's required, or this is the role, an admin role, or this is has access, a Boolean in the first place. So you want to be able to write variables or to give names that are meaningful, names that are descriptive, something that I could see and then I can understand. And I've seen a couple of people do this actually quite a lot. And most of the time, they don't even know the implications behind it, because at the end of the day, you're trying to write code that's working. So you're not trying to write code because, someone else is going to read it or someone else is going to take over that code, or you're just trying to write code because you want to get it to work. I mean, yeah, it's good. You would get it to work, but at the end of the day, you'd realize that it's not just about getting your code to work, but it's also about getting it to be easily readable, easily understandable. I shouldn't have to go through any code and be confused at any point in time. So this is just for naming. And then when it comes to classes, like I said earlier, you want to have nouns represented as classes. So here we have handle accounts. No, instead we want to have accounts handler. It's quite different. And then when it comes to defining your classes, you want to use the right access modifiers. You want to use the right variables in your classes, the right naming convention in your classes. And you also want to be consistent. You don't want to use camel casing here and then you're using another different casing somewhere else. You want to make sure that your code is easily readable and easily defined. And in this other example, we can see that, okay, this is just checking if the length of the classes of students is less than 7. And what the 7 represents, because I'm looking at this and I was like, okay, it's less than 7, but what does it represent? And this is where we have constants. This is where we should actually define constants. So instead of saying, oh, okay, it's less than or it's greater than 7, you can have a constant that's defined here as max classes per student. So I know, okay, we're actually looking at this condition to know if it's less than or if it's greater than the max class per student. And it's, like I said, it just makes things a lot more easier, especially for anyone who at any point would read your code. Another way to write clean code is writing clean functions. And I've seen functions that are like over 20 lines of code. And then I'm wondering, okay, can this be broken down into smaller functions? Functions should only do one thing and they should do it well. They should only have one particular reason to change and not just changing for many other reasons. You want to keep your arguments in your functions as low as possible. I'd say like maximum of 3, if possible. And if it's actually quite more than that, you can wrap them into classes. You don't want to take arguments that's like over 5 or over 6 or 3, and then you're wondering, okay, what exactly are you trying to do or what are you trying to achieve? And your functions should be small. I'd say like 10, 15 lines of code is okay, but some people could do quite more than that, depending on what exactly you're trying to achieve. But I feel like the smaller it is, the better it is to understand, and also ensure that your functions are actually just doing one thing. I used to, when I started out programming, I didn't really take all this into considerations. You know, I'd write functions with like over 15 lines of code because I was just starting out. But the good thing is that when you start working with people who are actually maybe way more experienced, you have them telling you all these things. Okay, no, you shouldn't do this. You should have to break down your functions, have them into like smaller functions and have them to do one thing. And the good thing about that is that it makes unit testing a lot more easier for you. When it comes to unit tests, you're testing one functionality in the first place. So if your function is doing one thing, you're able to unit test it very well. And then another thing when it comes to naming functions, like I said earlier, is using verbs. So you can see an example here. We have accounts. What does accounts really mean? And then you have get accounts, which actually tells you, okay, so this function is trying to get probably a list of accounts. And it just makes it more descriptive in your code. So if you look at this function here, you can see it's actually there to render a page with setup and teardowns. But it's quite complicated because it's doing so many things. And for me, when I see this in the first place, I'm quite confused. Okay, what exactly are you trying to do? But when you look at this example here, you can see that, first of all, it's not as long as this function. And for me, merely looking at it, I feel like this is more readable. This is more understandable. I mean, I don't even have to go through it, but I already know, okay, this is something that I definitely would want to look at. But when I see functions that are like over 10 or 15 lines of code, I'm quite confused as to what exactly is this function trying to do. And like I said earlier, instead of having this, we've broken it down a little bit more here and having like a separate function that's doing any other thing that you'd have it do. Okay, so not everyone likes having comments in code, and some people would still argue that yes, comments should be in your code. For me, I'd say avoid it if possible, but only use it if you feel like it's important to have like more clarification on what exactly you're trying to achieve. Some people might not even like to have comments in your code in the first place, but then some people do. But for me, I'd say just try to avoid it if you can. And then if you have to, or if it's necessary, just keep them as short and as simple as possible. Another bad practice too that some people might do is just to have commented codes in your code base. And I'm wondering, like, why do you have to comment it out if you don't need it? If it shouldn't be there, you need to take it out, because it kind of just doesn't give that proper feel as to when someone else is going to read your code and saying, oh, okay, why are you trying to comment this out in the first place? So avoid commenting out code if possible. And then your code is the best documentation. So I feel like if you're writing clean code, it's very explanatory. Someone else might pick up your code and find it very easy to work with. And that should always be your drive when coding. You're writing code, you're writing code that you want code to work, but you're also writing code that people would have to read and people would have to understand. And I've mentioned a couple of things too about classes. A class name should always show its responsibility. A class name should usually have to be nouns. And your class should be short. There's really no need to have like very long classes or very long lines of code in your classes. And it should just have one responsibility. I think that's the real reason behind most of this principles that we have in software development when it comes to solid principles. They're kind of like guidelines as to writing clean code. That's why they even exist in the first place. At the end of the day, humans would have to read your code. Humans would have to work on your code. So you want to make sure that you're leaving the best code as possible. And also when it comes to testing, testing is something that's very, very important. Most people would agree, most people won't, but I'd say it's always advisable to follow the test-driven development approach. And for unit testing, your test should be short, your test should be able to define a particular function or a particular method or what exactly it's trying to do. and you always use one assert per test. I've seen a couple of people use like multiple asserts in tests. Ideally, it's not really the best practice. It's always good to use one assert in your test, and not only asserting for a particular scenario, but also asserting that another scenario would fail and what should happen when it fails. I think that's another important criteria to focus on when writing unit tests. So this is just some of the common conventions when it comes to clean code, and there's a lot more. I believe that clean coding is a craft. It's not something you learn just at once and then, oh, okay, so I've learned it, I'm okay with it. It's something that you continue to practice. And the more you practice it, the more your code gets better, the more you're able to write clean code and efficient code. So now the real question is, why should I care? Like, why should I even bother writing clean code, right? Because as long as the code works, then I'm good. But in real honesty, like I said earlier, you usually are not writing code for yourself. You know, you're writing code that's going to be maintainable by different people. And you want to make sure that anyone who's reading your code, anyone who's going through it, is able to understand it and is able to continue from there. And then you want to make sure that whoever, whether it's your colleague or anyone that's going to pick up that particular code at any point in time, is able to understand it. So it's like wanting to work better as a team, especially in your own place of work. And then it also makes your code reusable. You know, if your code is clean, most likely, definitely people would want to reuse it. You would want to reuse it in first, and it makes you more efficient as a developer, writing code that's clean and also very reusable. And another important factor is growth, which is very, very important, especially when it comes to the tech industry. When you're learning clean code, you're learning the crafts, you know, and it's something that you might not be able to have at that instant. You might not be able to grab everything at once, but it's something that takes constant practice. And the more you practice, the more you grow in it, the more you learn from it, the more it becomes a part of you. And it's something that most people want to have. Most people want to have developers or people who write clean and efficient code, which is something that has to be practiced over time. And if you're actually looking to learn more about clean code, there's a quite popular book by Robert Martin, which is Clean Code, a Handbook of Agile and Software Craftsmanship. And there's also refactoring, improving the design of existing code, the pragmatic programmer. I think this is one I'm actually reading and it's quite interesting. And Medium. I'm a huge fan of Medium. I love the fact that a lot of people share most of the experiences, most of your journey on Medium. It's also a very great resource for anyone who's looking to learn programming or learn anything at all. Medium is an awesome resource. So yeah, I think that's really all for now. And this is also another important quote. It's not enough to write code well. Code has to be kept clean over time. Leave the calm ground cleaner than you found it. And it's something that I believe you have to write good code. And as a programmer, I feel like it's something that's really, really important, because not just for yourself, but for other people who at any point in time would have to work on your code. So thank you all for having me. This is the end of my presentation.
Oh, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you to share your knowledge. That was great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have one question before everybody. That's an advantage to be the host and also the attendee. You mentioned about the clean test, how fast it could be, right? And um, how do you feel about the integration test? Because it will take longer than Unity one. So do you have any recommendation and tips to handle with that?
So any recommendation concerning handling integration tests?
Yeah, the difference between integration test, how much or how many should I put? instead of Unity, or which one should I put more priority to put in my code, for example?
Okay, so I feel for me, I'd say unit testing. And this is because when you're unit testing, you're testing like small fractions of your code, or you're testing like methods in your code or sub functions in your code. But when you're doing an integration test, it's like you're testing the whole application, or seeing just end-to-end testing of how everything works. But unit testing is like independent of each other. So you're just basically testing smaller chunks of code or smaller functions in your code. And for me, I feel unit testing, because unit testing is still in one way or the other part of integration testing. So if your unit test works fine, then your integration test should definitely work fine. So, but that's just my opinion anyways.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, there's one question here. How to keep reminder these items? It can be easily lost over time.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
How to keep reminded the fact of keep the code clean every single time.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, clean coding takes time. It takes a lot of practice. So for me, what I try to do is to read a lot of, well, not a lot, but I try to read a lot of articles. I try to read books as well, because the more you read, the more you understand, and the more you see the reason why you have to write clean code. So for me, that's really just the motivation, and I think that's something that people are looking for, is that motivation to want to write clean code. So I'd say read more articles, read more resources. By the time you start practicing it, you start seeing the benefits of it. Yeah, so that's what I think.
Okay, there's one question here. Is that the ideal number of line recommended in Java class as well as for a method?
Okay, so I think it's quite subjective. But for me, I like to keep my methods like 10 lines of code. For classes, maybe something a little bit longer. So I don't think there's actually an ideal like number of lines to say, oh, okay, this is like the ideal number of lines you should have for your classes and your methods. But I'd say just keep it as short as possible. Yeah.
Okay, let everyone, you have opportunity to fire more question here. So you as clean coder, how hard is to manage the perfect code and the code is possible to deliver this product? I mean, how can I measure that?
So if I get you right, you're saying how can you measure if your code is perfect or if your code is clean?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there are tools that really help with this. I, for one, use Sonalint, and it's an awesome plugin that IntelliJ has. I don't know what ID you're using, but I think most IDs do have Sonalint. So that kind of really helps you. So for me, if I want to measure, I'm like, okay, if Sonalint isn't prompting me for any changes or any refactoring, then I know, okay, my code is good, right? Because I don't think there's really a, a proper way as to measurement, but I feel like once you're able to write code that you can understand, for one, and then someone else too can see that code and then understand, and then you can say, okay, you reached like a certain level when it comes to clean coding. And also using tools as well. Sonalint is a very good plugin. I feel like I would recommend to anyone.
Okay. So everybody, we have the opportunity to fire more questions. So give once, give twice. So if there's no further questions, thank you. That was an amazing presentation. Kiamaka, I hope see you around, not just in this conference, but in several Java conferences possible. And soon as you can get the
All right.
vaccination is ready, you can be there physically.
All right. No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
Play a song. Why should we hire you?
You have no idea I want to work this much!
Experiências digitais, nós fazemos tudo o que é o digital da Mercedes-Benz Carros. Ou seja, a partir do momento em que um utilizador entra num site até o momento em que se torna cliente e, na verdade, depois de ser cliente temos que prestar serviços, todas essas serviços, toda essa experiência digital, quer seja na app, quer seja nos websites, é desenvolvida por nós aqui em Portugal. É algo que está ainda em discussão. Antes da pandemia nós já tínhamos alguma liberdade para as pessoas fazerem home office. Obviamente agora o futuro vai ser muito mais híbrido e com bastante mais liberdade. Exatamente como vai funcionar ainda temos que ter algumas discussões. O que sabemos é que não queremos ser uma empresa 100% remote, nem 100% presencial. Vai ser algo semelhante, porque para manter a cultura da empresa acreditamos que é importante as pessoas reunirem-se de vez em quando. O que vamos querer ter é um escritório bastante mais preparado para que esses eventos ocorram, ou seja, não é tanto para trabalhar no dia-a-dia à secretária, mas tanto para que as pessoas se juntem, colaborem e criem um espírito tão forte como temos hoje em dia. A nível de back-end, nós quando começámos usávamos muito o Java 8 e o Java 11. Desde o último ano para cá passámos para Kotlin e mantivemos o Spring Boot como o framework de eleição. A nível de front-end, estamos nesta altura a tentar haver uma maior standardização. Passamos de JavaScript para TypeScript e o framework de eleição vai ser Vue.js a partir de agora. Em 2022, primeiro ambicionamos voltar ao normal o máximo possível. Acho que é a primeira grande ambição. Mas 2022 vai continuar a ser um ano de grande crescimento. Vamos ter que crescer bastante mais o número de pessoas, de colaboradores que temos hoje em dia. Vamos continuar a querer cada vez mais desenvolver as plataformas futuras da Mercedes-Benz, porque todo o nosso modelo é cada vez mais digital. E, na verdade, em 2022 queremos estar no novo escritório, que vai ser no Hub Criativo do Beato. Vai ser o primeiro ano inteiro em que vamos ter um escritório verdadeiramente nosso e não estarmos no coworking. Por isso, para nós, vai ser um grande passo e uma grande mudança. Olha, 3 coisas importantes em todas as pessoas que recrutamos. Primeiro é o conhecimento que têm, pode ser um back-end, um front-end, pode ser um UX, pode ser um product owner, que tenha conhecimento na sua área-chave, na sua área base, seja adequado à sua experiência. A segunda componente muito importante é que seja uma pessoa que goste de aprender e crescer connosco. O que nós sabemos é que nesta área a tecnologia muda muito rapidamente e o que é necessário hoje em dia pode ser totalmente diferente daqui a 2 anos, daqui a 4 anos. Por isso queremos pessoas que tenham esta sede de aprender e crescer, porque a própria empresa quer que as pessoas cresçam com a empresa. E terceiro, tão importante quanto as outras duas, são pessoas que se enquadrem bem culturalmente, que tenham um fit com a empresa, que gostem de trabalhar em equipa, que gostem de ajudar os outros, que queiram fazer mais e melhor pela empresa e por si próprios. Isto são 3 componentes muito diferentes que nós tentamos avaliar ao longo do processo de entrevistas, mas que na verdade todos eles são importantes e todos eles são críticos para alguém poder entrar dentro da Mercedes-Benz I.O. Quer seja alguém acabado de sair da faculdade, por exemplo, quer seja alguém com 20 anos de experiência, estas 3 componentes têm que estar lá.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good night again. I hope that we enjoyed this amazing conference. And we're here with one more session in the Sofia room to talk about Mayday software lessons from aviation disasters. I'm here from Adele. Hello, Adele. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you. Excited to give this brand new talk.
Oh, that's nice. So if you don't know about Adele, first follow her on Twitter. It's Ian Capiter. I did it right. So follow her on Twitter. I will share this link in the both Slack and the YouTube. So please share her on Twitter. And Adele is software engineer at Three Fork, Amsterdam, where she is working on backend systems for education sector. So she spent most of the day with JVM in Spring ecosystem, right, Adele? So thank you for you be here to share your knowledge with us, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. All right, I'm very excited to be here. My talk's a little bit different maybe to what you've seen so far today. So I'll just stay with the introduction I got at the moment, a very nice introduction there, and I'll just launch straight in. It's 4:25 p.m., September 8th, 1989. Partner Flight 394 from Oslo to Hamburg has just hit its cruising altitude north of the coast of Denmark. The first officer, Finn Peter Berg, sighs deeply and pulls out a well-worn photo of his wife and children from his left front pocket. The children are grown now. Grandchildren will surely arrive soon. He's only 4 months away from retirement. And although he still loves flying, he's getting tired of all the peripherals associated with being both a pilot and a flight operations manager for a struggling charter flight company. For only 45 minutes prior, he found himself arguing with the in-flight caterer about overdue catering bills. The situation was so bad that the flight would not be cleared to depart unless the bill for this flight was settled. Berg opened his wallet and settled the bill with his own money. Prior to that, he was working out a solution with his flight mechanic. The left AC power generator was not working, and without 2 working generators, they would not be cleared for takeoff. Eventually, they decided to use the backup generator. These issues caused the flight to be delayed by an hour, another shortened evening with his family. Finally allowing himself to relax into the cruise, Berg looks over to the captain, his good friend of 30 years. He looks back at Berg knowingly, chuckles and rolls his eyes. Thousands of flying hours experience of peace and still stressing over the catering. The golden age of aviation is well and truly over. Berg notices another aircraft approaching at high speed between 2 layers of cloud. He points out and calls to the captain, "Look, it's your 11 o'clock. An F-16, the captain replies. The jet zooms overhead. In the cabin, the atmosphere is buzzing. Half of the head office staff of Norwegian shipping company Wilhelmsen are on their way to Hamburg to officially name the latest ship in the fleet, the Topaz. Spirits are high as 50 lucky winners of the trip to Hamburg enjoy the onboard service. At the back of the cabin sits 44-year-old Turid Birkeland. As a reward for 26 years of service in Wilhelmsen's office staff, she is to be the ship's godmother, which requires her to give a speech at the naming ceremony. She scribbles feverishly in her notebook, her glass of champagne dancing on the tray table. Turid stops writing for a moment and notices that the glass is still dancing. If anything, it is dancing more vigorously. She's never flown in a plane with propellers before, so assumes that to be part of the experience. Suddenly, the glass flies off the tray table and smashes into the window next to her. The nose of the plane turned violently to the right as if it were pushed. Turid feels herself being pulled toward the ceiling of the cabin, but is held in place by her seatbelt. A flight attendant in the middle of serving drinks is not so lucky. She crashes into the ceiling and looks to be badly injured. Panicked, Turid notices something at the corner of her eye. She looks out the window and sees a large piece of metal flash past. The wings. Wingless, the plane accelerates rapidly downward. Within seconds, it crashes into the sea below. None of the 55 souls on board survive, leaving behind grieving families and a broken shipping company. It's July 1993, 4 years since Flight 394 went down. Lead investigator Finn Heimdall sits down at his IBM PS2 computer at the head office of the Accident Investigation Board of Norway. He opens up WordPerfect to put the finishing touches on the flight investigation report for Partner Flight 394. He stares at the screen, his index fingers hovering above the keyboard. "Where is the C?" he mutters to himself. Normally, one of his staff writes the final report, but he wants the satisfaction of wrapping this one up. Plus, his computer skills could use some work. "There it is," he says with relief. He finishes typing his current train of thought. Finn sits back in his chair, takes a deep breath, and stretches his arms overhead. As he exhales and lowers his arms, the true magnitude of the last 4 years seemed to bear down on him all at once. Not even he could have predicted the long chain of events that led up to the crash of Flight 394. He thinks back to the first few days after the crash. Not a lot is known at that point, except that the plane disappeared from radar after making a sharp turn to the right, just off the coast of Denmark. Several bodies are quickly recovered, along with floating aircraft debris some distance away. The larger distance gives a clue that the plane broke up in midair. Already, Finn has 2 possible theories. He knows about the F-16 spotted in the area just before the crash. Could a sonic boom of the jet cause the plane to disintegrate midair? And less than a year ago, Pan Am Flight 103 was shot down over Lockerbie, Scotland. Did an act of terror bring the plane down? Both theories are compelling enough for the media to circulate them widely. Their readers want answers just as keenly as the victims' families, or at least it appears so. Finn and his team get to work analyzing the debris field on the sea floor. After a few days, they have a detailed map. Sure enough, the tail is far away from the main wreckage. Both theories are still possible. Not long after this discovery, and following intense media pressure, the military presents an affidavit from the F-16 pilot. He swears that he was flying at least 1,000 feet away from Flight 394, and therefore any sonic boom could not have impacted the flight. This, being Denmark, is enough to assure the public and Finn that the military was not involved. A bomb or missile strike in the rear of the plane looks increasingly likely. Emotions are running high. Finn sends parts of the wreckage for analysis for explosive residue. A logical next step, given the evidence that he has so far. His hands tremble slightly as he opens the envelope. His worst fears appear confirmed. There are traces of explosive residue on the aircraft. The media managed to get a copy of this report as well. They are certain terrorists did this. But for Finn, whatever satisfaction he feels at having an answer, it's fleeting. He knows that doing his job correctly means removing any and all doubt associated with his findings. The next morning, Finn gathers his team and asks, "How can we prove ourselves wrong?" What details might we be ignoring because they don't match the bomb theory? What else could cause a mid-air breakup? The first question prompts a suggestion of a more detailed analysis of the blast residue. What are the exact levels? Is it what we would expect from a bomb on the plane? Could there be any other potential sources of residue? Finn agrees and asks 2 of his team members to follow up. In response to the second question, another team points out that so far no terrorist groups have claimed credit for the attack. If terrorists did this, they would likely claim credit. And with countless possibilities for the third, the best bet to reduce the scope is the black box, which is almost ready for analysis. Further examination of the blast residue on the wreckage reveals that the quantities present are simply too small to have been caused by an explosion on board the aircraft. In fact, the difference is orders of magnitude. The bomb theory is looking less likely. But that still leaves the question, if not from a bomb, then what? Eventually, Finn and his team determined that the residue likely came from the seafloor. Historically, many bullet battles had been fought off the coast of Denmark, and residue was likely from old ammunition and weapons that drifted down from the surface. Thanks to the commitment of Finn and his team to finding the root cause of the crash, the victims' families are one step closer to getting answers. They might feel angry at having to wait and scream, "Fake news!" But Finn's discipline in questioning himself and his team thoroughly and ruthlessly, in my opinion, is to be admired. The temptation to blame terrorists in the face of intense pressure would be too real. And in software engineering, unlike air crash investigations, we don't often have the priority or luxury of vast resources to find the root cause of a problem. But we still face the pressure from external sources such as managers or customers to find a solution to a pressing technical issue. And we face the temptation to implement the first solution that fits. In those moments, we can take a leaf out of Finn's book when we have a compelling theory by questioning ourselves. How can I prove myself wrong? What details might I be ignoring because it doesn't fit with my theory or solution? What else could cause this issue or situation? These are also great questions to throw into meetings when you maybe feel a little bit out of your depth but want to help your team, or if you just want to sound smart. Okay, so we're back in Norway. Finn and his team have just ruled out 2 potential causes of the crash and are low on leads. Thankfully, the black box is ready for analysis, which, despite its name, is orange and contains not 1, but 2 recording devices. The creatively named cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder. Unfortunately, the voice recorder is a dead end. There is some pre-flight discussion recorded, including the first officer complaining about having to pay the catering bill. But as the engines power up, the recording mysteriously stops. That leaves the data recorder, which is not exactly a dead end. It's just plain baffling. This is an older mechanical recorder in which a needle moves up and down on a metal tape, as you can see in the image here. It's got a metal stylus and a metallic sheet which runs through, similar to the seismographs for an earthquake. But that's not the baffling part, because Finn has seen these before. The baffling part is that there's a double line for the altitude reading, both immediately before the crash and intermittently in several of the flights before. A double line like the one you can see here in this image is highly unusual. So unusual, in fact, that Finn needs to send the data recorder to the manufacturer in the US, who in turn needs to call an expert out of retirement in order to get an explanation. The retired expert says that the double line is caused by a severe vibration, a vibration much greater than expected in a normal flight. Finn starts looking for potential causes. His first stop is the lab where the wreckage is being reconstructed. As you can see from these photos, it is a painstaking process putting the aircraft back together piece by piece. But Finn knows that the wreckage can tell you a lot, especially when the black box leaves you little to go on. So he meets with the team and learns that they are focusing all of their attention on the tail and the APU, or a lot of their attention. So most aircraft have an auxiliary power unit, or APU. The APU is used to provide power while on the ground before the engines are started up. It's usually located at the back of the aircraft and is not designed to operate in flight unless there's an emergency. For example, the lights go out and there's no other way to power them. It's also the reason why it can feel a little bit warm when you first board an aircraft. The reconstruction team have found evidence that the APU was in operation during the flight. The backup generator the pilot and engineer decided to use was actually not really a backup generator. It was an undocumented feature of the APU. And not only was it running during the flight, one of the struts or rods attaching it to the aircraft was broken. So maybe the maintenance records can provide some clues. Finn asks his team to focus their attention on the tail while reviewing them. They find that one of the bolts connecting the tail to the fuselage was replaced only weeks before the crash. Finn checks back in with the reconstruction team. And these are actual photos from this crash as well. And you can see the tail there in the right-hand picture. So what Finn and the reconstruction team uncover is a scandal that goes all the way to the White House. Wow, the flying White House, Air Force One. President Clinton has just taken office, which is kind of fitting given the scandals that followed him throughout his presidency. He's not directly to blame for this one, though. 1993, Finn reaches into the bottom drawer of his desk and he pulls out a dusty bottle of aquavit and a small glass, a tradition of his to celebrate the conclusion of an investigation and commemorate the victims. He takes a small step, pauses for a silent moment, and describes what happened one index finger at a time. The crash was caused by a loss of control due to the destruction of the tail. The destruction was caused by a long chain of factors resulting in a resonant vibration. The replacement of one of the bolts connecting the vertical fin to the fuselage 2 weeks before the crash altered the natural frequency of the tail section. Eventually, the frequency of the tail matched that of the running APU connected to a broken strut of poor quality and unknown origin. The resulting vibration grew in amplitude until it shook the tail section so hard that the bolts holding the fin to the fuselage sheared off, breaking the plane into 2 pieces. Without the stabilizing effect of the tail, the plane turned sharply and rolled out of the sky. Inspection of the sheared bolts showed that 3 of the 4 were not of the specified hardness and tensile strength. Further investigation showed that these bolts were counterfeit. After the publication of Finn's report in Norway, the US Aviation Authority, the FAA, conducted their own investigation into the counterfeit air parts market. It was a mammoth investigation that resulted in a large number of sting operations and arrests. The problem of counterfeit parts was so rampant that such parts were even found on Air Force One, supposedly the most scrutinized aircraft in the world. And not only were the parts counterfeit, there was also a market for counterfeit FAA quality assurance tags, where suppliers of counterfeit parts would sign the name of known aircraft part inspectors. So as an operator, you could buy counterfeit parts and not even realize. Your only signal potentially would be the price. So now it's tempting to scoff and say, they should have known. But if you were in the precarious financial position of Partner, with your credit so bad that your pilots are paying the catering bills out of their own pocket, it would be all too tempting to pay the lower cost, take a cursory look at the certification tag, and not to ask too many questions. It's got the tag, you've done your job. There's a lot to unpack in this case, and I find it fascinating from an engineering point of view. The long chain of seemingly unlikely events that ultimately cost 55 people their lives. The incremental choices that seemed reasonable at the time, but deadly in combination. Here again is the map of all the events that contributed to the crash of Partner 394. You don't need to study it right now. I'll be sharing my slides after the talk. It's more to give an impression of the scale of the events and their relationships. You can see that the first decision that contributed to the disaster was 10 years before the crash, that green sticky in the middle at the bottom there. It's a form of technical debt, if you allow the analogy. And if we follow the sequence of events to the end, we get 3 counterfeit bolts in the bottom right there. So in my role as a software engineer, I work with open source software on the JVM. So by strict definition, you could argue counterfeit isn't really possible. The original source code is available for download. No need to make an illegal copy of it. But what about code snippets that we copy and paste into our code base? Again, we scoff and say that everyone knows that Stack Overflow is just a suggestion, and we shouldn't blindly copy paste from it. But what about other sources of code snippets? Documentation, blogs, GitHub, community forums, conference slides. I've certainly blindly copied code into my project as a nervous junior working with another new technology, making myself feel better in the knowledge that I have testing and code reviews to back me up. The truth is, though, is that I'm responsible for every line of code that I write. That includes code that I've copied and pasted. It's my duty to understand every line of it, pull it apart, dissect it, check what it's importing and why. And the reason that I care about code quality is not because I want to get a pat on the head for being a perfect developer. The reason that I care is because real people use the software that I contribute to. Teachers and school kids, in fact. So what can we learn from Finn and his team to help us improve the quality of the software we contribute to? So I have for you Finn's top tips in no particular order. Seeing outcomes as the result of a chain of events that we can learn from if we examine them. Taking our time to investigate all options. Accepting responsibility for the code that we write and paste. No counterfeit code here. Following the evidence, even when there is intense pressure to find an answer. And of course, questioning ourselves rigorously. Now, before we move into the next case study and conclusions, I should probably introduce myself properly and just give you a little bit of an insight in how I got interested in this topic. So hello, my name is Adele, and by day I am a software engineer at Trifork Amsterdam. And in my spare time, I like to cook and nerd out over aeroplanes. I took my first flight just before my 6th birthday, and I actually remember it quite clearly. It was a 4-hour flight from Melbourne to Perth in Australia. Back when you could, if you were a curious 6-year-old, get invited to the cockpit mid-flight. I remember being in the cockpit and being asked if I thought that it would be colder or hotter at 30,000 feet than on the ground. My brother, 11 at the time, said colder. I scoffed, as my 6-year-old logic told me hotter. We're in the sky, closer to the sun, so it was obviously hotter. The pilot pointed to a metal panel and asked me to touch it. It was ice cold. My brother laughed. My understanding of physics has changed since then, but my love of flying has not. Even as a fully grown adult, you will find me with my head pressed against the window, just looking around and taking it all in. There's just something magical about being up there. And this is one of the photos that I took in one of my flights. Add in the curiosity of an engineer, and you end up trying to make sense of air crash investigations. And now, this might sound a little odd to hear, given the seriousness of this topic, but this next case study is one of my favorites, and I'm excited to share it with you. It's 5:05 p.m. on a cold evening, a few days after Christmas in 1978. The crew of United Airlines Flight 173 are preparing to land a fully laden DC-8 in Portland, Oregon. It has been an uneventful flight for the passengers from Denver, despite the usual Christmas chaos at the airport before departure. First Officer Rod Beebe, aged 45, is the pilot flying. Although an experienced pilot, he has only recently been upgraded to the DC-8, a large, narrow-body aircraft with 4 jet engines and seating for 180 passengers. It's a career milestone and almost worth being away from his young family so soon after Christmas. Now down to an altitude of 10,000 feet, he asks a captain and friend, Melvin McBroom, to lower the landing gear. McBroom obliges. Suddenly, they hear a loud thump that echoes through the aircraft. This is followed by a jarring vibration and a sudden pull of the nose of the plane to the right. Beebe and McBroom scan their instruments. The gear light is not illuminated. Unless the light is malfunctioning, that means that the gear is not fully extended. An error deploying the landing gear would explain what their sensors just told them. "What on earth was that?" yelped Second Officer Forrest Mendenhall, who goes by the nickname of Frosty. Beebe and McBroom look at Frosty and then back at each other. They know that landing without the main gear is an extremely risky maneuver that could easily result in disaster. It's time to put their training to use. Captain McBroom radios Portland Airport approach and tells them that Flight 173 will be staying at 5,000 feet and entering a holding pattern while they attempt to resolve the issue. They'll keep the speed steady at 170 knots. "We've got a gear problem. We'll let you know." Portland provides a heading for the hold. Over the next 25 minutes, the 3 men discuss and accomplish all relevant emergency and precautionary actions in an effort to reassure themselves that the gear is in fact down and locked. Frosty even enters the cabin for a visual confirmation from the wing indicators. They pop up when the gear pops down. It's dark by now, but Frosty can see them easily. Frosty re-enters the cockpit to find Captain McBroom discussing the likelihood of an emergency landing with the head flight attendant, Joan Wheeler. An old school gentleman, the captain doesn't want to frighten the passengers or hurry the girls, as he put it. He tells the ground that he and his crew will take their time and get everybody ready before attempting a landing at Portland Airport. The ground keeps them in a holding pattern. Joan returns to the cabin and, in unison with the rest of the cabin crew, calmly begins taking steps to maximize the chances of survival in an emergency landing. She knows that the plane is in a safe holding pattern, so she can take her time and do everything by the book. In her 14 years as a United flight attendant, she has never had to prepare for such a landing, but she makes it look effortless. She patiently reminds people of the brace position, asks able-bodied men to sit in front of the emergency exits, instructs mothers on how to best wrap and hold their babies. She reassures children. And please excuse the perpetuation of gender roles here, but it was 1978. In the cockpit, the 3 men continue exhausting all avenues to ensure that the gear is in fact down and locked. Yet in between directions from the captain, Beebe and Frosty are passing each other increasingly worried looks. It's now 5:55 p.m. and flight 173 has been in a holding pattern at low altitude with the gear down for 50 minutes, 50 minutes. BB asks Frosty how much fuel is remaining. Frosty stutters 4,000 pounds, one in each tank. BB does some quick math. At the current burn rate, they might have enough for 18 minutes. At that moment, the approach tower advises the next heading. It's toward the airport. BB breathes a quick sigh of relief. Surely we're going in now. The captain, still focused on the gear, asks Frosty to do yet another sweep of the cabin to check how things are going. The captain's number one priority is a safe emergency landing with a fully prepared cabin. No surprises. Frosty obliges, but would prefer to be assisting the flight deck as they make the final preparations for landing, which now must only be a couple of minutes away. Frosty returns to the cockpit at 6:01 and tells the captain that the cabin is 2 or 3 minutes away from being ready. But at that moment, he feels the plane bank to the left, away from the airport. Shit, he thinks to himself, another hold. Before he can say anything, the captain asks about the welfare of the passengers. How are they doing? Oh, they're pretty calm and cool. Some are more anxious than others. I did my best to reassure them while I was back there. The captain replies, okay, well, 2 minutes before landing, about 4 miles out, pick up the mic and tell them to assume the brace position. Aye, aye. Frosty takes the opportunity to gently remind the captain of the fuel situation. You know, we got 3,000 pounds of fuel left, and that's it. That equates to about 13 minutes. Without flinching, the captain advises Frosty on what to do if the gear collapses on landing. 4 more minutes passed. The captain sucks Frosty and BB into further conversation about the emergency landing and whether the gear is down or not. Joan enters the cockpit and announces, well, I think we're ready. The captain acknowledges and advises that they will be landing in about 5 minutes. While the captain wraps up the final details with Joan, BB addresses Frosty. Hey, buddy, I think you just lost number 4 engine. Joan thanks the captain and leaves the cockpit. Buddy, BB continues, I think you just lost an engine. This time, the captain is listening and he seems surprised. Why did we lose the engine? BB utters just one word, the concern on his face, clear as day. Fuel. It's now 6:07 and finally, the captain asks for heading back towards the airport. The plane starts banking to the left. Engine number 3 stops. The official term is a flameout. Now the fuel situation has the captain's attention. He asks Frosty to open the crossfeeds. This allows whatever fuel is left to power the 2 remaining engines. The captain insists that the tank that was feeding engine number 3 must still have 1,000 pounds of fuel. Tensions heighten as the captain keeps barking at Frosty about the crossfeeds and the extra 1,000 pounds of fuel that doesn't exist. At 6:09, the captain asks Portland Approach for a final heading toward the airport. He does not convey the seriousness of the situation. The airport still expects a landing where the gear might collapse. Emergency services are there standing by. He follows up by asking how many miles left they have to fly. The response is 18 nautical miles. That's about 6.5 minutes. They have 5 minutes of fuel left, tops. Sure enough, 4 minutes later at 6:13, engine 1 and 2 begin to splutter. Flameout is inevitable. Finally, the captain declares a mayday. Within seconds, the plane clips a tree and then another before plowing into some power distribution cables. The plane slows as the wires stretch before crashing into 2 unoccupied homes and coming to rest in a field. There is no fire. Most of the 181 passengers on board, including a prisoner soon to become fugitive, exit the plane physically unharmed. The captain and BB are injured but alive. Frosty and Joan, along with 8 others, are dead. The next morning, the newspapers hit the stands. Without yet knowing what has happened in the cockpit, the media labels Captain McBroom a hero, citing the miraculous landing without injuries or deaths of people on the ground. Survivors praised the flight attendants for their preparedness and the orderly evacuation. It could have been a lot worse. But why did it happen in the first place? United Airlines Flight 173 is arguably the most important crash in aviation history. If you ever took a flight after 1985, then I guarantee you that your safety has been impacted by this flight. In the final report, investigators list a probable cause for this crash as well as a contributing factor. The cause was the captain's failure to properly monitor the aircraft's fuel state and to respond to both the low fuel state and the crew members' advisories regarding the fuel state. The factor contributing to the accident was the failure of BB and Frosty to either fully comprehend the criticality of the fuel state or to successfully communicate their concern to the captain. The most alarming part of these findings were that they were not isolated. They were only the latest in a string of air crashes with similar causes. In the 1960s and 70s, the number of flights were growing dramatically, as were the number of crashes, even though the technology and the mechanics were getting better. So for example, the most famous crash before Flight 173 was probably the Tenerife airport disaster in 1977. So Flight 173 was in 78 and the Tenerife was in 77. In this crash, two fully laden 747s collided on the runway, killing 583 passengers and crew. And similar to Flight 173, the probable cause in this crash was a breakdown in communication. Only this time it was both in and outside of the two cockpits. Air traffic control also played a role. So in this broader context, the recommendations from Flight 173 were timely. NASA had already identified the issue of human error in the cockpit and were working on a solution called Crew Resource Management, or CRM. So yes, I know that hearing that acronym might make you shudder a little bit if you've ever worked on a customer relationship management system, but for today, CRM means Crew Resource Management. And in the investigation report of Flight 173, airlines were told to give this training to their pilots. Specifically, the crew resource management training should have two themes: participative management for captains. In other words, providing a non-threatening environment that actively encourages collaboration. And assertiveness training for the other cockpit crew members. So how to get your point across effectively in a non-threatening manner. In modern organizational terms, you could summarize it as ensuring psychological safety in the cockpit, which I find really interesting as this recommendation predates the term psychological safety by about 20 years. What's also really interesting is the emphasis on the assertiveness of the co-pilots. So it's not just the responsibility of the captain to provide a safe space, it's the other crew members also taking responsibility for how their message or advice is received. And in the decades that have followed the implementation of CRM, starting with United Airlines in 1981, indeed, the culture of aviators has changed markedly. It's no longer a case of captain knows best. Every young pilot knows, no matter their experience level, that they not only have the right, they have the responsibility to speak up when something's not right. You could argue that in software, the stakes aren't as high as human lives, but what if your failure to speak up sparks a chain of events that results in a data breach, loss of faith with a major customer, or worse, a loss of faith in yourself? Of course, being prepared to speak up is different from knowing when to speak up. How can you better tell if things are wrong or require further examination? That decisions are being made that ignore key evidence. We already got some tips from Finn and the team in Norway, but what about Captain McBroom? He can teach us a lot about situational awareness, a fundamental concept for aviators. Put simply, situational awareness is knowing what's going on around you. In the case study, we saw Captain McBroom getting increasingly fixated on the landing gear issue, which left him unable to process the criticality of the fuel situation. He had lost his situational awareness. And if you are the proud owner of a human brain, it's easy to lose your situational awareness. So for example, have you ever dived into an issue so deep and got caught in the technical wonder that you lost sight of what the problem was in the first place? Or were you so focused on getting to your destination on time that you failed to notice what a beautiful day it is? As an engineer, if you fail to maintain awareness of your situation, you end up with a perfectly engineered feature that nobody wants, or a hot fix for a small ordering issue that leaves your app unable to process payments. So how can we maintain situational awareness in our roles as software professionals? This is a list that I've adopted from crew resource management training, interpreted in the software engineering context. I won't bore you with reading the slide out to you, but I'll give you the highlights and make the slides available after this session. So you can maintain your situational awareness by considering the impact of stress and your workload on your performance, having an appreciation of the automation and abstractions present, paying attention to and meeting your physiological needs, recognizing that you carry around preconceptions and bias wherever you go, and being aware of your limitations and communicating them when relevant. And crucially, maintaining situational awareness does not have to be a solo endeavor. By encouraging an environment where everyone can speak up, share their knowledge, and challenge ideas, then you lift the situational awareness of your team, an organization, your crew. And this, as is already known in aviation, leads to better decision-making and better results. Thank you.
Whoa, thank you, Adele. That was great presentation. By the way, right now, everybody, you have opportunity to file your question. So if you want to file your question, that's time to let me know. I'm checking here in both sides, so I can check on Slack channel and also YouTube channel. One moment here, let me check in Sofia. Okay, Jolito said Crash Michigan is a great show. Congratulations, Adele. So thank you, Jolito, for the feedback. Yes, I enjoy a lot as well.
I love that show. I mean, that's part of the reason why I got interested in this as well. You know, reruns on National Geographic, brilliant show. That's what inspired me.
Okay. A couple of congratulations for your presentations. Amazing. Various claps to you. Is there any question? Give once. Is there any question? Give twice. So thank you, Adele. Please share your slide in our Slack channel.
Absolutely, and you can tweet me, so I will share the slides. You can tweet me, it's IM_Carpenter. I will be in the Slack channel, so if there's something that came up that you didn't quite, get a moment to phrase your question right, I'm in the Slack. Even in the next few days, you can hit me up and I'll answer you there. Even if it's something trivial, like what your favorite aircraft is, or airline, or do you have any other favorite crashes, then happy to talk.
Okay, thank you, Adele. So several good talk, amazing. Yeah, that was amazing one. Okay, Adele. Hopefully see you soon and hopefully see you physically.
Yes, I really look forward to it next year.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Olá, eu sou o Paulo Martins, sou um dos cofundadores da Present e atualmente o CEO da empresa.
Olá, eu sou o Vítor Batista, sou um dos cofundadores da Present Technologies e atualmente desempenho também a função de CEO da empresa. Portanto, a Present Technologies é uma software house, a nossa sede está aqui em Coimbra, no Instituto Pedro Nunes, e temos também escritórios no Porto e na Sertã. Portanto, a nossa área de atividade desenrola-se ao longo de diferentes mercados verticais. Os nossos clientes são maioritariamente internacionais, principalmente Europa, e é nisso que estamos focados atualmente, que é crescer além fronteiras. Bem, 2020 foi no mínimo um ano diferente. Portanto, o mundo mudou radicalmente de um dia para o outro e nós também passámos por isso. Portanto, no início da pandemia sentimos muito nervosismo no mercado. Alguns dos nossos clientes colocaram projetos em pausa. Outros, pelo contrário, decidiram acelerar os projetos para chegar mais rapidamente ao mercado. E foi também um ano com novos desafios. Para terem uma ideia, nós passámos toda a equipa para trabalho remoto em 24 horas e que fizemos com sucesso. Portanto, continuámos a nossa senda de crescimento, principalmente além fronteiras, como era o nosso objetivo. Claro que isto não teria sido possível sem a nossa equipa fantástica, que trabalhou arduamente, foi resiliente, sem nunca virar a cara à luta, e só isto nos levou a chegar a um ano do qual nos orgulhamos. A pandemia trouxe também novas oportunidades, principalmente de projetos inovadores. Portanto, vamos falar-vos de dois desses projetos que desenvolvemos aqui na Present. Portanto, um deles consiste em levar o conceito das aplicações de contact tracing que diferentes países fizeram para um contexto em que as pessoas possam não ter telemóvel, como por exemplo os lares de idosos, e que permite também levar estes conceitos para o mundo empresarial. Por exemplo, para uma empresa em que conseguimos gerir ou definir que uma pessoa só tem acesso a determinadas salas, a determinados espaços, ou que não temos mais do que um determinado número de pessoas numa sala.
Outro projeto foi o CEF Mobile, uma aplicação móvel para controle de fronteiras, que tem permitido aos inspectores do CEF efetuar o controle das nossas fronteiras terrestres de uma forma segura e eficiente. Este controle é feito sem a necessidade de existir contacto físico com os documentos, permitindo apenas através da câmara ou da tecnologia NFC recolher um conjunto de dados, que é depois utilizado para a pesquisa num conjunto de bases de dados nacionais e internacionais e assim dando a informação ao inspetor para poder decidir se deve ou não deixar entrar a pessoa no nosso território.
Ora, para este ano e para o próximo, pretendemos continuar o nosso ciclo de crescimento, já vem há uns anos esta parte, e consiste em crescer acima de 20% em cada um destes anos. Portanto, à data de agora, este ano, 2021, está a correr muito bem, estamos acima dos nossos objetivos, e não só através do reforço nos clientes atuais, como crescer em novos clientes e novos mercados. Para terem uma ideia, o nosso maior desafio à data atual é conseguir fazer crescer a equipa para dar resposta a todas estas oportunidades.
Eu diria que seriam pessoas com garra, com brio, com espírito inovador, com muita vontade de aprender, mas também de ensinar, e acima de tudo que se sintam bem num ambiente informal, mas responsável e profissional que nos caracteriza. Na Present damos muito valor às relações interpessoais, ao equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e a vida profissional, ter uma equipa feliz, e isso por si só é um garante do sucesso da empresa. Neste momento estamos à procura de reforçar a equipa em praticamente todas as áreas de engenharia, desde a parte web, à mobile, mas também à parte back-end. Por isso, se estiverem interessados, aceder ao nosso site, presenttechnologies.com, e candidatarem-se a uma das vagas em aberto.
Façam parte da equipa Present
e venham conhecer a nossa mascote, o Technology.
Hello, everybody. Hello again. I'm glad to be here to be your host at Sofia Room in Jnation this year. So I'm here to talk about escaping developer nightmares. That sounds like cool, right? Because I guess nobody wants nightmares, especially in the pandemic situation. I'm here with Houston. How are you?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm great. I hope everyone is doing well as well.
Yes, so Rustam is a passionate computer scientist, Java champion, and Google developer expert for cloud. Public speaker, as you know, ex-leader of Java Zone. If you are a Java developer and enjoy that, that music and several clips, blame on he. So, and also Norway Jug, Java Bean. So thank you, Rustam, to be here, and the station is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me, and thank you for coming to this talk. So I'd like to talk about a little bit about developer nightmares, or actually you can turn it around and you can say that we can talk about things that makes projects great. I mean, that what actually makes a project great. Sometimes you come to the project and then you just realize, oh, this is the most awesome project I've ever been to. Or sometimes you just come to a project and then you realize, oh, wow, I really, really want to run away from this thing. And I've been doing a lot of work as a consultant. So I've been working as a consultant all of my time as a developer, and I've been working on many projects. I mean, usually what you will see here, the things I will mention here are usually experiences that I have had, or the experiences that I actually at some point I asked colleagues of mine as well to share some of their kind of nightmarish experience. So I included a little bit of those as well, but most of those things that we'll be talking about will be things that I have seen myself in a project, and also that I would guess, I mean, I would guess that you have seen in some of the projects as well. And also we'll try to, I mean, it's not just going to be just like bashing on problems and things that we do wrong, but I'll also try to suggest some ways of making it better. And very often, I mean, I've done this talk, different versions of this talk. I mean, every time I do this talk, it evolves, it changes and everything, but I've done this talk for quite some time in like different versions of it. And what usually a normal feedback I get from people, from a lot of people, is that people come and it's like, yeah, I do recognize a lot of things. Can you help me or give me some advice as how to get out of the situation, how to make things better. So I'll try to talk a little bit about that, and then maybe we can talk a little bit more about that at the end when there will be the questions time. So the things I'll be talking about is Java projects, as you might have guessed. I mean, since Java has been this thing that I've been working most of my time as a developer, and also I'll go towards the end. I'll also kind of shift a bit more into the cloud part as well, because cloud native applications and cloud is here to come, or he's here to stay. It is already here, so it's not. Projects that I'll be talking about is kind of big projects. So I worked on very big, I would say even huge projects in some way. So it's usually more than 350,000 lines of code, lines of Java code. So it's been 400, 500, something like that, thousands line of code. So it's actually quite a big project, and it's been over the course of quite a few years. So technology, it was back even back in the days when it was. To compile all that, you would actually spend like, I don't know, 20 minutes waiting or something. And then this new really cool thing came out to the market that we bought to all developers on that project. That was SSD disks. So, I mean, you can imagine how many years back it was, but, suddenly we could cut down the build time of this 500 lines or 1,000 lines of code from 20 minutes to like, I don't know, 10 or something like that. Halving of the time. It was quite kind of crazy and revolutionary in a way. But even though it's been some time ago, and it's been things that we'll see have happened during some time, it's still not that far away, and it still is like that a lot of people work with this kind of nightmares. So what I did was actually to kind of take a step back and think about the projects that I work on and try to kind of group them in things that I think were great and things that I think that, well, need a little bit more improvement. And then I try to kind of group them in different parts and different three kind of main categories that we'll see in a second. Before that, I just say probably like one sentence about myself. So my name is Rustam. I live and work in Oslo, Norway. I am working for a consultancy company. Like I said, I'm one of the Google developer experts. I'm a Google developer expert, or GD, for clouds. And I'm also one of Java champions as well. So back to this paradise, or actually, well, it can be paradise, can be nightmare, right? So it can be both depending on choices you make. So I tried to separate those things into three main categories, and probably it's not going to be very big of a surprise of what kind of things that I put into these three different categories. So you have code. Obviously, code, it would be kind of very, you would expect to see there, right? You have a few different aspects of the code that we'll look into, but then we also will look into the tools. Again, kind of a bit more expected thing to see in this kind of list. And we will be also looking actually a bit thing into that is a little bit more unexpected in a way, as a part of the documentation part, or how you document, how you collaborate as well. So to do that, and to give you a little bit of perspective, what is considered a nightmare now and, you know, early or before and things. So I have managed to bring two helpers with me. So you can imagine which one will be nightmares and which one will be, you know, the paradise, you know, the happy place, and whatever you call it. So if you think they look a little bit weird, they do, because I did draw that some time ago. So, you know, the art of procrastination, I guess. But anyway, I'll use those to kind of try to separate the nightmare and the you know, the cool things that we've done. So let's go a little bit back in history. So that was when, even before I started working, before I was out there, I was still at school and studying and everything, but, you know, 90s. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, what was considered normal back then and what is considered a bit of a nightmare right now. So 90s was kind of fun time, right? It was the time of very, very big and beautiful waterfalls. And I'm not talking about the waterfalls as in nature, because they're still there and they're still beautiful, but, you know, software wise. So right now we don't do that much of that anymore, right? So we actually, now we do agile, and, you know, waterfall is considered to be a big no-no. Back then it was kind of normal and, you know, business as usual kind of thing. Another thing that we did back then, and I was doing that when I was studying at university and working on my like first lines of Java code and on things like that, we would still develop things in like things like, I don't know, Notepad or Emacs or something. There were not that many IDEs that were out there that would just, you know, be there to support us, to help us to do all this kind of imports and I don't know, dependency injections and things like that. So, you know, it was kind of, right now it was back then totally normal. I mean, I did write quite a bit of code in that things, and I mean, I did maintain systems that were kind of written one way or another in this kind of things later. And, you know, right now it sounds like a horrible thing. Back then it was kind of okay. Another thing that I experienced, that part I experienced, even though it says 90s, I did experience that in 2000s, mid 2000s. And back then it was, again, a very normal thing. So versioning your code, we would use virtual source save. I mean, those who have not experienced that, it's not the new source save that is now. It's a totally different story. So the old one, if you have not experienced that, be happy. If you have, you probably know the pain I'm talking about. So, and then we had like CVS and things like that. It was before Git, before Mercurial, before all those things that are kind of normal now. So, you know, again, It was okay back then. It was still okay-ish in kind of mid 2000s, at least in some places where I had to work with that on daily basis. But now it's just, you would be going crazy if you had to do it again, right? Compiling and building, that was actually quite fun. We had to play around with class passes, and we had to put them in bat files to, well, I mean, if you were in Windows, if you were on Linux, you would have to create like shell script files and stuff like that. But on Windows, it actually would be bat files. And I worked on the projects again in kind of 2000, after 2010, so like less than 10 years ago, I was actually working on Java projects which would still use that, because rewriting the build system would be a bit too much for that project, because it was a huge project, legacy project, and it was still like extreme spaghetti code with bat files pointing at each other, building class paths and doing all those kind of things. So no Maven, no nothing, all those kind of fun things. Yeah, and then you would do like JAVAX commands from the command line and all those fun things. I mean, again, totally normal back then, not really normal right now. So the point is that, the things are actually being developed. So this one is actually quite fun. I asked a colleague of mine to tell me, I was like, what is the most horrible thing that happened to you like back in the 90s before I started working? And then he was like, yeah, well, we had this we had this thing, so we would do issue tracking, like bug tracking in a system. And I was like, okay, go on, and so he was like, yeah, well, we would actually put all our code or errors or bugs and stuff like that into can you guess what they actually did? It's not Excel, but if you're thinking Excel, you're kind of getting close to what it is. So it was actually put into MS Access. So in case you don't know what MS Access is, it's a kind of database-based thing, but it's a local database. So I was like, yeah, but that doesn't scale, does it? He was like, no, it did scale, sort of. So they put the database file in a shared network folder. So you had MS Access database running on a shared network folder on a network shared between computers, and you have no idea how many people would open it, edit it at the same time. I mean, what could possibly go wrong there, right? I mean, people work like that. They did. I mean, we'll get back to issue tracking in nowadays in a bit, but think of it. I mean, think of putting things in access file and just like having a local database on a shared network folder accessed by many people with no control over who opens and who saves things and who persists things, and I don't know. But if you look back at all that, I'm done with 90s now, so I promise. So if you think of all of those things, I mean, all of those things are gone. So you would think that, oh, well, by now we should be, in a world of rainbows and unicorns and everything is beautiful and amazing and fantastic, which is kind of is, but it's everything is relative, right? So with things getting better, you will always find something that can be improved. So that's what we'll be talking about a little bit more. So now we are here 20 plus, more than 20 years later, and everything should be looking good. But then this happens. So this is it's quite old tweet. I mean, it's from 2014, but it's amazing tweet. It did a few rounds on out there on the internet, and probably a number of likes and retweets. Changed quite a bit since I took that picture, but I really love it because this is what happens when you go into a project and you go into a huge project and you have to maintain or learn or rewrite or do something with a code base that is legacy. So you try to run tests. Well, we don't have any tests. It did happen. It's not a joke. I mean, I can sign under that thing easily. I mean, I've experienced that myself. You try to read specs, you have no specs. What usually would happen is that this is kind of a bit more kind of edge case, I guess. But what would usually happen is that you would have tests, spec, but spec would be totally outdated and totally kind of old thing and totally disconnected from the reality. So you try to write a fix, and then, well, something happens and everything goes down and everything breaks, and you are definitely not seeing unicorns anymore. This happens as well, right? So spending time on rethinking our faulty microservices development is more important. No, well, why? No, well, user will never see that. That is actually, that is a thing. I mean, it is, that is a thing that people usually very often use as an argument of not improving software. So what I'm going to be talking a little bit about is kind of refactoring your applications, and people who have no experience, kind of hands-on experience, or in general, they don't see a point. Sometimes you really have to convince them that it's actually a good idea, because they were like, hey, we have a bunch of features that has to be developed, and we have this refactoring thing that nobody's going to see. Which one should we choose? And then they obviously go for features, because then you're getting some return of investment and not just doing things that nobody's going to see, they think, right? Because in reality, the people would see that, but in just really, really bad way, in way of errors and downtime and all the other things. So the moving parts, right? Let's talk a little bit more about that. So the code part and the tools and the docs and everything. And back in, I mean, now it's getting more and more of a kind of normal thing, but back in a few years back, it was sold to us as this super amazing thing of continuous integration, continuous deployment, continuous delivery, and all those things. And it was sold as this kind of the remedy for everything, and the unicorn and rainbows kind of world, because if you're just going to do that, everything's going to be amazing. And well, it is kind of true, and it is still true, and it's now been even kind of encompassed in, or kind of encapsulated by things like cloud native and deploying to cloud and automating DevOps and all those things. They kind of build on top of that, but the way it was sold to us was more of like a big rocket ship that will bring us to somewhere, and that was pretty much it. You have to do all or nothing kind of thing, but it's not really true. So every little thing you do in your project towards that goal, I mean, all those things are totally valid, but if you do even a little thing, it will still make your life a little bit better. So you don't have to build the whole rocket ship. You can actually build it piece by piece, and it will also make your thing better. So the paradise part, right? Let's talk a little bit about code. So let's talk a little bit of development. So what I've been invited to do some work when where I had to, they would give me a project and say, we need someone to review it. We need you to review it. We need to know how that project is doing. I mean, we've been spending money on it. We've been spending people and time and resources on it. We need to know if it is good, or we should do some things about it. So there are a few things that I kind of often do to a code base that I haven't seen before, that I haven't worked before. Some of those things are kind of really weird things to do, but bear with me and I'll try to explain a little bit what. So one of the things I usually ask, I start with asking, actually, I ask them if they, if there is any kind of code quality norms that they have. So I was like, do you follow any code quality standards or anything like that? And then by that, what do I mean by that? I would ask, like, do you have code standard? Do you actually have it? I mean, is it documented somewhere how your code's supposed to be? It's totally okay to point at some kind of standard that's already is there. It's totally okay to point at something that you modified to fit your things, but still, do you actually have it? And most of the cases, people would say, yeah, well, yeah, we do, yes. And then my next question would be, can you guess what it is? I mean, my next question usually is, do you actually follow it? And then people get a bit more insecure, because then they would be like, yeah, well, yeah, wait, we do, yes, it's on this computer and that thing, and and people usually, what usually happens if you don't do it properly, you will end up with 15 different standards on 15 different machines, and none of them are actual standards. They're tiny little bit modified by every developer because they were just really annoyed by this little thing, and then they change it, and then they keep it on their machines, and then when it goes to build server, it kind of validates towards totally different thing, and the kind of hell breaks loose. Another thing that I do, sometimes I just do it for a little bit for, well, kind of fun. I mean, it's a weird thing to say it's for fun, but I sometimes just check for encoding of files. I was just like, just go through all of those files. I mean, you have like 500,000 lines of code. I was just like, give me all the encodings, unique encodings of the file. And what would usually happen, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's still a deal breaker, can be a deal breaker, right? If you're not doing an UTF-8 or things like that, it can be possibly a deal breaker. It can possibly break your system, but in most of the cases, what happens is that it gives me an idea if people actually have encode standard, if they follow it, if they actually follow maybe kind of more uniformed set of editors to edit stuff or not, and all those kind of things. And the worst things that probably I've seen was like, I think it was like something like 4 or 5 different encodings with around 7 or 8 different MIME types for just Java files, which is a really, really weird thing, because that actually says me that people have no uniform code standard. They don't usually use the same IDE, so they kind of do whatever they want with indentation, with all the kind of everything, right? Relinting, all those kind of things, which doesn't have to be a problem in itself, but it can be can be a pointer that you probably maybe need to look a little bit deeper into that. And encoding, speaking of encoding, you have all this kind of strange letters. This is from Norwegian, so this is all those 3 words are totally legit Norwegian words. One of them is like blueberry jam, and and the other ones is driver, teacher, and things like that. But the point is, it has all those weird letters in it, and if you don't have correct encoding, it will break your system, and it will bring down your system at some point, potentially anyway. Well, a little bit more kind of international example than Norwegian words, but same, right? I mentioned MIME types already, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but MIME types also, they basically tell me what kind of file it is, and it has no influence on your code or even compiled code whatsoever, but it still gives me a little bit of idea. I mean, if I've seen like Java files in the same project to be classified as XML files, as text files, as lots of weird things, and that again means that there is no unified way of doing that. So might be a good idea to look into things. Another thing I do, I just ask if people do code reviews. So I was just like, do you actually do code reviews? Do you follow each other? The craziest answer I've gotten there, and it's unfortunately not as uncommon as you would think. It was just like, no, we don't. I mean, we know each other really well. I mean, we really worked for a long time, so we don't do much of that because we know we kind of finish each other's sentences in a way. So we know what's going to be, so we don't do code reviews. And that was just a little bit scary in a way, because I was just like, okay, wait, okay, cool that you love each other and you work with each other a lot and everything, but this is not what it's about, right? It's about actually trying to figure out errors and figure out what can go wrong, and going through and all those kind of things that people don't think of, and that was a little bit scary. Tools. So tools is a kind of obvious thing, right? You would probably think of, well, tools, everybody thought of tools, but there are a few things that are kind of obvious, like code versioning. I mean, most of people would use some kind of code versioning things, but I mean, most of the people would be using Git or Mercurial or whatever, that other tools you might want to use. But then the thing is, it brings a lot of other things. It actually brings you things, makes you think about things of like managing of how do you manage branches, or how do you manage complexity? How do you do testing of your code? And all those kind of things are built into your development, or should be built into your development tools. And those things people don't really think about much, because they kind of think of, well, code versioning, I just commit new versions, maybe in a best case, I'll create a branch. But then you have like branching systems of like, do I do feature branches or not? Or what do I do with the new releases? Do I branch out those? Do I tag them? And all those things should be conscious choices, should be things that you actually thought of. I'm not going to kind of advocate for one way or another here. We can talk about that later, but, at least agree on something and think actively about that. Because, so what I did also, I went into Sonar Cloud some time ago. This screenshot should be a little bit old, but still, I mean, it still holds. So I took all the open source projects, and then I looked into the amount of coverage, for instance, of the code. And I kind of ignored all the ones that are having zero coverage, because probably there is coverage somewhere else and stuff like that. But those that have a little bit of coverage, they were kind of a bit scary, because you can see that there are quite a bit of coverage of projects that are between 80 and 100% of coverage, but there's still a lot of them that are not there. And again, that doesn't have to mean that your code is bad, but it means that you have a lot of unknowns that you don't really know if they're good or bad. And, another problem is that usually people that have no experience with development, like first-hand experience, they would kind of go for those numbers on very kind of, number basis. So like, oh, well, your code coverage is 68%. You really need to work hard to make it 70 because, we have to keep it on 70. It's not that easy. You cannot just use that number as an absolute value, but you can and should use that value to get an idea of, what your code might look like, or the amount of unknowns. Because your tests, it's not actually the amount of tests that matters, is the quality. Because I can write one test that will kind of pretend it's covering everything, and give me a huge increase of coverage, but it will not in reality do a thing, because it will be just like fooling the whole system. And if you measure developers by just a number, they will kind of start tending to move towards that. And it's a very, very bad idea. I mean, it's not a good idea at all. But then I took just a random code like project, and then I looked at the things that they actually have. And so the point is that there were quite a few bugs for a system like this one. Was just a totally random one, but it was a system that was supposed to detect all that, and it had in itself a bit of vulnerabilities. So again, this is not representative, and this probably have changed over times. But the point here is that you need to use some tools that will give you that over time, and also you should have it visible as easy and as easily accessible as possible for all the developers, so they can actually see that. Because at some point then it becomes a gamification thing, that you just see the green numbers and arrows pointing upwards and saying, hey, the coverage increasing week by week, or things like that, and people get happy, so they actually want to write more proper tests, and they want to do that because green numbers and arrows pointing up is much prettier than the red ones, and all the other things. So a little bit of gamification actually just helps, instead of whipping people with a whip and saying, just increase your coverage by so many percent points. Yeah, so just a few more screenshots. Another thing, so this is what I was talking about, right? So static code analysis is one of them, because it's very important to do some kind of static code analysis. Now things are a little bit different. Now we have cloud and things like that, and usually those things will be provided to us as a service. So that also might be a very good idea to look into that. There are different providers out there that do provide all that. They also provide analysis of Docker images and things like that as well, which is now is a part of our development pipeline. So it's not just code anymore, but also the environment that code lives in. So yeah, plugins, a bunch of them. I'm not going to, again, advocate because it's going to be different from what it is and what you're using, but there are all these kind of plugins in the development tools that will help you to do all that. So for instance, before checking in your code, it will run through some kind of static code analysis, or it will do some kind of checks that you can even write your custom plugins. If you see that people are doing the same error all the time, or if you want to kind of to avoid the one specific corner case, you can actually write your own plugins that will run that even before letting people to commit to a repository. So it might be a good idea. Another thing that I would like to mention, which is a little kind of pet peeve thing of mine, is third-party libraries. And third-party libraries is a thing that a lot of many of us, I mean, me included, we just kind of think of it as a commodity. Oh, I need this thing to parse JSON. Well, what's that thing? Oh, yeah, there is a Maven artifact that I'll just put into my project and just, poof, and it works. And that's cool, right? Because you don't have to write things from the bottom, from scratch. And you know that people, I mean, collective kind of this open source collective writing, make sure that you avoid a lot of weird bugs that you probably haven't thought of if you would be writing that yourself. And, there's a lot of many positive sides of it. But the problem is that the problem actually arises when I try to dig into those third-party libraries, because that is wrong. Sorry about that. Now you'll see half of my slides. I have a really fun thing on my keyboard. The arrow, left and right arrows are actually very close to end button. So that means I can easily switch to end of line, which is kind of sucks. All right, okay, now we are, I think, back in business. So third-party libraries. What I usually ask is if people, I usually do, when I do this talk in public, I mean, with people in person conferences, I before COVID and everything. So I asked people to raise hands. So like, do show of hands. So we can't do that now here, obviously, but, just think of it and I can comment a little bit. So usually what I ask people is just, I was like, okay, how many of you have an overview of your third-party libraries? People would be like, there will be some hands. I mean, maybe less than half, but still, it's like, yeah, I think I know most of the things we're using. I was like, okay, cool. Of those of you here in this room, how many of you actually follow and know and check for known issues and vulnerabilities of your third-party apps? The hands would just disappear. I mean, there would be very, very, very few hands, and there would be, there would be still hands, and usually they would get a lot of like, awesome job, I love you, and this kind of things from the stage from me, because I really think it's an important thing, and I really think it's kind of an underappreciated, or well, it's not, people are not thinking of it as much as they should have. And then I also do ask them, and then and by then we would have probably lost most of the audience in the room. So there would be like, maybe, I don't know, out of, say 100, 200 people, there would be like 3, 4, 5 hands. It's crazy. And that's happened quite a few times. So I kind of started to think, unfortunately, it is kind of representative. But then I would ask them yet another question, and to lose even more people. And by that time, there would be just 1 or 2 hands left. And I was like, okay, cool. But how many of you all of you here actually have a control over or know what licenses your third-party library is using. And I'm not talking about like money and stuff, because that's probably most of the people would know and think of. But I'm actually talking about like type of licenses, because like, do you actually do you use GPL? Do you use Apache license? Or do you have some kind of proprietary license and things like that? Because that will actually might technically influence your code, your system. I mean, sometimes some of those licenses are kind of transitive. So that means if piece of code that you're using is under the specific license, it will also make sure that the rest of your code is actually under the same license. So I was reviewing this project that was a very critical project, and it was quite obvious that they didn't really wanted to open source it. I mean, it was used by a lot of users. It was kind of critical in a way of society and everything, but they were a bit kind of hesitant to share the code for, I don't know, for what reasons. I mean, there was nothing secret in the code, but still. And I just found some stuff that was using GPL licensed libraries, and I was like, do you actually know that you're technically, if I have to dig into that more, but if I think what it is, then technically your code is under GPL. So, and that means that it's open source. And doesn't mean that it actually have to be on GitHub or something, but that means that anyone technically can call and say, hey, you know what, that system that you've been developing, I want to get the code today. And you kind of obligated to share that code. Fortunately for that case, I after digging a little bit, I found that there was a gap between those two libraries, so it wasn't really incorporated, and by all this kind of legal stuff, it was okay. But it was very, very just a kind of thin line there. But so thinking of licenses is an important part of the whole thing, and just to be making a choice or active choice of what you're using, because open source is great, and all those GPL licenses and Apache licenses and all the other ones are great, but then you just need to do an active choice of actually selecting a proper license for your project. And by using third-party libraries, you just make sure that it doesn't compromise whatever you selected it to be. Obviously, another things that are a bit more obvious but also overlooked is I ask people, do you actually follow and check if your third-party library is updated, maintained, compatible with each other, and they don't kind of break the system and everything? I mean, all those things is actually quite an important part of the whole pipeline, but quite often is getting overlooked. This is a very old blog post, so it's what now, 4 years old, and the point is that there's a URL. The point is that all this open source software is great, but the thing is that at some point, we humans, I mean, we developers, we do make mistakes and we introduce bugs. So back in 2017, there was a lot of, after analyzing a lot of open source projects, they found, Google found, they have this FizzBuzz kind of project where they go through all the open source projects, or a lot of them. I think now it's 500 of them. Last numbers I checked, and they found a lot of errors, and that's totally fine. That's totally normal. But the point is, at some point, those bugs will be updated, and those bug updates will make it into libraries. And when they make it into libraries, you might want to get that newest and coolest version of that library to get rid of those bugs, because otherwise you're introducing vulnerabilities into your applications, right? So this is the same OSS Fizz project now. So I took the screenshot today, and as you can see here, we have June 2021, so just a few days ago, I guess, they did get the new numbers. So they had 30,000 bugs, 500 open source projects. So, different severity and everything. And that's, again, totally normal. That's nothing to be afraid of. But the point is, those bugs will be fixed and you want to get them into your project. So you need to think of how to handle your third-party libraries. And there is a lot of blog posts. I mean, there is some from providers of this kind of security or vulnerability software that will kind of go through your projects or services. So this is one of them, and there's some numbers of critical, Java and Node, so NPM vulnerabilities. So it's quite a lot. I mean, it's quite a lot of those, and the numbers are just, they're not really getting smaller anytime soon, really. And this is another fun thing. So I took this one in, and again, this is also from just this year, just a few months back, where now you just not have to think only about your code, but now you also have to think about Docker images and stuff where your code runs into. And this is kind of fun, exploiting Docker containers by finding some vulnerabilities in image magic, which is kind of odd thing, but it works, and it will make troubles for you, right? And there is more and more and more. I mean, there is OWASP. So OWASP has a list of vulnerabilities, and for example, so top 10 Java vulnerabilities and how to fix them. There's a lot of this kind of posts. I just took them to show you that there is resources for that. Have a look and add something that will, whatever works for you, whatever works for your project, and try to convince to add that to a project. If you don't have that already, you should have it. Another thing that I usually ask, so if we kind of go away from this part of code and vulnerabilities and libraries, I usually ask for how this process of packaging, delivery, and deploy going. So this continuous deploy, continuous integration, all those kind of things. The first question would be, is it automated or manual? If it's manual, you'll have a lot of human error factors in there. So that kind of sucks, right? So you want to try to avoid that part as well. So you want to automate as much parts as possible. That goes really, really well and hand in hand with the whole kind of cloud native ideas, right? Because you want to automate as much as possible. You want to do this thing, what is referred to, for instance, like of GitOps. So you commit something, and then you just go and grab a cup of coffee, or just wait for a few seconds, and all of a sudden, poof, there is a new version of your application out there on whatever environment that might be. And that is quite an important thing for several reasons. So one of them is that, well, obviously you save time, so you can just go and grab your cup of coffee or tea or whatever your favorite beverage might be, water. And then while you do that, the computers are actually doing work for you. So you don't do boring stuff. You actually minimize the amount of human errors. I mean, I worked on as a developer and as a delivery manager, and also as a kind of tech lead on different big projects, and where it was my job to actually build the final releases and push them to ops teams and things like that. And that would be quite scary thing every time, because if anything goes wrong, it's on you. And so I would try to automate as much as possible and to make it as reproducible as possible as well. Another thing that I usually ask, which is also kind of overlooked, is that I would ask if people have several environments. I kind of assume people do have several environments. Sometimes I get really bad answers as well, but let's assume that we have several environments. But then I ask them, how do they deploy to them? So do you actually deploy in exactly the same way, or almost the same way, or in totally different way? Because what I would sometimes hear on all legacy projects, where people would be doing a lot of automation and cool things on dev and test environment, and then we'll do manual in staging or prod because it's scary or something like that. We talked about human error and everything, or the other way around, right? They would do, or even they would automate it, but in two different ways. All of that will make sure that you will see errors very, very far along into the pipeline. So if you do it in the same way, you will experience the same error, hopefully, in dev environment as you would have seen in production. So you can fix it way, 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 way earlier, right? and so on. So, I mean, you get the point, I guess. Tools. There are a lot of tools to package and deliver and deploy your applications. There's a lot of them. There are good ones. There are kind of less good ones, and there are kind of weird ones, but it doesn't matter really. Just pick one and go with one, and it will be, it should help you to automate this. So the moral of the story is, I guess, automate as much as possible. One more thing I want to talk about is the architecture. So architecture is splitting up the monolith and microservices and all the other things. We're really tired of that kind of talks of this kind. But I mean, there are still a lot of monoliths. I mean, this is kind of supposed to be an illustration of a little bit philosophical illustration of huge monoliths going into the cloud. So, it is sometimes how it is. You just shove your huge, ginormous monolith of an application into a tiny little container, and and you put it in and say, oh well, we're in the cloud and we're containerized and everything. It's not exactly works like that. So you need to do some kind of re-architecturing and things like that. So think about that. So think about making your applications supporting continuous deploy. I mean, can you actually deploy parts of your application without taking down the whole thing? Or, can you do it in a more smooth ways with which is kind of more expected with cloud native applications as well. Also, application architecture in itself within application, so all the packages and artifacts in it. So you can update different parts without need to recompile all the other ones, even though it is a monolith, maybe things like that. So application architecture, integration architecture, all those kind of things is an important part. So code package structure, we talked a little bit about that as well. So tools. There is a lot of tools, and there are a lot of things to test your code. So I want to talk a little bit about the environment. So all these sandboxes where you test your things, when you play around with things. Usually what I ask, I kind of mentioned that already, if the routines are the same, and routines are the same for all the environments. It is an important part. We just talked about that, right? Because you notice errors earlier and so on, so on, so on. What I usually also ask if environments are similar. I mean, if they don't have to be exactly the same, because production usually would be quite beefed up, and the test would be kind of less beefy because things cost money and resources and everything. But as easy, as simple, as equal as possible, right? And that goes with all the environments, because again, some bugs would be impossible to reproduce in one environment, while it would be totally normal in the other environments if they are different. This is kind of more normal in the world of cloud nowadays. It's getting more and more normal, but still not as normal as I would like to see, is if you can actually rebuild both your environment and your application and everything running out there on a mainframe, cloud, whatever that might be, in just like, can you just run a script or 2 scripts or 3 scripts, go grab a coffee or 5, and after some minutes, hours, whatever that might be, all your environment is up and ready. So, I'm thinking of things like Terraform and all the other ones. This is an important thing for several reasons. One of them, what happens is that, if your data center goes down and you have to rebuild it, or what happens if you need to create another environment, you can just click on a button and it will just recreate a new environment, which is really, really nice, right? Again, for all environments. Running on the same physical hardware might be a good thing and bad thing. Similar physical hardware is good. Same physical hardware, probably not good, especially if you're running performance tests and stuff like that on your test environment and your production is running on the same hardware. We've done that. Don't do that. That's long story short, I guess. Monitoring, that is also getting very normal nowadays with cloud and all these things, but we need to do that, and we need to do it for all the environments, not just the selected ones, not just like production and stuff like that. Because, I mean, we all do errors. So this is a list of postmortems, list of big errors that we've seen. And most of the results of this kind of big errors that happen throughout times is usually human error. So the more you automate, the less problems you will get. The last thing I would like to mention is the tool. So IDE, we talked a little bit about IDEs already. Again, I'm not going to advocate for any specific IDEs, just pick one and stay with one. Hopefully with the same IDE within the team, if possible. I mean, it's okay to use different IDEs, but at least try to get the code standard and all the other things synced up. Integrated with all these things that we've mentioned earlier, testing, static code analysis, all these things. You can add checks about commits. We've talked a little bit about that as well. Automate, even tests, and in all levels and all environments. So I'm talking about starting from unit tests, going all the way till like end-to-end tests and stuff like that. Build tools, there are a lot of them. Pick one. Pick the one that you like. I mean, each cloud provider has their own in addition to these things you see here. Again, don't care which one, just pick one, use it, make it build on a regular basis. Hopefully, after each commit, do like integration tests and everything at every, I don't know, every hour, every night, depending on, I mean, it will depend on your project, but still. Build tools, again, pick one. There's a very handy schedule, like thing to pick one. Very confusing, that's the point, but anyway. And documentation. So documentation is not just documentation, it's actually tools for collaboration. So need to have something to exchange your knowledge. So whatever that might be, wiki, chat, whatever, Confluence or a wiki or, wiki on GitHub, or, can be anything, but just use something and stay on one thing. Because I've been to projects where they actually ask, say like, hey, we have this project and we document things. And I was like, yeah, do you have any tools where you store this? He's like, yeah, we have two. And, can you imagine what happens when they have two? They have like Confluence and SharePoint. But the thing is that, can you imagine where the documentation gets updated? Well, the correct answer is nowhere, right? So you have two abandoned versions of documentation and there is nothing happening. Issue tracking, same thing. So pick one and just stay with one. The craziest thing I've seen is where people had like 2 or 3 different bug trackers between like the customer and the client and the other thing, and people were manually syncing bugs between them. So you don't want to do that because, it's just, I mean, can you imagine what can possibly go wrong, right? Think of MS Access on shared network file kind of thing, and you will get into that. So this were the moving parts of it. And before we go and say thanks, I just want to show you this wall of text. This is a cloud native definition from CNCF. We don't have time to read, and you should not read it, lots of text on the screen. So I kind of selected the main things, and then I removed the rest of the text, and I kind of separated on what we want to build. And cloud native doesn't mean that you need to go into the cloud, but the cloud native is kind of what I described now with all the other things and with many words, but you're creating scalable applications ready for cloud, doesn't have to run there. You use a lot of techniques. And why do you do that? Well, because you want to have loosely coupled, resilient, manageable, observable, and robust automated applications that are able to change frequently, predictably, and don't generate a lot of toil. And then you're kind of getting into this world of unicorns and rainbows and everything. So a few screens of things that I've written, so you can find it on my blog. It's some of them are, it's been some time ago since I wrote that, but they still sum up a lot of things. So that will be it from me. And I don't know if we have any time for questions or not.
We don't.
Okay.
We are actually 3 minutes over time, Rustam.
Oh, sorry about that. So ping me on Twitter, and then we can talk about that.
That's what we had a couple of questions, and it's actually a pretty good theme here because everyone goes through this at some stage in their career. But we really do not have any time. So I'm asking the guys that had questions to contact you over Twitter.
Yeah, you have my email and my Twitter, so we can just do it on there. My DMs are open as well. So
it's on Jnation website. So guys, if you have any questions, feel free to hit to Rustam. Guys, we'll be back in 6 minutes. with another session, this time Java fighting COVID-19. See you in 6.
Thank you very much.
Wanna dance until we're numb. We're drowning out the world tonight with plastic bottle rum. All pretending we know what we're doing, but we know that we're still just young love, heartbreak kids acting like we somehow got a clue. We're catching 22, tired to wait, caught up in the twilight of our youth. We're catching 22. We're catching 22. It's running past midnight and our blood is running high. Barely old enough to be as sober as we're not. There's a little hazy and the smoke got to our heads. We're breathing in the nights we tell ourselves we won't forget. All pretending we know what we're doing, but we know that we're still just young love, heartbreak kids acting like we somehow got.
O facto da Tamana ter nascido no seio ou no meio da pandemia, não conseguimos comparar o efeito da pandemia per se, portanto nós já vivemos com essa realidade. E mesmo após a pandemia passar, todos esperamos que assim aconteça, certamente que não vamos voltar àquilo que era o normal antes da pandemia. Portanto, é muito difícil para nós medirmos o impacto da pandemia porque nós nascemos dentro dessa realidade. Portanto, a nova realidade é a realidade que todos nós conhecemos e que vamos ver daqui para a frente a acontecer. A preocupação com o desempenho é das preocupações que nós temos, especialmente numa situação como a Tamana, que está a ser criada, não é uma empresa que está em criação. A preocupação com a performance e com a eficiência é apenas um dos detalhes do lançamento de uma nova empresa. Temos algumas preocupações, como é óbvio, e temos algumas considerações de desenho. Estamos ainda a implementar algumas delas, mas claramente temos preocupações com Kubernetes para escalamento horizontal e também algum server-side rendering para aumentar a performance dos sites. Como disse, é um dos ângulos de preocupação da Tamana, não é o único ângulo, tendo em conta que estamos a criar a empresa neste momento. Nós vemos os influencers como mais um canal de entrada para os nossos clientes, verem os nossos produtos e os produtos que estão a ser vendidos através do nosso ecossistema. Digamos que os influencers são aquilo que nós no passado diríamos que é o passa-palavra, o word of mouth em inglês, e claramente que há muitas pessoas que influenciam e conduzem muito do negócio através das redes sociais. Portanto, vemos como apenas mais um canal. Eu digo apenas mais um porque já temos todos os canais tradicionais, e este é um canal que tem crescido bastante nos últimos tempos e claramente durante a fase da pandemia mostrou-se ainda mais relevante e nas novas gerações mais novas, claramente que é um dos canais mais importantes. É o estabelecimento do produto e da marca. Nós estamos agora em lançamento no Kuwait. Vamos continuar o lançamento para outros países, a estratégia está por ser definida ainda, mas vamos claramente crescer para outras geografias. Temos que cimentar o nosso produto e depois evoluímos para novas geografias por esse mundo fora. De estarmos à procura de muito talento, e Portugal é uma pool de talento por excelência na Europa, e nesse aspecto temos muito interesse em desenvolver a nossa marca aqui e atrair talento que nos possa ajudar na nossa missão. A missão é bastante ambiciosa, começa, como disse, como um país, mas o objetivo é alargar para outras geografias. Vamos ter um ênfase muito grande no Médio Oriente, que é um bocadinho diferente, talvez, até de algumas empresas que operam no espaço nacional. Portanto, apelamos essa diferenciação e o espírito de desafio de criar alguma coisa de raiz e novo, como é o caso da Tamana. Numa palavra, tudo, mas claramente precisamos de muito esforço de back-end, de front-end, de mobile, claro. A empresa é mobile first, portanto temos que nos focar nesse ângulo, e depois todas as áreas que auxiliam o desenvolvimento de uma empresa como tecnológica como a Tamana.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sofia track, Jnation. With us today and right now, we have Bruno Freitas, and Bruno Freitas is the IT DevOps lead director, actually, on Unilabs Portugal. And Unilabs is the biggest, or one of the biggest clinical trial companies in Portugal that has been getting traction and more traction even with COVID-19. And it brings us probably the most trendy title of any session for Jnation2021, which is Java Fighting COVID-19. So Bruno, tell us how we can end this so we can have Jnation on site next year, please. The stage is yours, man. Go ahead.
Thank you, Daniel. Hello, Jnation friends. I am very pleased and humbled to be on this amazing event. I would like to start. Thank you, Jnation, for this organization. Even if it is online, it's awesome how this is being done for this couple of years. And I'm very proud that we have this kind of event quality in Portugal. Today, I will talk about Java technologies, use it as a weapon to fight against this COVID-19 virus in Unilabs Portugal. Just a brief introduction about me. As Daniel said, I am Bruno Freitas, and I will share the experience as a DevOps and architect director during these COVID times. And here is my contacts, and please feel free to reach me about everything you may want to know after this talk. Just to give you some context, I will talk a little bit about the Unilabs company, and I will get into the topic. Unilabs is a healthcare diagnostic company, most recently known as COVID-19 test top performer, but mainly for our drive-thrus that we have for over all the country. But actually in Unilabs, we were the first to create the drive-thru model in Europe. This innovative solution allows us to help on this fight while keeping as safe as possible. While keeping as safe as possible as employees, also our patients. But we actually do a lot of other diagnostics things all across the Europe as well. In Portugal, we perform more than 23 million tests per year and more than 5 million reports, with an history of more than 50 years supported by 3,500 employees with 100 physicians. We have several diagnostic specialties, from pathology, radiology, until nuclear medicine and veterinary. We operate on our self-unit locations, diagnostic centers, and also through a network of several partnerships. And you can see some of them on the bottom of this slide. We work with several companies from NHS system and others from the private sector. In Portugal, we have a very good service coverage with more than 1,000 locations to serve our patients. And you can see the list of the specialties here, from laboratory, radiology, nuclear medicine, pathology, gastro, cardiology, genetics, and veterinary. And lastly, regarding Unilabs, worldwide is present in 3 continents, with 16 countries, with more than 250 laboratories and 150 diagnostic centers, backed by almost 13,000 employees. During this pandemic, this COVID year, let's say, we performed more than 9 million COVID tests. That was a big number. In the first times, it was hard to find tests even for the trials, but now we are performing with a very high load, this kind of tests, just to keep us safe as possible. And okay, now that I speak a little bit about me and Unilabs, I will get into the main topic and the reason why this is important to be aware of. Because in extreme situations, we rely on what is trustable and proven, and not what is trendy or sexy. And Java is on the field, helping on this fight against COVID. Now I will share some experience regarding Java usage during this pandemic year. I will talk about drive-throughs business, web application usage, football players and staff testing and monitoring, laboratory information systems, integration services, healthcare protocol standards implementations, mobile app development, React web apps and API backends, and all of this done with the Java ecosystem technologies involved. Starting with ARA, our business web application solution that is responsible for register all test orders. This web app was developed using Vaadin. And for those who doesn't know it, Vaadin is an open source platform for building modern collaborative web apps for Java backends. And Vaadin has more than 20 years of history. There are 2 ways of building Java web apps, using Flow and Fusion. And for Flow is mainly for Java developers, but if you are a front-end developer, you may find Fusion very attractive as well. In Unilabs, we are using Flow, and we are very happy with the results in terms of app by itself, but also in terms of productivity that we have during the development process, allowing us to focus on what for us what matters, the business logic. And that is what gives value to our users, to our business. And of course, if you don't know Vaadin yet, you should definitely must try it. I will speak a little about Vaadin a little bit more, just to let you know. And I'm sure that everyone on this event knows about Spring Framework. Yes, we do a lot of use of this amazing framework. It's actually a standard, like not a standard per se, but like facto standard. It is an amazing framework, and we rely a lot on this amazing framework. Together, Vaadin, used with Spring, we can build scalable, reliable business web applications with Java in a very effective way. Of course, even if PostgreSQL it's not a Java software, I think that is more than fair that I need to mention this powerful and trustable database engine that we also are using a lot. We are relying on that database for several years with no big issues. It's amazing how this technology is helping us also. And when in the initial times when the COVID arrives, a questionnaire model was needed. For example, to ask about patient symptoms, and Vaadin Data Binder was there. We helped this technology, specifically the data binder, was quite important. We create a system that allows users to configure the questions, what kind of questions and answers needs to be answered, and relate them to the exams. Of course, we do it in a way that we can configure that questions and relate it dynamically with that test for COVID or for something else. That needs to be performed. That was pretty straightforward, with the Vaadin components being dynamically rendered and binded with this binder component. With the binder, the input components can be grouped together into forms, and easily we can create and update business objects with the little explicit logic needed to move data between the user interface and the data layers of the application. It was extremely useful in this context. And this is how it looks, the questionnaire for the end user. Then later, to address high people flux to our drive-thrus, we need a booking system to create availabilities in order to allow us to schedule COVID tests. At the beginning, we didn't have any booking system regarding ready to use in HARA. We start using an external system just for schedule and integrate the appointments to a REST endpoint using Mirt Connect. That I will speak a little more about this technology and software later, and of course, again, Spring REST template client. Later, with the help of Vaadin Consulting Services, we're able to create a model on ARA in order to book COVID tests and directly from the front office web application that is ARA. And this is very interesting to be aware. When we work with Vaadin, you can have support and consulting services from Vaadin company as well if needed. And I must say, these guys are amazing. We team up together with a very effective way. They fully understand our needs. They help us on the designing process and development process. It is very, very interesting, since they also have their basis on healthcare industry. Vaadin supports LTS versions for 5 years for free, and for another 10 years commercially. And since we are in Jnation, let me share some code on stage, even if it is a procedure representation on our drive-thrus. If we need to represent on a software program our operation in our drive-thru models, we will have this schedule appointments from our clients, and they came up to our drive-thrus, and then we start iterate each one on the queue. We will check for the appointment details for each patient, admit, we need to admit and fully understand if the data of the patient is okay. We collect the sample using a nasal swab. That is a quite interesting thing to do. Just kidding, but it's actually a real full need. It needs to be like that. And then we send the sample to the laboratory, and in the lab we get the result. And in the end, we notify the patient about the report and results, and then we deliver that report to the patient. And after we collect the samples on our network, as I said, they are sent to the laboratory in order to get results. And all of this lab process is supported by Clinidata Laboratory Information System. The software solution is provided by MaxData software vendor. It is interesting to see how close are our solutions, ADA and Clinidata, in terms of tech stack. They also use Spring, but with Google Web Toolkit, which is also allows like Vaadin, Java developers to stick with Java and avoid JavaScript development, which sometimes we all know that it's not an easy thing to tackle in multiple browsings, and that front-end technologies, sometimes it's hard to tackle all problems that multiple and compatibilizing multiple browsers as well. And during this pandemic here, some features were also developed on this product. Some important features actually. We need automatic translation on the clinical reports, automatic validation of clinical results, early detection of outbreaks, and real-time communication with health authorities, allowing the COVID data updates daily. And that is what is providing the numbers to NHS systems and allowing the authorities to have a status on a daily basis. This was an impressive work from MaxData. They played a very important role in this fight. After Unilabs being selected for being charged for all COVID tests in football players, for football players in Portuguese league, we were challenged to develop a tool that tracks the team results in an efficient manner. The goal was to ensure that football was played in a safe environment, but we need to find a way to monitor in a team group where we can see the results and give feedback to the teams in a very effective way on a daily basis as well. And for that, we build a progressive web application that allow us to have this responsive design, both for desktop and mobile application. We again use Spring Boot for the backend, and with Vaadin, since Vaadin also support this kind of applications with an high quality and maturity level. Another important tool that is on the field is Mirth Connect. In healthcare business, it makes IT makes a lot of use of integrations platform. On this matter, Mirth Connect is widely used for several companies from different sizes. It's actually like a Swiss Army knife. I feel that I need to mention this great piece of software because since it's available for free as well, sometimes it's not well valued. And guess what? It's based on Java cross-platform interface engine that enables the management of information using bidirectional sending of many types of messages. We can use it for several challenges. It is a rockstar tool for handling healthcare protocols like HL7, Daikon, Fire, and many more. It's a seamless software supported by a next-gen company. With no user interface that we can show here, I would like to share with you the knowledge of this great Java Fire protocol implementation. For people who doesn't know, Fire stands for Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources. And this is a standard describing data formats and API for exchanging electronic health records. This standard was created by HL7 International Healthcare Standards Organization. This is pretty well implementation it's pretty well implemented of Fire's specification in Java. It is also being used to interchange data between our core systems with patient information and COVID test orders and results. Quite useful during these times also. 2020 was really a transforming year, not only Unilabs, but Unilabs as well was also triggered by this pandemic. In terms of digital transformation, it was what it was done with a great acceleration. We were able to deliver a new branded native application to iOS and placed in Google or Android Store. Among other features, we use this app to deliver COVID-19 results to our patients. For this, we team up with a great partner in terms of digital transformation, that was Legend. With a great customer experience always in mind, Legend was responsible for the front end, allowing us to concentrate on the back-end business logic. And again, on the back-end, we were with Spring Framework, and that is a bulletproof technology. Predicting that we will have a high demand for COVID testing during outbreaks, we knew that we can't manage all the phone calls on our contact center to schedule these appointments. So we decided to create a public dedicated website to self-book and pay the COVID tests. The patient were able to self-book the appointments with an HS prescription as well. And again, was done with team up with the Legend for front end, and again we rely on Java Spring Framework. The front end was developed with the React, and as I said, the back end with the Spring Framework Java. Again, this solution brought a new and awesome customer experience to the battlefield. It was really a very interesting user experience. The patient has the possibility to book the COVID test online, select the best slot time for the test. Even the patient also have the possibility to put the car plate on the form, and when the patient comes to the drive-through, he has a special line to enter on that go line, and they had a barrier that opens when the camera recognizes the car plate that is on front of the line. Already in 2021, Unilab was asked to help on massive test scanning on schools and companies. This was done with the usage of antigen tests. Antigen tests use a quick analysis to detect the active virus in individuals, returning results within some time, 50 minutes. After this time, we need to register the test result obtained from the test cartridge. For that, we create a Flutter application that scans antigen test results and immediately deliver this to our patients. It was, again, very useful during this schools and companies' massive test strategy, as I already said. And again, we rely these times with Flutter for front end. That was a very interesting discovery in 2019, I think. And Java frameworks, Spring framework for the backend. One of the last features that we had on our portfolio, it was the possibility that any authority can scan our reports, and this is validated online on Unilab's web platform. This is in line with the current solution being deployed in Europe regarding COVID certificate. Actually, if you can scan this QR code, and we will see that is being validated online on a website that we have that also was developed using React. Making a wrap up in terms of Java ecosystem usage, I would like to emphasize this powerful combo, Spring with Vaadin. I would like to suggest that you give it a try. The easiest way to start to create web applications using Spring and Vaadin is to start with the template online accelerator on start.vaadin.com. Of course, you can also have the required dependencies manually on the project. The generated application sources that you can download after you customize some views and add some components can be done with another tech stack if you prefer, by example, Java EE or Jakarta EE or whatever. It is available and you can start playing with it, download, and start developing from there. Lots of technologies that is being used every day where Java is playing a big role. Besides the ones that I already mentioned, here is a list of some more of them. For example, for Spring, we also use the Spring framework by itself, but we also use Spring Data, Spring Security, Hibernate. It's a mature technology that you feel have a high usage of this framework as well. The ecosystem related with these technologies are awesome and playing a big and important roles in terms of business and in this scenario in COVID fighting. After 26 years of life, Java is doing pretty well. It's one of the most popular programming language in the world. Of course, all of this technology must be in the right hands, and these guys' hands are magical. We have done a lot of software development from home, but sometimes when we need to be more aligned and committed, we join forces on this war room. I'm very proud about the value that this team brings to the battlefield. Many thanks to them. You rock, folks. Ultimately, we all are guided by a purpose, and this is what really matters. This is what technology should be used for, and I'm very pleased to be part of. My last words will be to the frontline people that makes usage of these technologies and gives them all the meaning for all of this. Allow me to share this quick video, 2-minute video, in order to thank to them.
Está em estado de alerta para fazer
Olá, mãe. Acordei e mais uma vez não te vi.
Temos saudades tuas. Não vou à escola, não brinco com os meus amigos. Avó, não vem almoçar connosco e não andamos de bicicleta na praia ao fim de semana.
Surgiu uma pandemia e a Unilab tentou ir ao encontro deste problema.
Eu sei, já sou crescida e já percebi que de repente tudo mudou. Um dia quero ser como os médicos, os enfermeiros e como tu, sair de casa com a missão de salvar vidas. E sabes o que é mais incrível? Eu sei que não estás sozinha nesta missão e existem outros heróis como tu.
And that was it. For me, was a really great pleasure to be here, and I hope that you enjoyed this talk as I have. Thank you again, Jnation, for this amazing organization, and thank you all, guys. It was a really great pleasure to be here and share our experience with you. And that's it. And I'm open
thank you,
for
Bruno.
every question that you may know.
Thank you, Bruno, for bringing us the view on the field, on this fight that is new to all of us. It actually impacted us in many different ways, to each and every one of us. So it's always cool to see that technologies we work with daily help in some way to make life easier for the people fighting this pandemic. So that's a good value that you brought to the conference with that link between the tech world and what's actually happening in terms of pandemic fighting. So thank you for that. We do have some questions, at least we do have a question. Before going there, I knew that there would be some Vaadin question coming up. We usually have someone from Vaadin. Usually it's Maddie that joins us. Pretty cool guy that usually joins Jnation. I think he was on three of the editions, or two, not sure now. But the question we have is about Vaadin Flow, and basically it's a question on how do you scale your Vaadin Flow apps? Do you use sticky sessions on that scaling, or how do you do it?
Yes, actually, we do that. We have a load balancer in front of all the requests, and we do sticky sessions using the client IP address. And at this moment, I think we have some kind of 2,000 users spread across 3 nodes that we have in place running, and it's quite comfortable. The challenge that we have, but sometimes it's regarding the database, not the application layer. That is the main challenge we have. For that, also we have some kind of polyglot persistence, or let's say caching system. We use, besides PostgreSQL, as I mentioned, we also use Elasticsearch and Redis for caching, and that it's scaling with that kind of approach.
Yeah, thank you for that. The next one is not a question, but actually I think I need to relay it because it's a congratulatory message from Patricia. So saying congratulations to all of you and great team. So I guess it's just
thank you.
Just a congratulation of your effort. And actually, I'd like to transpond it to every single one working on the front lines to get us out of this as soon as possible. So with that, I think it's a wrap. We finished this session early, so if you want to join any of the other tracks, feel free to do so. We'll be back on Sofia Room at 6 p.m. with, it's already late, so kind of forgetting the schedule now. How Kindergarten taught me how to pair program. So see you guys at 6. And thank you once again, Bruno.
You're welcome. Thank you for my part as well. Bye-bye. Thank you all.
Bye.
This is a box. This is our box. Some think in 2 dimensions, but we understand depth. Being a groundbreaker is a mindset. We are a fun, dynamic, creative, and a united tribe. At WIT, you have the pieces to build your own story. Are you a groundbreaker? If the answer is yes, join us.
Olá, eu sou Paulo Sousa, sou CTO na WIT Software. Nós somos uma empresa com 20 anos, começamos na área de telecomunicações móveis, a fazer software para operadores móveis, mas entretanto nestes 20 anos temos feito imensas coisas, desde fintech até saúde, até segurança e televisão, passamos por uma história muito grande. Olha, nós em 2020, nós, tal como o resto do país, sofremos com as alterações devido à pandemia. Sofreram especialmente as famílias das pessoas que trabalham connosco, e nós tivemos que aprender a gerir isso e a trabalhar com isso e reagir da melhor forma. Alguns foram afetados de forma diferente de outros. No entanto, aquilo que nós reparamos foi que muitas das coisas que nós tínhamos vindo a estar a trabalhar e que continuamos a trabalhar durante 2020 começaram a ser cada vez mais utilizadas. Eu disse que nós trabalhamos em software para operadores de telecomunicação, e os operadores de telecomunicação e muito do software que nós fazemos foi absolutamente essencial nesta resposta à pandemia em 2020, especialmente no que diz respeito a comunicações móveis, a comunicações em conferência, e foi muito interessante ver algumas das soluções que nós fazemos a serem usadas no mundo real, a serem usadas e terem grande adoção. Isto exigiu imenso de nós, exigiu imenso das pessoas que trabalham connosco, das suas famílias, mas nós gerimos isso da melhor forma e saímos disto vitoriosos e saímos disto com uma sensação de dever cumprido. Depois deste ano difícil que foi 2020, veio o ano de 2021, onde tivemos novos desafios, houve a recuperação da economia, surgiram novos projetos, surgiu a necessidade de recrutar pessoas, de as acolher na nossa empresa, e esse foi talvez o maior desafio, aquilo que nos consumiu mais energias. Darmos uma resposta que seja profissional, que seja bastante motivadora ao acolher novas pessoas, ao garantir que elas fazem parte da nossa cultura e garantir que tudo o que nós fazemos é com a melhor qualidade no meio deste processo de expansão. Na WIT nós somos groundbreakers. As pessoas que trabalham connosco gostam de ver desafios e de os superar. Gostam de ver uma dificuldade, trabalhar com os seus colegas e, enquanto equipa, perceber que conseguem entregar soluções. Ao mesmo tempo que nós somos ambiciosos, gostamos de servir os outros. Gostamos de ver uma dificuldade e, ao mesmo tempo, ver a luz ao fundo do túnel. Aplicamos o nosso know-how, aquilo que aprendemos, aquilo que são as tecnologias com que trabalhamos para resolver problemas reais e ver mesmo isso a aplicar-se no dia-a-dia das pessoas. E isso é isso que me motiva a trabalhar com todas as pessoas que estão aqui ao nosso lado, com quem interagimos no dia-a-dia. É esta sensação de superar desafios, entregar valor e criar coisas novas. E se quiserem pertencer a este clube, podem ir ao nosso site em witsoftware.com. Tem toda a informação sobre o que fazemos. Neste momento estamos a desenvolver imensas aplicações móveis, quer nativo, Android, iOS, cross-platform. Estamos a desenvolver aplicações em back-end. Estamos a fazer imensas coisas com DevOps. E podem fazer parte de toda esta inovação que nós continuamos a criar. Nós fazemos muitas aplicações móveis, estamos muito orientados para isso, especialmente por termos vindo do mundo dos operadores de telecomunicação, de software para telecomunicações. No que diz respeito a aplicações móveis, estamos cada vez mais a utilizar cross-platform, nomeadamente React Native, nomeadamente Flutter, ainda muito Kotlin. Agora, olhando mais para o back-end, em 2021 nós começamos a adotar cada vez mais a implementação, especialmente em novos projetos de serverless, de Node.js, em que, dependente da utilização, temos que fazer projetos que têm que escalar muito mais rapidamente, isso tem-nos ajudado. Agora, não especificamente sobre as linguagens e as frameworks, mas sobre a maneira como nós estamos organizados, estamos cada vez a ser mais ágeis. Adotamos metodologias, nomeadamente Scaled Agile, onde aplicamos tecnologias ágeis não só ao desenvolvimento do dia-a-dia, mas a todo o ciclo end-to-end, a toda a organização. Em todos os novos projetos que estamos a aplicar, estamos a incluir ciclos de CI/CD, DevSecOps, em que todo o desenvolvimento é o mais contínuo possível. Todas as soluções que criamos estão cada vez mais depressa em live, cada vez mais depressa a receber analítica, a receber dados de feedback e reagimos cada vez mais próximo a esse feedback. Portanto, tudo isto se coordena para que tudo o que nós fazemos e aquilo que nós temos vindo a fazer nos últimos anos e a culminar agora em 2021 é cada vez mais ágil, cada vez mais rápido e vemos o resultado daquilo que fazemos imediatamente nas mãos das pessoas que usam o nosso software.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sofia Room. We have Daniel with us. Daniel is joining us from San Francisco. How are you doing, Daniel?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Fine. Really expecting to see what you can bring us about what children can teach us about tech stuff. So Daniel is bringing us a talk on what kindergarten can teach us about pair programming. So without any further delays, I'm going to give the stage to you because I'm really curious about this.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, my name is Daniel, and today I'm going to give a talk about what kindergarten can teach us about pair programming. So before we get started, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a senior developer advocate at a cloud company in San Francisco called New Relic. We do observability software. And I'm also the president and founder of a 501c3 nonprofit called Bit Project, where we help students from all different backgrounds launch their first app or website, with help. So yeah, a couple of things about me. I'm pretty new to tech. It's my 10th month in tech, so I'm really new, and I have a pretty short attention span. I have ADHD. And I'm pretty fun, so feel free to follow me on Twitter if you're watching this talk. And I've been learning so much while I've been in tech about programming and engineering and software engineering through pair programming. So yeah, I'm super excited to bring this talk to you. So before we get started about like what kindergarten specifically can teach us about pair programming, I want to kind of get into what is pair programming in general. So pair programming is just when two programmers program together on a single piece of code without killing each other. And again, if you kill each other, it is not pair programming. You must not kill each other. So you might be asking, so why are you, Daniel, qualified to give this talk? So there are a couple of reasons. As part of my job at New Relic, I Twitch stream with a bunch of different folks, whether it's students or other engineers on Twitch for my job to teach and learn more about new technologies. And I've learned so much in the hours and hours and hours of pair programming I've done on Twitch on exactly what really drives a really good, productive pair programming session. Also, when I was in kindergarten, I did get a Dolphin Plus, which is like the A+ equivalent of kindergarten. So I am really qualified in this realm. So you might be asking, so like, how does pair programming work if you haven't done it already? So in pair programming, there's two main kind of roles. There's the driver, which I've named Gregory. So the driver has the keyboard and the mouse, and they're doing all the programming like on the call. And the navigator is the person who's watching the person that is actually doing the manual coding, who observes, asks questions, suggests solutions, and think about like the longer term kind of strategies of what the program should be. So yeah, now let's get into the meat and potatoes of the talk about what the lessons I learned from kindergarten are and how I can apply the amazing things I learned in kindergarten to my pair programming sessions with engineers and students that I do on a daily basis. So the first lesson I learned when I was in kindergarten, at least, was that sharing is caring. We've all heard this, right? Sharing is caring. I remember when I was in kindergarten, I had a hard time sharing my toys, but through a lot of hard work from both my parents and my teachers, I learned that sharing is really caring. So when you are pair programming and you're working on a single piece of code, you and your partner should be working as one unit, like trying to solve problems together. So if someone is typing, you should not sit back and just like go on Instagram. You should actually figure out like what they're doing and constantly suggest solutions and reviewing what they're writing. And things kind of when things kind of go wrong in a pair programming session, when things don't work, tests don't pass, that's very normal. You might be thinking, well, you made this error, or that bug was caused because something you wrote. That is not very productive. So what we need to do is share responsibility. So instead of saying I or you, we said we made this error in this design, but let's figure out what we can do so we can fix it. So it's really important that both partners own everything and share responsibility in what you do when you pair program. The next lesson I learned when I was in kindergarten was to clean up your mess. I remember when I was in kindergarten, I was very clumsy. So I spilled snacks, I spilled drinks, I spilled everything on the floor. But we always made my teachers always made sure that I got the paper towels and the Clorox wipes and made sure I cleaned up my own mess. And when you're pair programming as an adult or as a student, it's really important that you clean up your own mess. So when you're pair programming, you can see the obvious unnoticed errors that your partners cannot see. So like when you're pair programming, you have someone who's not directly writing the code. So they can kind of notice things or mistakes or messes that you make that can that you can clean up right away. So here are a couple of benefits of having someone to help you clean up your messes. So these are all real scenarios that have happened in my pair programming sessions. I've been asked things like, hey, like you forgot the curly braces over there. So that's why it's not compiling. Or you named your variable wrong. This has happened multiple times where I added an extra S or capitalized something. And that's the reason that my 2-hour debugging section was kicked off. So it's really helpful to have a friend there. Also, did you save your file? We've all been in the situation where we were programming something and we were compiling it. And the reason that the new changes weren't being effective was because we didn't save the file. So that's really important, and a friend can definitely help you catch those errors. Also, are you pushing environmental variables to GitHub? This has actually happened to me multiple times where I'm pushing sensitive AWS creds to GitHub, and my friends have has caught me almost doing that and then saved me from a huge AWS bill. Or you seed into the wrong folder. These are all common like messes that you make as a programmer that having a friend and a pair program partner can help you like mitigate right away. So the conclusion in kindergarten terms is that pair programming can help you figure out where you made a boo-boo and help you clean it up. Awesome. The next slide is the next kind of lesson that I learned is that snacks are important. Getting hangry is a real big problem when you're pair programming. Pair programming is really draining because someone is basically keeping you on task at all times. Because if someone's sitting next to you constantly offering solutions or someone's constantly programming, there are no like natural breaks where you're like, kind of chilling and not using your brain to your 100% capacity. So it is really important to take breaks and take snack breaks, particularly to maintain your level of focus. So one of the examples I give when I talk about the importance of taking breaks is that when you pair program with so I don't work in production every day. I'm a developer advocate. So when I program with an software engineer, even an hour session, I need to take a 5-minute break in the middle because I cannot maintain that level of focus and productiveness without taking a break, because these people code for a living and they know the thing inside and out. But when you're trying to learn and program at the same time, it uses a lot of your brain power. And honestly, you do need to take breaks to make sure that you really comprehend and take full advantage of the session. So people might be asking, like, what do you do during your breaks? Like, you can eat a snack, but you don't necessarily have to eat a snack. You could like drink coffee or go on Instagram or Facebook, eat some chips, do a Rubik's Cube, go to the playground, etc., etc. So the conclusion is that taking breaks is really important and eating stuff is really important. You don't want to code and pair programming with low blood sugar. That is not a pleasant experience for anyone. Awesome. The next lesson I learned is that teamwork makes the dream work. So whenever you're pair programming, especially at a company, usually there's someone that's much senior than you or much more knowledgeable about something than you that you're pair programming with. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're at a higher level, but that they have different skills, knowledge, and experiences. So whenever an engineer at my company, New Relic, gets onboarded to a new team, the onboarding process usually consists of them pair programming with senior engineers who know the product and know the team's owned code really well. And then it's their job through pair programming to kind of communicate that knowledge to their partner. So it's really important to take advantage of these unique skills of you and your partner and pool your resources together to accomplish a task together. So actually today, I'm actually planning on pair programming with an engineer on the Pixie team to learn more about how their framework works with my software, with just regular the larger product New Relic. And he comes from Pixie, like the startup, and I actually know the product really well. So when we combine our resources together of his expertise of his product and my expertise of the New Relic platform, us pairing together makes a lot of sense because we can both leverage our unique expertise to solve this one bug together. So that's really important. So when two brains focus on the same problem, they will come up with twice as many possible solutions. Well, it's not exact science, but we can come up with a lot of unique solutions. And then we can use both of our combined brain powers to kind of combine and edit those solutions to find the best solutions. And then once we have that land on that best solution, it's faster and easier to implement it because we have different areas of expertise and we can actually solve it together instead of relying on Stack Overflow and then like a bunch of other questions. So yeah, leveraging everyone's strengths is really important. And making sure that you recognize everyone's strengths and use that to your advantage is really important in pair programming. Yay. The next kind of big topic is really self-evident, I think, and it's very self-explanatory, but also it's very difficult because there's a lot of assholes in when that I've met when I was pair programming, especially in college. And let me elaborate. So working with an asshole, I would call it an asshole, but there are people with bad attitudes. There's different varieties of assholes. Is mentally draining. And the two main types I have encountered in my journey into tech have been the my way or the highway pair programmers or the egotistical pair programmers. So let me just talk about the first kind, is the my way or the highway programmers, pair programmers. So these developers think that they are the bee's knees and they don't really consider other ideas or implementations or opinions. And it's also very, very draining and headache inducing to work with. And because when you're pair programming, the whole point of it is to be a collaborative experience where both parties get to contribute and then learn from each other. But if someone's like, hey, I know for a fact that this is the only way that I will even consider doing something, it makes it really draining because it's not collaborative anymore. It's more of a dictatorial thing. So it's really important that like when you catch yourself saying things like that wouldn't work because, or like this is a bad idea, or like these like very like negative things, try to like instead be like yes and, or try to find a compromise or figure out why that solution might or might not work, and work that compromise with your pair programming partner around design and implementation details. Also, there are people on top of that that are super egotistical, that get super defensive when they receive criticism and take things really personally. And when I was in kindergarten, I remember that our class had to make butterfly paintings. And I remember I had a friend in kindergarten who just refused to acknowledge that a handprint did not look like a butterfly. And then when like the teacher pointed that to him, he got super defensive, and I think he cried. I still remember it because I was like, why is this dude so like triggered, you know? But it's really important that you don't take things personally, and you don't get personally offended when someone's like, hey, this could be implemented better, or there's a better way to do something, because it also causes anger issues when people take things really personally for the other person. So please don't be that person that takes it personally and receives design or implementation critiques as personal attacks, because we're all trying to learn from each other when we're pair programming, and it's not productive for anyone if you take things very personally and then you get super upset at the person. Because when I was programming in college, especially, there were a lot of students, when a professor or a fellow student pointing out implementation details, took like, you should have, this function is very inefficient as you are a terrible programmer. And that is just not productive for anyone. And the kind of the final kind of lesson, the biggest lesson, is washing your hands before you start programming. And this is not in the COVID context, because you should definitely wash your hands before anything in the age of the global pandemic. But this is more of a metaphor. So whenever I first pair programmed, I think it was my operating systems class in college, I approached my first pair programming session with a lot of skepticism, because I was like, I could do this homework assignment in 35 minutes. Why am I meeting this person and pair programming together? And I was not expecting to enjoy the experience. I had a lot of preconceived notions of what pair programming is and how inefficient I thought it was. And that kind of like starts you off on the wrong foot. So it's really important that you wash your hands of any skepticism, because two skeptical developers pairing together is a disaster. Because if two people both believe that what they're doing is a waste of time, the likelihood of that programming session being super successful or super productive is very, very low. However, I got super lucky, because when I was in college, and my ECS, my operating systems class partner was super enthusiastic about pair programming. Even having one excited partner who's experienced in pair programming can lead to pair programming success. So even though I approached the pair programming session with a lot of skepticism, because I had such an enthusiastic partner that was so excited to pair and work on a problem together and communicate and brainstorm ideas to solve the singular problem, it was a super successful session. I learned so much from him, because he was willing to share ideas, and we'd bounce ideas off each other, and would actually implement things together. And that made it so awesome. And especially if you're not being forced to pair program in a class, because in this class, our professor actually set up forms for us to pair program together, and it was a requirement for the class. You might be wondering, like, how do I start these kind of natural pair programming relationships? And this is a perfect example of a Slack conversation that I sent to one of our engineers at our nonprofit. It says, hey, Emily, I'm having trouble understanding how to pass the automated checks you have implemented in the serverless repo. Could you hop on a call with me to figure this out? Like, you don't have to define something or call it a pair programming session. It can be as casual as being like, hey, I noticed that you're the last person to commit to this piece of code. I have no idea how this works. Could you hop on a quick call, 10-minute call with me to explain how this works? That could be the start to a really fruitful relationship of information sharing and pair programming. So it's really important to kind of take your opportunities daily when you're a developer or you're working on a project together to really over communicate even, and work with your teammates or your fellow colleagues and pair program together in natural context. Because I feel like the best pair programming session I've had is when I'm having a problem and someone's naturally helping me solve it. Like that started from a Slack conversation being like, hey, I don't understand your code. Let's work on this together. So the conclusion is, if you're pair programming for the first time, approach this session with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of like optimism and like energy to make the session work. I was really lucky to have a partner that did that, but when you have two skeptical people, it usually doesn't end very well. The final lesson that I have is that like kindergarten, because when we went on field trips together, I remember having an accountability buddy where we'd be responsible for our partner being there, and that's really important in pair programming to keep each other accountable. And let me tell you why. We have distractions all around us because we have social media, we have email, we have the bird and the nature outside that's so beautiful. You know, sometimes when I'm working, I'm like, ooh, I wonder what this person is up to, and just check my phone. Or I'm like, ooh, is there an ice cream truck outside? You know, like I get distracted on a daily basis, and that leads to less productive lives for us. But when you're pair programming, you're less likely to waste time. And here's why. It's because when someone's sitting there that's continuously providing feedback and providing continuous input, you're probably not going to go in front of them while they're waiting for you to do something or code, to go on Instagram and check on how Billy is what Billy's eating today on their story. You know, that's probably not going to happen. So it's really important that just even having someone there improves your productivity when you're pair programming. And on top of that, on the topic of accountability buddies, they can definitely help you stick to best practices, because we all have these moments. And here's my prime example. So when I commit code by myself when no one's watching, here are my last couple of commit messages. We have the famous ASDF, please work, why isn't this working, ugh, and the keyboard smash, you know. And this probably wouldn't happen if someone's watching me, because if I was pair programming, I'd be like, I modified the add customer function to resolve a validation error. So it's really important. It's not even important. It's really good to have someone there that's pair programming with you to make sure that you actually stick to all of the best practices that you know as a developer you should be doing. But as someone who's programming by themselves, you might be too lazy to follow through on. And a lot of big software errors that happen and bugs that happen are because developers are inherently efficient creatures. And if someone doesn't feel like they have to do certain parts of the procedure, they will most likely skip it. So yeah, that's kind of my 7 lessons that I learned about pair programming from kindergarten. So you might be wondering, like, why did I give this talk? Because kindergarten for a lot of us was a long time ago, and we probably forgot a lot of the things we learned in kindergarten. Well, it's because pair programming is how I learned how to become a good developer. This was taken last weekend when I went to my friend's graduation, because textbooks can only get you so far. That's what I learned when I was learning to become a developer. I think the best way to learn when you're starting out is to learn from others who have gone through it more than you and who are experts in their own right. And then I want everyone, especially younger generation students and developers, to learn more from each other. And that's why why I'm such an advocate for pair programming as a way to learn and a way to solidify what you know. So yeah, that's kind of like why I gave this talk, is because I want everyone to go and pair program more and then learn from each other in their own teams and kind of level each other up and their colleagues. So yeah, that's kind of my talk. And here's my question slide.
Thanks a lot, Daniel. Thank you for that different view on pair programming and different background on what pair programming means and what what it represents. I have a question on YouTube here, and this is related to the fact that we are used to a pair programming. We are used to a way of doing pair programming that is no longer the standard, because we are. This is the second year that we spend at home, so the usual way that we did pair programming is now out of the question, at least for now. We hope to get back soon, but right now we don't have that possibility. And we have a question on that, which is, what tools would you recommend for pair programming in terms of collaboration as well as dev tools for remote workers, which is pretty much everyone right now?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a really good question. So I use the VS Code Live plugin to pair program with a Zoom, like combined with Zoom usually. But lately I've been trying this app called tuple.app to pair program, and it's been wonderful. And the reason that I started using Tuple is because you can start sending emojis and you can draw on the other person's like computer if you're doing web dev, or you can send confetti. You can like sprinkle confetti on the on the pair programmer's like computer. So I like those like whimsical features. But yeah, I used to program on Zoom before I discovered live share. And honestly, I think the tool matters less. It matters more the conversation and the energy in the call. But because there's so many different tooling out there right now for pair programming that people have like been trying and developing. But yeah, I would recommend LiveShare and Tuple. Those are the two services I use when I pair program.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that you're absolutely right. Actually, you referred that on the call. Many of the pair programming sessions today start with a quick call on, let me know how you did this. And it eventually evolves to someone developing with a shared screen. So that's one of the ways that you can do it right now. But there's a bunch of tools to do it, and you're perfectly right. I guess the energy on that session is more important than the tool we are using for that specifically. So unless, I don't think we have any other questions right now. So if that's the case, which I think it is, I'd like to thank you again, Daniel, for the refreshing talk, and we hope to see you again next year, but this time in Coimbra. So you have to fly all the way across the pond to come.
That sounds
here.
awesome. I'm so down.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back with the session at 7 p.m., so 35 minutes from now. And the session will be about data flow, the easy way, by Maria Arias de Reina Dominguez. So see you in 35 minutes.
You know all the places you've been. It's the unknown that drives you. The search for something new, for what's next. We followed the unfamiliar and started unraveling new paths. We are leading the way into the future, and the journey has been amazing. We are on the road of disruption towards success, never settling down. Volkswagen Digital Solutions, exploring new roads.
Volkswagen in 2021, it was one of the most important years for our company. We have been growing in a really fast rhythm. And one of the biggest achievements as a team, it was for sure the confirmation of the really good job and awesome delivery that our team is doing here in Portugal. We have really good professionals delivering top quality projects for the Volkswagen Group. And this confirmation of trust and continuous of growth has been one of our biggest achievements as a team. We already have a big spectrum and variety of projects, from support to development from scratch, and we aim to continue to grow even more. So wish us luck. Profiles that Volkswagen Digital Solutions is hiring. We basically want people with curiosity to learn. Of course, we have some limitations in terms of tech stacks, depending on the team, depending on the tech unit, depending on the department that the person will work for. But basically, we want people that are a match regarding our culture and that is eager to learn and develop itself to go to the next level. So we are quite open, and we have a really fun culture to be with. And we are proud of the people we have, and for sure we know that the people we will hire in the future will match our expectations. For a recruitment process, we basically adapt depending on the department, depending on the team. So you can have a challenge, you can have an activity to do if you are applying for a designer position, for a software development position. And we believe that like this, we can have a more suitable and customized experience for us and for the candidate. Volkswagen Group has been investing in the last couple of years in the digitalization of the company, in the several brands of the group, and not only in Germany, but also outside of Germany. Of course, Portugal was being evaluated, and in the end become one of the place to invest and to grow a team. And it's not only Volkswagen, but Portugal has a really good lifestyle and culture. It's easy to convince managers or engineering managers to move to Portugal to start and ramp up companies. We have a really international mindset. We have skilled people from junior talent to more senior. We have a really diverse IT community. We are economically attractive as a company, of course, and our geography, our location as a country is also really interesting. So all of these characteristics as a whole made us a good place to invest. And since 2019, the year we officially opened the Volkswagen Digital Solutions in Portugal, it has been proving all over the time that it has been a good place to be. Volkswagen Digital Solutions looks really promising. Like I said, our partners have been really happy with the work we have been developing in Portugal. When I say partners, Volkswagen Group. And we already have 26 teams developing projects in Portugal. And we had the confirmation recently, we even came out on the news about it, that this investment will continue to grow. We already have a really big challenge of growing 100 people in 2021. So looks promising, looks really challenging, but we are up to the challenge and we want this. So I'm sure we're going to double the number of projects in the next few years, and it will be fun.
You can write the best code in the world. You can run the most complex systems. But things get really complicated when you have dozens of different technologies and hundreds of processes. Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
And welcome back, everyone, to Sofia Room. So with us now we have Maria Arias de Reina, and she is joining us from Seville, Spain. How are you doing today, Maria?
Hi. Well, it's a bit hot here, so I have the windows open. So maybe you hear the dogs barking from the neighbor, but that's fine.
That's a good addition to the call, actually. If we can get some nature kind of sound, so that's great. So Maria is a Java champion and a senior software engineer at Red Hat, and she's going to be talking about data flow in the easy way. So without further ado, I'm going to give the stage, or in this case, the stream to you, Maria. So free to go.
Thank you. So yes, what I'm going to talk about today is about camels. More concrete about Apache Camel and the family of products or software projects that are around Camel. First of all, who am I? Oh, I'm Maria, obviously. You may have seen me in other talks like We Kill based on metadata, or How to Survive a Zombie Kitten Apocalypse using free and open source software. And well, I have been free and open source advocate and true believer of this is the way software should be since forever, since I met it in the university. I studied computer science. I started in the geospatial world. So I started doing location maps, path calculations, like when you are on your GPS and you want to go from one place to another, how to calculate the best route. And at some point, I got involved in open source communities. I ended up being, for 2 years, the OSGeo president, and a couple of years back, exactly a couple of years ago, I joined Red Hat, in which I abandoned a bit the geospatial area and started to work with integration frameworks and Apache Camel in general. So what is this Apache Camel on integration frameworks I'm talking about? So imagine you are starting a new project, a new software project, and you're starting to design the architecture. The first thing that you usually do is create these UML diagrams, and you start thinking on how to make different components interact. Like, I have a module that connects to a database, then I have to push something to an API or collect something from an API. Or maybe you have to connect to some external FTP. Maybe you have to interact with, I don't know, some Salesforce or ServiceNow or any other component that is external and special to your use case. So you start defining these UML diagrams, and you start defining how the data is going to flow from one component to the next, and the workflows, and maybe your workflows are have some conditionals or some loops, or maybe you need to interconnect two pieces that are, well, they don't interact directly with each other, and you need to place some software, some glue in between that will connect one piece to the next. And that's where integration frameworks enter your architecture, or should enter your architecture if you want to keep it decoupled and easy to maintain. So this glue between components is what integration frameworks are. They try to simplify how different components interact in a way that it's as decoupled as possible, of course, obviously. Each use case will have their own data models, will have their own specific workflow on how the components will interact. So it's not completely decoupled, but it tries to decouple as much as possible and tries to abstract you from the specifics on how to interact with each component and focus on your use case and your what exactly do you need from one component to the next. And they also try to make it easy to maintain this code you have to write, because if you can keep the source code of these little pieces small, if at some point you need to replace them, or you need to replace one component and add a different one, for example, you want to replace a MySQL for a PostgreSQL, or you want to replace an SQL database for a non-SQL database, or maybe now you want an Elasticsearch. Maybe it will be simple, maybe not if you have your custom source code, but the idea is that with integration frameworks, you can very easily plug and unplug components. So it's not as painful to adapt your architecture to all these new changes. Also, the idea of these integration frameworks is that you don't need to know the details on how each component act. For example, the same way that if you are interacting with a database in Java, you usually use Hibernate, so you don't write very complex SQL queries, but you rely on the classes and the DAOs and all these facade models that hide a bit how the database interacts, so you can easily replace one database with another. The idea is that the integration frameworks allow you to do something similar. So the pain of how to implement your use case is not so much because you have a lot of things hidden. There's a lot of things that are happening automatically, converting from one data model to exactly what this component needs that you don't have to care about. And if I said, if at some point you replace that component with another, the idea is that the integration framework will be smart enough to be able to do this without you having to redo all your workflow or all your data model. A good integration framework should have a couple of interesting things, like they should be able to allow you to implement these workflows of data and implement conditionals or implement loops or broadcast, or for example, maybe you want to split into different flows because you are iterating over an array, and then you want to merge those flows again into a single flow of the software program. Or maybe you want to do a bit more advanced pattern in your workflow. These are the enterprise integration patterns, and you can look for them. They are very well defined, like the software patterns, software implementation patterns or design patterns. And once you start learning about them, even if you are not using yet an integration framework, you realize why integration frameworks are important, because the same way software integration patterns give us a lot of abstraction tools on how to implement properly software, the enterprise integration patterns give us tools to abstract how to implement or how to design workflows in a way that is cleaner, let's say like this. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is Apache Camel, which is a free and open source integration framework. Is the most active project in the Apache Software Foundation for at least for the past 2 years. And it's one of the most used integration frameworks. It's hard to say it's the most used because it's hard to get statistics of what people use on their private implementations, their closed source projects. But let's say it's one of the most used, and it's one of the most is the most active on the Apache Software Foundation. So you can be sure that if you use it, you're not going to be alone using it. So there's a lot of people that can help you, that you can hire as consultant, that you can hire as technical support, there's a big, huge community around it. How does this Apache Camel work on the inside? Well, this is a very rough design of what Apache Camel does on the inside. It's obviously it's more complex, but the basic idea is that you have different external systems. So you connect through endpoints to these external systems. Maybe the endpoint is writing something on the external system, maybe it's reading something. Usually it's a mix of both, because if you're reading something, it's because you first write a request requesting that thing you're reading. Then the endpoint generates what we call an exchange, which is a datagram, a message that contains all the information extracted from the external system, and also information on the context of where in the workflow you are. Like, this is the first step, this is maybe when I contacted to this external system, instead of data, I receive an error, an exception, then I store that error. Maybe I received data, but also I received more context, some headers giving context to the data. That's also on the exchange. The exchange goes to a router, which is the one who has all the logic of your workflow, so decides what is going to be the next step, which as in this case, it's split in two, so it goes to two different endpoints. It could be, maybe it could be the last step, so the router decides you already finished. Maybe it's not sending to an endpoint itself, but it's sending to an intermediate step that what does is a transformation. What do I mean by transformation? Well, the endpoint is receiving a message that is the output of the previous step. But maybe you need to change that datagram so it's not sent as is to the next external system. Maybe the output of the previous step is an XML and the input you need is a JSON. Well, then you need to convert the XML to a JSON. Or maybe you need to trim some of the attributes, or maybe you need to change some of the attributes. So that could be an intermediate step that is not an endpoint, but the idea is the same. The router sends it to this intermediate step that is a transformation. Then the transformation generates a datagram that is sent to the router, and then the router decides what is going to be the following step. Apache Camel has more than 350 different types of endpoints. What does this mean? This means that it knows how to interact with 350 something or 60 something different types of components. This type of components could be from databases, or maybe you want to create a Telegram bot, maybe you want to interact with Twitter, maybe you want to interact with a REST API, maybe you want to, there's more components than you can imagine. There's probably, if you check the list of components, there's a lot of components you didn't even know it existed. At least that happened to me. Then the idea is that this is, of course, very roughly how the architecture of Apache Camel is on the inside, but the idea is that you can focus on selecting which endpoints and which transformations you need to perform your integration in your workflow. And you order them step by step, you decide the conditionals, the router can decide, for example, if depending on the response, the exchange that is incoming, it can decide going through one flow or the other. And you can focus on just defining these steps. And Apache Camel makes it very, very easy to define these steps because it has a DSL, which is a domain-specific language. And it's not natural language, but it's very, very similar to a natural language, or at least for me, it's very easy to understand. And of course, if you're a software developer, you will get it very fast. So an example of this, how would be a hello world in Apache Camel? Well, one of the things Apache Camel allows you is that, or one of the features I like most is that it allows you to write the same thing in different ways. For example, here you can see the same hello world root or integration in JavaScript, in Java, in YAML, and XML. And it has a few more languages, which I don't remember. But as you can see, the difference between the JavaScript and the Java is just, I mean, the code is the same. It's just the Java decorations you need for this is a class, this is the imports, this is the package, which is needed for Java. But the pure code is going to be the same in JavaScript, in Java, in Groovy, in whatever you use. And of course, in YAML and XML, it's not exactly the same because YAML and XML are not programming languages, are description languages. So instead of a function that starts with from, you have to define the from, or you have an element called from. So let's take a look on what this means. This is a hello world which runs every 1000 milliseconds, which runs every second, and prints a hello world in the log. So it starts from a timer that is going to execute this integration every second. As a first step, you may have something like this, which is a timer, which is something you can, instead of defining a timer in milliseconds, you can define a cron. But you can also have something that is listening, like, for example, you can be listening to a RabbitMQ or a Kafka stream, so a Kafka broker. So you are waiting for some message, and the moment this message arrives, then the integration starts. So depending on your use case, you may be willing to use something like a cron or a timer, or you may be willing to use listening to something. So here we start with the simplest one, every second. We define a message called, with the message hello world inside as the body. And then we send it to the log. In YAML, exactly the same. You start from a timer with 1000 milliseconds, then the following steps are first, the body is going to be this string, and then you send this body to the log. So this could be like a transformation step. You can consider it. It's not really transforming anything, it's overwriting whatever was there, which was null, but it's like a transformation step example. And again, in XML is exactly the same, a from, a set body, and a to following step. If we had a more complex example, like we had more steps, they will be like this to log info step. So you, in the following line, you write another to and define which is going to be the following step. Also, these strings that define each step have their own language, their own semantic. So the first string that appears here, the first word, is telling you which is the component you are going to call, in this case log. Then you have 2 points, and then you have, usually is like, if it's a database, it's going to be the name of the table. On this case, it's going to be the name of the log. On this case, it's going to be the ID of the timer, in case you need an ID on the timer. The idea is that this next string is going to define exactly, first is the component, then it's like the ID or the context of exactly this component, where you're going to use it. And then you have parameters, infinite parameters. As part of the exchange of the datagram of this message that goes from one step to the next, you can have headers that can give you context, like username and passwords. Maybe you want to extract them somewhere and add them as headers. You can have the body of the message. You can have properties or attributes included that are not part of the body, but are attributes you can use from one step to the next to store maybe some intermediate step that you can use later. So it's very, very flexible, and it's very easy to understand. Once you understand these 3-4 basic things, like you start with a from, then you go to varied number of 2 steps, and then the semantics on what this string means, then it's pretty easy to understand even if you don't know the workflow, it's very easy to understand it. This will be an example of what happens if you want to do a conditional. So instead of a to or a set body, you say, I'm going to start a choice. If this condition, then do this. If this other condition, then do this. Else do other thing, and the conditional. if I didn't explain it to you and you just read the English there, it's fairly easy to follow how this works. And the loop will be very similar, but instead of a choice when, then it's going to be looping here and ending the loop. So one of the things people ask me when I start explaining what Apache Camel is that Apache Camel is nice, but it runs on Java. I don't like Java. I agree with you. Java may not have good fame in as a tool or as a lightweight framework to use. Well, first of all, you don't have to develop anything in Java, even if you use it, even if you use Camel, because you can define your routes in JavaScript, for example. You don't need Java. But yes, once it runs, it's Java. Camel is surprisingly lightweight and fast for Java. If you run it, you will get, it has a low memory footprint, it's fast, it's lightweight, it doesn't have many, it's not heavy as a library. It's very, very light, but still it's Java. And probably if you're looking for something serverless or something that you start and stop quickly or something that you need to be very, very, with a very, very small memory footprint, it's not what you're looking for. Don't worry, because Java is evolving a lot. I don't know if you have heard about GraalVM and Quarkus and all these new trends in Java, but they exist and they are there. And we have Camel Quarkus, which is a flavor of Apache Camel that runs over Quarkus. What is Quarkus? They call it something like supersonic, subatomic Java something. But the idea is that the memory footprint, you have to compile Camel Quarkus specifically for Quarkus. And it runs not on a normal JVM, but on a specific Quarkus JVM. And the idea is that it has this concept of closed world. So it cuts a lot of code that knows that is not going to be used. It optimizes it, it makes it faster, it allows you to compile better the Java code in summary. So the idea is that now it starts in milliseconds. It's like a bash script. You just run it and it's running. And the memory footprint is negligible. I mean, you don't see it in your memory. It's really, really, really small. So we have improved this because, well, it's Java, but it's new trending Java, which is very fast and it's very lightweight and it doesn't use, it's just a minimal memory. It's comparable to a bash script, really. So, but the idea of this has a problem because Camel Quarkus is Knative. It's based on, it runs on Knative, which is, maybe it's adding complexity to your stack because now you need a specific JVM, you need, well, good thing is that we have other tools to simplify your development here. Because maybe because you're not familiar with Java, maybe because you're not familiar with Quarkus, maybe you don't know how to handle this from a DevOps side. Don't worry, we have CamelK. CamelK is a toolbox, maybe, that allows you to easily deploy Apache Camel Quarkus fast and quickly. I mean, you have a command line interface, you have, you just write camel run this JavaScript file that contains the definition of my workflow, and it deploys it on a Kubernetes cluster, or camel log my integration, and you see the logs, camel delete my integration, and you remove the integration. So it's fast, it's easy to use, it's nice. What else can we have? So now our lives looks very good, but still there are things that, because sometimes the problem is that your integration or your workflow is not even defined or written by developers. So even if for a developer it's very, very easy to define all these steps, maybe a data scientist or maybe someone who have to write complex workflows and sees that some of the steps can be refactored into a meta block, maybe. So instead of writing always these 5 steps one after the other, I can write a meta block and use 1 step instead of 5. That's where camelets appear. So the idea is that camelets simplify even more how the camel DSL, how camel is defined. So instead of having to write your integration with a lot of small steps, you can do it with 1 step or a couple of steps. So it simplifies even more the maintenance of your code. It simplifies even more the how your workflow creators work. Maybe you have some developer that creates these meta blocks because they know, for example, every time we receive a new document from this API, we need to certify that this document is valid, analyze it, send an email to someone, store it in the metadata in a database, store it in this FTP, blah, blah, blah. I just create this meta block. And my workflow creators use that meta block. And then they can create different workflows for different types of files, but this meta block will be the same for all of them. So it simplifies the maintenance. And I'm going to show you a bit more of code. On this case, I'm going to show you how to add a transformation step that is not as easy as the transformation step on set body that we saw before. This is also going to change the body, but it's going to generate random strings. So on this case, it's going to say hello to a random name. And as this is a random thing, I need some piece of code that generates random names. So I create a processor, I define how this random name is going to be created, and I add this processor here instead of the set body hello world. The beauty of this is that my workflow is still defined in maybe 1 line of code per step. It's simple, it's pretty easy to understand what this is doing. If instead of processor, I call it hello name or setup name or whatever the use case makes sense to a semantic to name it. Yes, the processor is 10, 15 lines of code, but the workflow is still defined very easily. So if I'm looking for bugs, I can very quickly see if the bug is in the workflow or not, because I can quickly understand what are the steps on the workflow, even if the steps are a black box right now and I have to check that black box separately. But it's very easy to, if instead of a random name now I want to get those names from an API or a database, I change the processor, but the workflow remains the same. So you see, I decoupled this a bit. Maybe quite a stupid example, but it's very easy to see how this decouples your specific implementations, the workflow itself, the workflow definition itself, and the external components. If instead of sending it to a log, I want to send it to a RabbitMQ message stream, I just have to change the line that says to log info and say to, you know, or Kafka something, to Kafka something. And it's very decoupled. The processor doesn't change because I changed the log for a Kafka or a RabbitMQ or a database. the previous step doesn't care what the next step is going to be, because really it doesn't matter. I know how to, it's like Lego pieces that I can just change the order and they know how to fit one with the next. It's pretty easy. And if I have to change one and add a different one, I can do it because Apache Camel knows how to make these connections properly. You have to give the semantic, the content of the message, but how the message flows from one place to the next, Apache Camel handles it. So on this example, what it does is querying a weather service, online service that is, it has a free quota. I don't know how many, but you can test it. And I'm going to query every 1 second, because if I don't give any parameters to the weather test, by default, it's going to be 1 second. And I'm going to first query this weather service and then log the response. And the response is going to be this, which is the response from the weather service. This weather service is one that is, it has a component in Apache Camel, and I thought it was easy. But the idea is that if instead of querying this weather service, you want to query any other weather service, you just have to change this line of code and the workflow will still work easily. If we want to do something more complex, or we want to start with something that is not a timer, we can use, for example, the example of Telegram bots, which I love because it shows one of the beauties of Apache Camel. Imagine you want to write a Telegram bot. At this point, you have no idea how Telegram bots work. So if you wanted to do this without Apache Camel, you will discover that first you have to register to create a Telegram bot. And then you have to interact with an API, a REST API. I think it's an API in Telegram. And you have to handle the Telegram token, chat IDs, you have to handle who is doing sending and receiving messages. And you have to learn how this API works. If you do it with Apache Camel, yes, you still need to register and create your bot, and then you will receive this authorization token, and that's it. You don't care how the API, the Telegram API works. You don't care. It's completely hidden from you. So, you know, you see an example and you see that what this does is I'm listening. So whenever someone talks to this Telegram bot, I'm going to process the message, return something based on this message. And this is where the logic of my use case or the specific of my use case will lie. And then I return the message to the Telegram bot, and the Telegram bot answers. And this works. And 3 lines of code plus whatever your logic for answering the bot is. And this means that you really don't care about a lot of the specifics of the components you have to connect to. If at some point Telegram changes their API, updates it, adds something new, you don't care because you just have to keep Apache Camel updated, and Apache Camel will adapt to those new changes. And unless you need to add something new as parameter like the authorization token, you don't have to change your code. If it was your own custom code interacting with the API, if the API changes, you have to adapt and you have to change your code. And that's time you have to spend learning and not only rewriting your code, but keeping tabs on the news on Telegram when they are going to change things. And also, you know, the more code you write, the easier it will be that you add some bug or some security issue or something that shouldn't be there and you have to maintain and take care of. So if the more we can avoid writing and relying on some library that we know, or some framework that we know that is well maintained, is open source, it's maintained by big companies and small companies, but it's maintained by people that have the budget to make sure there are no security issues. It's going to keep updated. It's going to work. That's work you don't have to do. That's work you don't have to invest in. So this is completely decoupled. And if at some point you stop using Telegram, or you now want to add a different type of bot, and Camel offers, I don't know, in the future, maybe someone creates a Mastodon bot or someone creates a WhatsApp bot, which is going to be complex because WhatsApp is not very friendly with bots, but imagine someone creates that. You just have to change the first and the last line, and this same code will work because it's completely decoupled from what your bot does when receiving a string and answering. So you are decoupling, you are making it easier to maintain, you are writing less lines of codes, which means less bugs and less security issues. You are making your life easier, and you are making your software architecture more reliable and more stable and more everything. This is an example on something a bit more complex. So this is a message queue, the MQTT, which is very popular among IoT devices. And if you use it, for example, in the Things Network, which is an open collaborative network of IoT devices, you get responses like this, like a JSON, whatever. So you can easily tell Camel that this response that comes from this step is a JSON. And you can say, Camel, parse this JSON and understands it. So when on the next step, I try to create a string for the body, content for the body of the message, I can use this kind of semantic or language to tell Camel that I want to use the elements, the name and the description in this case, of the body that comes from the previous step. This means that you are able to simplify even more the source code of your workflow. So you can, let's say it like this, instead of having to handle XML and JSON and all these kind of things, of these kind of formats that are very common, and parse them and use Jackson libraries and all these kind of things, you can tell Camel to marshal and unmarshal this and just throw this kind of semantics to create and transform the message. So it makes it even easier to connect from one component to the next, because you can do all the transformations. So the input of the following component is exactly what it is needed. You can do a process like we saw on a few examples ago when you created random words and random names, but this is a way of generating bodies and handling the attributes without many issues or many complex source code. And I can show you more examples. I don't know if we have Q&A here, or I can show you more examples if you want on this.
We only have one question, but you can show the example, and I'll relay the question after. That's fine.
Okay. So this is on my GitHub, but it's there are many examples on how to use Camel, but I like this one because it is very complete and it uses Kafka in the middle. It's how an adoption, a cat adoption place would work or could work. So on one hand, you have cats coming to a Kafka stream and being stored on a database. And on the other hand, you have persons coming through a Kafka stream. And depending if there is a cat available or not, you will have a match or not. And if you start thinking on how to implement this, you're going to get a lot of different components, and now you have to model the database, and now you have to do a lot of source code around this, and maybe a component interacting to Kafka, maybe another component for the database. But if you see how this works using Camel, it's pretty simple. This is storing the cats on the database, and it just listens to a Kafka broker. I add a log. I send the Kafka message as a JSON. So on the following step, I can do a simple SQL using attributes on that JSON and store it on a database. And that's it. So the first part, which will be this one, is solved with 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code, plus logs and comments. The second part, which is this one, and looks a bit more complex, and it is a bit more complex, but it's still only this part of the code. So I'm listening to a Kafka, I extract the name, I check if there is a cat or not. If there is a cat, then I update the cat and assign it to that person. If not, I just say, sorry, we don't have any cat right now. So we solved this workflow, which may be more or less stupid, but it's a real workflow with 4, 5, 20, 30 lines of code if we count comments and logs. And this is all the code we have to maintain. We don't have to maintain anything else. We just have to keep Apache Camel updated and it will work, which is something that it was very surprising to me when I discovered Apache Camel, that it simplifies a lot the source code you have to maintain. And I can continue showing more things, but if we have one question, let's...
Yeah, we have one question, but it's actually not directly related to the session. I think it's more of a personal opinion kind of question. Mm-hmm. So Ankur is asking, what are your thoughts on microprofile?
That's not a good question for me because I haven't used that much. I mean, I have used Quarkus as a user of Apache Camel and as a developer, making sure it works, the components work in Quarkus, but I haven't used microprofile. So I prefer not to answer that question.
That's fair enough. So we still have 5 minutes. So if you want to go deeper on any example, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple more. I can show you this is just an example of like the one I showed that creates automatic names and send it to the Kafka broker. So I just wanted to show you that listening to a Kafka broker was here. Listening to a Kafka broker just says from Kafka, I say what is the name of the broker and what is the URL of the broker. And if I want to write to the Kafka, I just have to do exactly the same semantic here, but just add 2, and then Camel knows this is not a reading, this is a writing step. And if you're looking for more examples of how to use this, how to use Apache Camel, and they are good examples, I like to show this OpenShift integration. They are OpenShift focused, but they have good Camel examples. This one, for example, shows how to do a more complex workflow with more processes and more, in this case, it will loop over a CSV file. So it will loop for each row, and for each row, it will have a different stream, and it will query some XML API, it will process it, check a database, and in the end, it aggregates again all the rows and store the data in the database. So I didn't want to open that. I wanted to show that this complex workflow is again simplified. I have a lot of comments here, but it's simplified from line 40 to in 30 lines of code, including comments and blank lines. And all that transformation and I loop and everything, it's done here. So the loop is done by this split thing. And then I start streaming for each, creating a stream for each row in the CSV. So yeah, I read the CSV, I tell Camel this is a CSV, so understand it as a CSV, so Camel will know what are the rows and what are the columns. And then this split, as I unmarshaled it before, this split knows that it has to loop over all the rows. And then I process each row and I query an HTTP API, which is as simple as this. And then I query some database, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, I aggregate again all the rows that I split here. And here I have, again, one single stream that in the end store the thing in the database. And I think that's my time.
Yes, I was waiting to see if you wanted to talk anymore, but I would be interrupting you if you did, so we're better off this. But
yeah, I can talk for hours about this and show more examples, but yeah, I understand there are more people that want to share things.
Yes, we actually have another session in 10 minutes by Guy Royce on understanding probabilistic data structures with 100 plus UFO sightings. So gonna be interesting, I guess. But anyways, thank you, Maria, for the awesome talk on Camel. As I was telling you, we really expect to have you next year, but this time on site, on a room with people and human contact instead of
yes,
Zoom.
please.
Yes, I guess we are all waiting for the ability to do that. So thanks once again for the talk, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
O Grupo Bosch é um fornecedor global de tecnologia e serviços. Nós temos atualmente cerca de 395 mil colaboradores em todo o mundo, sendo que são cerca de 73 mil em investigação e desenvolvimento. Nós fomos fundados há mais de 130 anos e, atualmente, aquilo que nós oferecemos aos nossos colaboradores é a oportunidade de moldar o futuro com inovações que vão tanto melhorar a qualidade de vida das pessoas como proteger o ambiente. E onde é que nós trabalhamos? Basicamente, são 4 áreas de negócio: soluções de mobilidade, tecnologia industrial, bens de consumo e tecnologias de edifícios. E de referir também que em 2020 nós fomos a primeira empresa industrial em todo o mundo a atingir a neutralidade climática, o que para nós foi um grande achievement. Foi um ano atípico para todos, e para a Bosch, assim como para outras empresas também. E cá em Portugal, nós acabamos por ter um resultado que foi melhor do que o esperado na altura da pandemia. Nós tivemos uma faturação de 1,6 mil milhões de euros, 10% abaixo do ano anterior, mas ainda assim melhor do que nós achávamos que ia correr. Como nós estamos cá muito dependentes do mercado automóvel, e o mercado automóvel está a sofrer com a escassez de chips, comprometeu um bocadinho, mas só para saber, só para ter uma noção, nós tivemos recorde de vendas numa das nossas unidades cá em Portugal, mesmo em ano de pandemia, por isso correu bastante bem, considerando o contexto. A maior novidade foi uma integração de 2 conceitos, que é o conceito da internet das coisas com a inteligência artificial. Nós queremos combinar os dois para melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos e serviços, e chamamos isso do AIoT. Como diz o nosso CEO, é conectar as coisas que vai conduzir ao conhecimento sobre como as coisas são utilizadas. E isso, de alguma forma, vai nos permitir melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos. Nós, por exemplo, o ano passado tivemos um grande aumento das vendas na área dos bens de consumo, dos produtos para o lar, seja nas ferramentas elétricas, seja nos eletrodomésticos, e porque eles estão a ser habilitados para conectividade, ou seja, temos essa ligação com o AIoT, nós prevemos que vai haver uma duplicação das vendas esse ano ainda. E mesmo no campo da videovigilância, que é uma área que nós trabalhamos cá em Portugal, a análise de vídeo, por exemplo, com base em redes neurais, traz novas possibilidades para a Bosch. Esse aqui é só um exemplo do que nós estamos a fazer, mas a Bosch está a integrar em detectores de incêndio, por exemplo, novas câmaras e essas câmaras podem ser conectadas com dispositivos de inteligência artificial. Outro exemplo é um detetor de tráfego, que inicialmente seria capaz de detectar e localizar só os veículos, mas que neste momento faz com precisão essa detecção em situações de tráfego intenso, mesmo em condições de iluminação mais complicada, por exemplo, durante a noite. Por isso, a utilização da inteligência artificial combinada com a internet das coisas é que é a nossa grande novidade, é a nossa grande aposta para os próximos anos. Nós pretendemos que 2022 seja um ano de regresso àquilo que era a nossa normalidade em termos de faturação, mas vai ser um ano de continuidade em termos de recrutamento em Portugal. Nós temos apostado muito fortemente na área da investigação e desenvolvimento, seja com parcerias de inovação, que nós estamos a reforçar com as principais universidades, alguma das principais universidades de Portugal, Aveiro, Minho e Porto. Estamos a reforçar, temos novos projetos com eles no âmbito das cidades e casas de inteligências e também no âmbito da mobilidade. E se hoje nós já chegamos aos 1.000 colaboradores dentro da área de investigação e desenvolvimento, nós, até o final do ano 2021, pretendemos chegar aos 1.100 e para o próximo ano continuar a recrutar nessa área, tanto para as localizações de Aveiro, como Braga, como também para Ovar. Ou seja, seria um ano de continuidade em termos do trabalho que já está a ser feito cá em Portugal, de consolidação através da investigação e desenvolvimento, de reforço das parcerias de inovação e de regresso à normalidade dentro da nossa expectativa de faturação. Por isso, eu diria que 2022 vai ser um ano positivo para a Bosch em Portugal. Tem que se apaixone pelo nosso propósito, porque a Bosch é uma empresa peculiar, porque é detida por uma fundação beneficente. Então, tudo aquilo que nós fazemos é realmente com o propósito de ajudar a melhorar a vida das pessoas e de trazer uma proteção adicional para o meio ambiente. Quem se apaixona por esse propósito, se apaixona pelas tecnologias que estamos a desenvolver, por exemplo, essas de monitorização, como eu disse, ou então da condução autônoma, ou tantas outras áreas nas quais nós estamos a trabalhar, certamente é uma pessoa que vai se enquadrar bem nas nossas vagas e nas nossas equipas. A Bosch, apesar de ter quase 6.000 pessoas em Portugal, é uma família, é uma grande família. E nós nos preocupamos com os colaboradores, queremos que eles se apaixonem pelos projetos, queremos que eles estejam bem e tenham esse equilíbrio do pessoal com o profissional. Se é isso que as pessoas estão à procura, de certeza que vão estar bem conosco. E podem visitar a nossa página de carreiras, bosch.pt, e procurar as nossas vagas e serão muito bem-vindos na nossa empresa.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final talk of the Sofia track. With us right now, we have Guy Royce from the US. How are you doing, Guy?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
Fine as well. So Guy is a developer advocate at Redis Lab, and he's going to bring us a very esoteric talk because he's going to bring us a talk on understanding probabilistic data structures with 100 plus UFO sightings. So without further delay, Guy, you have the stage or the stream in this case.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so welcome. Can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
Sharing properly? Okay, excellent. Excellent. So welcome, everyone. As Daniel said, my name is Guy Royce, and my talk is Understanding Probabilistic Data Structures with 112,092 UFO Sightings. And yes, probabilistic is hard to say. So I will probably mess it up several times in the talk, even though I've given this talk probably about 40 times. So please bear with me as I fumble through the idiosyncrasies of the English language. This is a little hello, this is me slide. The key things on here is like, hi, I'm Guy Royce. I'm a developer advocate at Redis Labs. You might have heard of Redis. You might not have heard of Redis Labs. Redis Labs is the company that is sort of the home of Redis. We fund a lot of the open source development of it, and we've got commercial versions as well. And so that's my little advertising section, and that's done. The thing that I actually want you to look at here is my Twitter account. Please give me a follow if you like this content afterwards. The thing that you probably care about is the GitHub link where all of my code and slides will be at. So when the talk's done, you can go to github.com/Guy Royce and play around with this code and this tech yourself. So with that, done. 112,092. That is a big number. That is a surprisingly big number. It is the number of UFO sightings in this wonderful, wonderful data set put together by this man named Timothy Renner. And he didn't put the data set together. The National UFO Reporting Center or Research Center put it together here in the United States. He screen scraped their website with a bunch of Python code and got 112,092 of those records. And then he used them to do data science. What kind of data science did he do with them? Well, he did some clustering to find out where they tended to happen. And it turned out that the UFO sightings tended to happen near US Air Force bases. So guess it was the Air Force after all. The other thing that he found out was that he took the days of the year that were most common for UFO sightings. And the day that had the most UFO sightings in the United States was the 4th of July, which is our Independence Day. And so, you know, you can imagine a family sitting out there getting ready to watch fireworks and say, is that a firework, Dad? No, that's a UFO. That's a UFO. Definitely UFO. Yeah. So it was kind of stunning to see the chart, because it was like the histogram shows like an order of magnitude increase in the number of UFO sightings on the 4th of July. So we're going to use this data to talk about probabilistic data structures, because it's fun and it's kind of ridiculous. The data looks like this. It's just a CSV file. It's got some fields in here. We've got a summary of the sighting. This is sort of like a couple sentence short version of what that sighting was. In our case, 3 saucer-shaped ships. It's easy for me to say. High in the sky, metallic but no shine, rather dull gray. They hovered overhead in a V formation. So this is our little summary. We've got a city and state. This particular one happened in Salem, Oregon. It's got a date time. This one happened on September the 15th of 1950. It actually even has the time zone in there, so we can see that daylight savings time was in effect at the time in Salem, Oregon. The shape of the UFO sighting is a disc. So you got like disc and light and, you know, cigar and tic tac and all those sorts of things. How long it was, the link to the actual sighting on the New Forks website, the full text of the site. So this is the full eyewitness account, and then the latitude and longitude of the city. And so you can see there'd be a lot of fun data sciencey things you could do with this data. We're going to use it to explore probabilistic data structures. And so you're probably asking yourself, what the heck's a probabilistic data structure? If you are, you should not feel bad at all. Hopefully that's why you attended this talk, because you said, this is a thing I haven't heard of. I want to learn about this. Or I've heard of them, but I don't know how they work. That would be another good reason. But don't feel bad if you're not familiar with probabilistic data structures. I did a super scientific survey on Twitter. Whopping 119 people participated back in December of 2019, and 58%, 3 out of 5, had never even heard of them. And I have a lot of developers that follow me more than non-developers, so we'll assume that all 119 of these are developers. 1 out of those 5 had heard the term. However, I suspect a good percentage of those had heard the term in the very tweet asking them the question. And so I kind of lump them into the same category. The other 20% is split kind of evenly between they knew what they are, or they've used them. And so odds are good you're in the 4 out of 5 category, not the 1 out of 5 category. So no problem. You don't know what a probabilistic data structure is. I didn't know what they were until about, I don't know, a couple of years ago. And here I am brazenly speaking on them. So to understand what a probabilistic data structure is, we need to first look at their evil opposites. The goateed Spock version of probabilistic data structures, the deterministic data structures. These are the data structures that, well, we already know and love. It's the ones we use all the time. So it's the lists and the arrays and the hash tables and the queues and the stacks. And these are deterministic data structures because they do predictable things. They do what we expect them to do. If I put something in a list and then I go look in the list, that something is in there. If I put something in a hash table, it's in the hash table. As opposed to probabilistic data structures, which sometimes will report falsehoods. It can have false positives and false negatives. They can lie sometimes. They have a probability of being correct. The thing you put in there has a probability of being there, which sounds a little insane. Like, why would I want a data structure that doesn't always store the things I put into it? But there are good reasons, and I'll get into them in a moment. But I want to actually dive deep into how they work. And so to do that, I want to talk about a deterministic data structure first, and that's the good old-fashioned hash table. You've used hash tables. If you took a data structures class in college, you've probably written hash tables because that's useful. You don't need to write hash tables anymore because they're baked into every language you use. If you're a JavaScript developer, a hash table is, well, pretty much everything in JavaScript. It's an object, right? If you're, as a Java developer, these are hash maps, right? It's just a key value store. For the key city, we get the value Salem, and then we can change that value, we can retrieve that value, we can set that value using that key. So we've all used the structure before. And some of us have probably thought a little bit about why it might be called a hash table. And that's because it makes use of hash functions. And you've probably encountered hash functions. You are probably familiar with them. You are probably thinking a hash function like SHA or MD5, the less secure version of SHA. But But these, and those are hashing functions. And what they do is they take a numeric seed. Right here, I have a billion and some. I got a really big number here as a seed. And they take data. Here I have the bytes representing the UTF-8 encoded string for Scully from the X-Files. And it will take that data using the seed and will consistently smush it down into a number, a 32-bit number or a 64-bit number or 16-bit number, whatever you need. And it's a way of sort of like getting a fingerprint or a signature of the contents of that file. So you could have just a little bit of data, here we've got 6 bytes, or you could have, a 2 gigabyte video, you run it through the hashing function and it's going to give you a single number, a single integer. And so that's what hashing functions do. The cryptographic hashing functions that you are more commonly familiar with are designed for security more than performance. For a hash table, you wouldn't want to use one of those because they'd be slow. You want your hash tables to be fast. And so you would use a hashing function that would be optimized more for speed than for security. In some of my examples later, I use a murmur hash. But the idea here is this hashing function sort of compresses down the data to a single value. A hash table takes advantage of this capability to generate the indexes used to put things into them. So your hash table consists of an index here. It's an array. It's an array of buckets. It's actually an array of linked lists, depending on your specific hash table implementation. And here I've got 10 items in my array because it fits on the screen and because it makes the math easy. And so when we add something to a hash table, we're going to add things to these buckets, and we determine our index by taking our city, our string, our key that's going into the hash table. We run it through a hash function, and we get a number out. And then we divide that number, we modulus that number by the width of our index, how many values we have in our index. So 0 through 9, we get 10. So modulus 10 gives us a number for what index to put it in. And this is really advantageous because this becomes a constant time operation. So regardless of where I'm going to put this in the hash table, it goes straight there, and then I can set the value. So here I put city, I get something that ends in a 1, so I put it in index 1, and that gets Salem. If I add another value to the hash table, I get another index. So I put in state, and I get something that ends in a 4, and so I shove Oregon in index 4. But sometimes you'll get a collision. So here I'm entering shape, and I again get something that should go in index 1. And so in the case of a hash table, what we do is we have a linked list here, and we just add it the shape of that UFO sighting to the next item in the linked list. So when we go to read it, we just walk that list. So here we are reading city. City goes through the hash function, gets us something that ends with an index of 1. We look in position 1, and then we walk the list until we find the city, and city is the first one, so we return that value. So the hash tables use these hashes to generate these indexes into a fixed data structure. Now, hash tables can grow, and then we can resize them, and that is a process, but this is the core idea behind a hash table. We create a fixed array of linked lists and shove keys into it that way. So that's like hash tables in 3 minutes. Now, when we choose our data structures like hash tables or like linked lists, we're making trade-offs here. I kind of mentioned that city, this hashing operation and indexing, finding what our bucket is a constant time operation. It means regardless of how big our hash table is, it always takes the same amount of time to find that index. And that's a concern when we're choosing our deterministic data structures. What is the time complexity of operations on it? Is it linear? Is it go for every O of n? Is it for every item? If there's 10 items, it takes 10 times this amount of time, or if there's, is it the same amount of time every operation? And we're making these trade-offs both for time and space. So for example, a linked list is really compact. It's only as big as it needs to be. And so its space complexity is compact as it can be. It's O of n, but it's compact. Whereas its time complexity, if we want to find something in that linked list, we have to walk the whole thing. And by walking that linked list, that takes time. We could instead use a data structure like a hash table, which has constant time axis, so it takes the same amount of time regardless. However, it tends to have a lot of empty space. It wastes space. You've got this array that isn't fully utilized. And so we're making these trade-offs when we pick our deterministic data structures between how fast they are and how much memory they take up. But this is actually a bit of a simplification because these aren't always in opposition. Because arrays, for example, have really good time complexity, but they're fixed. And so if you want to resize it, then it's hard. So the space complexity is more than just, the math problem of, is it linear, is it, logarithmic or whatever. It's also got sort of these nuances of just how they behave, and those are useful or not useful for us sometimes. And so many times we're picking them for those features as well. And it turns out there's a third thing that we can select on, in addition to how fast it is in certain scenarios or how much space it uses in certain scenarios. We can determine the accuracy of those data structures in certain scenarios. And this is to say, I could have a data structure that lies to me sometimes. I could say, is this thing in this set? And it could say, yes, probably. And you might be thinking, why would I want a data structure that lies to me? I want it to always tell me the truth. Well, that's fine until you've got 1 billion users. Let's say you need to pick a new username. I'm signing up for, Spacebook. And I need to pick a username, and they've got 1 billion users. And so how do they determine if that username's taken or not? Do they do select star from users where username equals username I want to use? Sift through 1 billion records and say, oh, sorry, that one's taken. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to say, let's use some other data structure that will allow me to get a fast answer that doesn't take a bunch of space. And occasionally it will say username's taken when it's not. It'll lie to us occasionally. But when you got 1 billion records, that 97% accuracy, perfectly acceptable. It's a trade-off. It's another trade-off that we can make, just like we can for space and time performance. And if you think about it, you've experienced these sorts of structures before. Strictly speaking, a JPEG is not a probabilistic data structure, but it is a little bit lossy, right? It compresses beyond the point where you can see it. Some of these pixels on the Devil's Tower here in Wyoming, made famous by Richard Dreyfuss and a pile of mashed potatoes, are not the right color. They're off, but it doesn't matter. It's good enough. And that's the idea behind a probabilistic data structure. They're a little bit lossy, but they're good enough. They meet our needs and give us improved performance and improved storage capabilities at scale. So that's the idea behind a probabilistic data structure. A lot of probabilistic data structures can be thought of as sets with particular properties. So a set, if you're thinking of set theory in mathematics, you've got, you can do intersections of sets, you can do differences, the whole Venn diagram thing, that sort of set. A probabilistic data structure is often a set that has a subset of its operations available. So here we've got a simple set, which is made up of the shapes that are in the Redis logo. That's a little bit of product placement there for you. Thank you. And I'm going to use that as an example here of some of the operations you can do. So you can ask a set to test for membership. This is saying, is this thing in the set or not? So is the square in the set? Yes, it is. Is there a pentagon in the set? No, there isn't. That's membership. So that's one thing you can ask a set. Another thing you can ask of a set, oops, wrong direction, is for its cardinality. This is the number of unique things in the set. How many unique, distinct type of items are in this set? Here we've got a star, a square, a circle, and a triangle. So we've got 4 unique types of things in our set. That's the cardinality. We can get the frequency of a set. The frequency is the number of each, the count of each of those unique things. So how many stars, how many squares, how many circles, how many triangles are in that set. And so this is, we want to count things. This is, we'll use a probabilistic data structure that deals with frequency. Related to frequency is rank. Here, the idea is I want to rank the counting of things, but I don't care about the exact numbers. I just care, the first, the second, and the third place. Who's in first? If you ain't first, you're last, right? So rank can tell me that. And so it lets me munge or hash down the data a little bit to so I don't have to have super accurate counts. I just have to have relatively accurate counts using if I just care about the rank. And then another thing we're going to look at here is similarity. Sets can be compared to each other to see how similar they are. And there are data structures that facilitate this to make it more performant. When it comes to probabilistic data structures, there's a lot to choose from. We're going to talk about 3 of them today. They're highlighted in blue. There is the Bloom filter, there is the heavy keeper, and there's min hash. The little red daggers here are ones that that are part of Redis or Redis Bloom, which is a module that extends Redis to give it additional probabilistic data structures. A hyperlog log is in just Redis open source, vanilla, nothing added on. The others are part of the Redis Bloom module. But we're going to talk about these in detail: Bloom filters, heavy keeper, and min hash, which do membership, rank, and similarity respectively. So how about we get into those and see how these things work? So the Bloom filter. A Bloom filter can only allow you to test for membership. You can add things to a Bloom filter. Of course, you can add things to any set, but you can only test for membership with a Bloom filter. And a Bloom filter will say, no, this thing is not in the set, or it's probably in the set. It cannot say yes definitively. They are very fast. All the operations are constant time, O of 1, and they have a fixed size. However, once you fill them up, they will always say yes, which so you want to make sure you size them accordingly. Bloom filters are useful for the example I gave earlier of, hey, I need to see if this username is taken. You could put all of your usernames into a Bloom filter and then say, is this username taken? And it'll say probably, and then you could deny the use of that username to someone. Now, it's possible it's not taken, that's a false positive, but that just means that username never gets used. And the trade-off there is you get improved performance. Another thing you can use Bloom filters for is for deduplication. So if you've got a lot of data, you can just add that to the Bloom filter, and it will tell you whether it's seen it before or not. And so you can just keep adding your data to the Bloom filter, and it will report back, yes, this is in there. No, it's not. And that will allow you to find duplicate files and records with a margin of error. Bloom filter is made up of 2 main parts. You've got some hash functions with their seeds. Remember this from the hash table and early on. We've got these seeds feeding these hash functions. Excuse me. And then we've got a bit array. That is the fixed, it's got a fixed width. So when we create our Bloom filter, we say, hey, I want a Bloom filter that is 1,000 bits wide, or 20,000 bits wide, or in our case, 10 bits wide. And to add things to a Bloom filter, we are going to run numbers through these hash functions and then set bits. And so here we're going to try to deduplicate UFO sightings for our database. We may have seen some of these UFO sightings before. We don't want to have duplicate UFO sightings. So, we want to see if we've seen this before. This one is Megatron in the Bushes. It's a delightful story of a couple of men who were driving down a New Mexico highway, and they had to pull off to take care of necessary bodily functions. And in the bushes, they heard the sound of Megatron from the Transformers transforming. That sound that the Transformers always made. And so they freaked out and got in their car and took off running, took off driving down the freeway. And these lights chased them for like 60 miles. And I think they were probably high. But anyhow, they left this delightful story of Megatron in the bushes. And so I want to see if we've heard this story before. And so I can add this to the Bloom filter by running through those hashing functions. I will get a bunch of unique numbers. I will modulus those with the width of my bit array, which is 10 in this particular case, getting indexes, just like with the hash table. And then wherever I have a number, I got a 5, a 0, and a 6, I flip the bit to high. Boom, it's added. That's all you do. To then read from the Bloom filter and say, is Megatron in the bushes in this Bloom filter or not? I just run through that same process, and instead of setting the bits, I read them. And if they're all high, if they're all 1, if they're all true, then this is probably in the Bloom filter. Then that's it. I've got a JavaScript implementation of a Bloom filter that's got, I think maybe 40 lines of code, including spaces and everything, comments and everything. They're actually very simple data structures to code up. So that's adding to a balloon filter. Let's add something else to a balloon filter. We've got another UFO sighting here. I seen a UFO when I was about 13 years old. That one happened right here in Columbus, Ohio, although it wasn't me. And this is the actual grammar that was in the sighting, even though it is grammatically incorrect. And in here, we've got the same process happening. We're running that thing through. We're getting our numbers. We're modulusing them. And we got a collision. Right, 2 and 1 haven't been taken before, and so we set those to high. But position 6 is already high. It was set high from Megatron in the bushes, but that's fine because when we go to read this, we'll still get all 1s back, and when we go to read the other one, we'll get all 1s back. And they overlap a little, but they don't overlap entirely. And this is why we have multiple hashing functions, so that when we have this collision, the impact of that collision is not as negative to the outcome. It doesn't make false positive. The impact is less significant. However, it does increase the likelihood of a collision, and so we need a wider bit array. So there's a trade-off there with the number of hashing functions and the width of your bit array and the impact of any collisions. But so far, everything's fine. I can ask it if it's seen both of these, and it'll say, yes, I've seen both of these, and they will be true. They will be true positives. But you can also add sightings that will totally collide with all the bits. So here we have investigators from the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization who have observed a glowing green-blue sphere. And here we get different numbers than the previous 2 examples, but it overlaps with all of them. And so if we add this, the bloom filter doesn't change. And if we go then ask, was this added to the bloom filter? Is this sighting in the bloom filter will say probably. And because as far as, if we added it, then that would be true. If we hadn't added it, then that would be a false positive. But regardless, there's a probability that this is a false positive. We don't know. And so this is why it's called a probabilistic data structure. The order that we added these things could have changed this outcome. If we added this first and added Megatron into the bushes, then I seen a UFO would have been a false positive, maybe. Probabilistic. And so the sort of the number of hashing functions and the width this thing, you're probably wondering, how do I figure out how to pick these numbers if I'm going to build one of these structures? Well, you just use this easy math. It looks intimidating, but it's actually really not that bad. You can use this in sort of a brute force way where you can say, I know I've got a number of items I want to store. And I've got I want to store about a million items. And I'm going to guess that that's going to take 10,000 bits. And then you use this second equation down here and solve for K. Then once you've got K, you solve for P, and then you say, is this false positive rate acceptable? If it isn't, change the number of items or change the number of bits and in the appropriate direction and recompute. And so that is a way that you can get those values for you. Or you can do some trial and error. That works too. And there's actually an online calculator that will determine this for you as well. That's even easier. So, and of course, the easiest way is you can just use Redis. Right? Yeah, you can say call bf.reserve, which will set up a bloom filter, give it a key, give it an error rate. So here I'm saying 0.5% is acceptable. I want a 0.5% false positive rate. And I'm planning on putting 100 things in this bloom filter. To use it, you can just add things using bf add. And so it's bf add, the key name that we're using in Redis, and then the particular value we want to add. So here we're adding shapes of UFOs, disk, light, and here we're calling bf mad, which is the multiple add for light and teardrop. One interesting thing here that I think this is kind of neat is that it returns a 1. But down here we get a 0 back. And that 0 is because light was added before. So Redis will tell you when you add something if it's been added in the past or not. So if you're doing deduplication, this would be an easy way. Just add it. And then if you get a 0, you know it's not a dupe. If you get a 1, you know it's a dupe. So it's telling you whether the bloom filter has been modified. You can also query it explicitly with bf exists by passing in the shape and the key and the shape here. So disk and lights, they're both going to return 1. Triangle was not added, so that returns 0. So it returns 1s and 0s. Pretty intuitive there. So you can also just use Bloom filters in Redis. They're fun to code up. I've got one here. I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna show you the source code for a Bloom filter. Let's see if I can. Looks like I can't get. There we go. So here's the Bloom filter that I coded up in JavaScript. So up here, I'm bringing in a murmur hash. I've got a little Bloom filter class. Here's the constructor, which is just saying how many bits wide does it need to be, and how many hashes do we want to use. I do a little validation. I create a new bit array. Now this isn't JavaScript, so it's not an efficient way to do a Bloom filter. I'm literally having an array of Booleans. I should really be doing bit twiddling here. But I create that array of Booleans, fill it full of falses. I've got a hash here. I create my hashes. I create a new array with hash count. I fill it with a really big number. I create a random number. And then the last line here is creating a hash of functions that will hash given a particular value string. Then the only real lines of code here are these right here. This is the entire code for the Bloom filter once we've got it set up. I can compute the hashes. So you give it a string. I just walk over the hashes and then call the hash function for that string. And I then modulus it with the size. That gives me the indexes. And then to add, I just set all the bits. It's not particularly complicated. And here to check, I just check all the bits. And so I'm just doing basic array manipulation here. So we've got 44 lines of code, and some of these are fluff. So very simple, little lightweight. They're not hard to code up. They're actually a lot of fun. So that is a little implementation of a Bloom filter there. So Bloom filters. We got, what do we got next? We got min hash. So I'm doing okay on time. I got time. Good. So min hash is a way of comparing documents. So I've got the little phrase here, determine set similarity between documents. And really the key word here is set similarity. How do we determine if sets are similar or not? And then if we're going to do set similarity between documents, there's a corresponding question, which is how do we turn a document into a set? And so let's look at these questions. Spoiler alert, we're going to use min hash. Min hash uses a Jacquard similarity, or you can use Jacquard similarity after min hash. Jacquard similarity is how you determine that set similarity. So here we've got Scalder and Molly from almost from the X files. And I've got sets for the states in the United States in which they've seen UFO sightings. So Scalder has seen UFO sightings in California, Nevada, Oregon, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Ohio. And Molly has seen them in Florida, Kansas, South Carolina, West Virginia, New Mexico, and Ohio. And so Jacquard similarity is we take those two sets and get that intersection. We take the cardinality of the intersection. That'd be the number of items in the intersection. So New Mexico and Ohio, cardinality of 2, and divide it by the cardinality, or the number of items in the entire union of those two sets, which is 10. So these two sets are 0.2%, or they're 20% similar. They're 0.2 similar. If the sets were identical, we'd have 10 divided by 10. If they were not, and that would be 100%. And if they were not similar at all, we'd have 0 divided by 10, which would be 0%. And so this is a real simple computation you can make on sets to see how similar they are, which is cool, right? So you could take documents then and turn them into sets, and you could, do something similar. But how do you turn a document into a set? One naive approach might be to say, well, I'll just take all the words and put them in a set. But all that would really determine is what language the document was written in, because we're using all the same words. So you got a bunch of English documents, they'd have a high similarity because they're all written in English. And so to avoid that, you can use a process called shingling, where we can turn a document into a set of trigrams. So what we do with shingling is we take this document and we take the first 3 words, a trigram, and that becomes the first item in our set. We take the next 3 words, not the next 3 words, but the overlapped next. We not the overlaps next set of words. So they overlap like shingles on a roof, which is why it's called shingling. And so here we get we notice to and notice to are and to our left. And we just go over the entire document all the way down to a bright glow at the bottom. So we notice to our left, further off in the mountains, a bright glow. And we've got a set of all the trigrams in that very small document. And then we can compare those sets and get a more accurate number. So instead of just having all the words in a language, we're saying how similar is Scalder's report here to Molly's report. And we can see that if we count them up and do the math and everything, we see that they're 63.6% similar. So Skinner looks at this, sees the reports, sees the Jacquard similarity, and is happy. But there's a problem with this as well, which is that we're doing a bunch of string manipulation, right? This is slow. If we need to compare, say, lots and lots of documents to each other, say we want to look for plagiarism, or say we're a search engine and we want to say, should we crawl this document again? Should we index this document we crawled? How different is it from the last time we indexed it? We can, we would want to do this on a lot of documents. And that would be really slow if we're just doing string manipulation. And so you can take these sets of shingled, this document, these shingled sets, and you can do a min hash calculation against them to turn them into hashes. And the way that works is you go through, and again, we're doing hashing functions. And so we've got a set of hashing functions. I have 3 here. I would recommend more, but I'm using 3 because it's convenient. It fits on the screen. And for each hashing function, we go through the entire set. So here we've got we notice to goes through the first hashing function, giving us 325. To our notice to R is 489, all the way to the mountains A of 312. And so we go through the set, we create a set of numbers, the hash of each of those trigrams. And then we create multiple sets, one for each hashing function. And so now that we've got these sets, we create a new set over here on the right. And this set is made up of the minimum number in each of these sets. So this is 233, this is 143, this is 102. And so we get a set of 3 numbers. And then this is sort of like a signature of that document. And we can compare that to another document. Here we've got Molly's report. We get other numbers. When we hash everything, our minimum numbers, the minimum of all those hash numbers, gives us another set of numbers, and we can compare those. We can say, what is the Jacquard similarity of this set of numbers from on the left from this set of numbers on the right? And this becomes a function of our number of our hash functions that we used. But in this case, we can see that these 2 documents have a similarity of 0.5, so they're 50% similar. That is not quite as accurate, or I should say finely grained, quite as granular as the previous result, but that's because I only picked 3 hashing functions. If we wanted more resolution, we might want to do 10 or 20 hashing functions instead. And then we can compare these sets. And so, but at that point, then you're doing that same Jacquard similarity calculation. You're just doing it on the min hashes, the minimum hashes, as opposed to the actual documents themselves. So I think this is kind of cool. I do have coded samples for that. I'm not going to bring them up, but you can check them out on my GitHub later. The last data structure we have is called top K, which is a combination of 2 things. It's a heavy keeper, which is the thing that's is honestly the interesting part, with a min heap. Top K is all about ranking. It can count as well, but its counts aren't reliable, but it's good at ranking. So it'll tell you what are, for example, the top 10 IP addresses that my traffic comes from, or what are the top 5 most commonly used words in UFO sightings, which is the example we're going to, the example I'm going to show you at the demo at the end of the talk. And so top K is all about ranking your top K items. So I've got, what are the top 5 most clickbaity words used in UFO sightings? That's the thing we're going to find, right? 2 parts, the min heap and the heavy keeper. The heavy keeper is, well, it keeps the heavy things. It keeps the things that come in more often and tends to throw out things that are less common. Heavy keeper is another one of these hashing structures. We're always using hashes to sort of eliminate, to sort of like hash the data down, to boil the data down to numbers. We have in here, we've got a height or a depth, which is the number of hashing functions we're using. You can use as many as you want. And you've got a width, which is how wide the buckets are. And that's, and we're going to use, we're going to hash, values into here, and those are going to determine the index for those buckets. Each bucket has a place for a hash value and a place for a count. A brand new heavy keeper has nulls and zeros for their hashes and counts because there's nothing in them. When we go to add something to a heavy keeper, I'm going to add popular UFO shapes so we can rank different shapes of UFOs, how popular they are. So if we add the value for object, which is in the top 10, that's like, what shape was it? It was an object. It's like, we're in JavaScript again, aren't we? Then the object as a string is passed into those hashing functions. We get a number out again. We modulus it with the width of our buckets. And then we get an index, just like we've been doing on all these other data structures. That index, we look in there and we say, is that index got anything in it? Is the hash value populated? If it's not, which in our case it's not, then we put our hash value in there and we set the count to 1. Hey, we added object. Now, position 2, position 1, and position 2 are taken. We populated the hashing values. We've got our count. Great. If we add the word object to it again, it gets the same values and finds the same positions, but this time the hash function, the hash property on the bucket has a value in there, and they're the same. And since they're the same, we will increment it. So now we can go in there and say, oh, there's 2 items. And now if we want to go in and query the count, we just go through that same process again. And instead of writing things, we read, and we say, hey, what's the count for object? And we'll go to each of these and we'll get a 2, a 2, and a 2. We'll take the lowest or the largest one of all of those, which is a 2, but it won't always be a 2. They can go down. But we'll take the largest value of those and then return that and say, hey, there's 2 objects in here twice, which is correct. If we want to add something else to our heavy keeper, let's use the word light, another popular word in UFO sightings. Here, we get different hashes and different indexes. And so we, in the first and second row, we populate different places. But in the third row, we have a collision. The hash values are different, but the index is the same. So what do we do here? It looks and says, well, these hash values aren't the same, so I can't increment. What's the correct course of action? Well, there's a possibility, a probability that the number will be decremented, that will have decay. And that probability, if it bears out, we will reduce that count from 2 to 1. That probability is determined with this formula. Probability is equal to B, which is a number we select that is greater than 1, but also around 1. So like 1.5, 1.05, or 1.1, or 1.01, or something like that. To the power of the negative count, that's the 2 in our example. If the count was 1,000, it would be negative 1,000. And so 1.05 to the power of negative 2, once we do the math, comes out to 90.7%. So there's a 90.7% chance that will decay. What's interesting here is that the bigger the count, the higher this number, the smaller the probability. So if this is 1,000, we're going to hang on to it. It's the probability to decay is greatly reduced. Whereas the small things are easy to decay. So things that don't have very big counts can get reduced to 0 and be eliminated from the heavy keeper. Things that have high counts are harder to dislodge. That's why it's called a heavy keeper, because it keeps the heavy stuff and throws away the light stuff. And if you think about it from a desire to rank things, keeping track of the top 10, the heavy stuff, is what you want to keep track of. So we've got a 90% chance, over 90% chance of decay. So we roll the dice, and let's go ahead and say that decay happens. And so we leave this hash value the same. This is still tied to object. It's not tied to light, but the value in count is decremented by 1. So this is what our heavy keeper looks like now. Now, if we go and query the word light, it finds matches in the first 2 rows, but in the 3rd row, it doesn't find a match. It finds the index, but the hashes don't match. And so it looks at the 2 rows that work and says, well, what's the maximum value? It's 1. Great, we'll use that one. And for object, when we go to query object, it finds 2, 2, and 1 as the counts back now. But it returns the max, and so it returns 2, and so this still works. And so much like the Bloom filter, this redundancy allows it to be tolerant of the hash collisions. And that's pretty much how a heavy keeper works. Now, the top K, what it does is every single time you add something to this and you get the count back, it adds it to our min heap. And it looks at the value here, the object 54, for example, and says, is my count that I just got by this thing I added greater than what I have in place already? No, throw it away. Yes, put it on the heap and resort it. And so the min heap will then we can then ask the min heap for quickly to get our top 5 items. So we're using that min heap and that heavy keeper together to make a nice efficient little data structure. Redis supports top K. You can create an object with the command topk.reserve, pass in a key. You can say how many items do we want to keep track of? The top 3 things. How big is my min heap? How wide is that structure? How deep is that structure? How many hashes? And the decay rate here is Redis uses the reciprocal of that number that I used in the formula. So this is, so it'd be 1 over 1.05, whatever that works out to be. To add things to top K, we just say topk.add, give the key name, and then the things we want to add here, we're adding disk and teardrop, light disk and teardrop. So that's 3 disks, 2 teardrops, 1 light. And if we want to query it, we can say, is disk in the top K? So is topk.query disk? We'll say, yes, it's in the top K with a 1 or 0. No, it's not. We can get the count. The count's not super reliable. It gets battered as a part of this decay process. So it's not the super reliable number. It's guaranteed to be not larger than reality, but it's probably going to be smaller than reality. But you can query that. And then you can also get the top K list and just ask it, give me the top K, and it'll spit them out. And that's using top K and Redis. I've got a fun little demo that I put together. I think I've got time for it. I've got 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, we still have a question or 2,
oh, sure.
But that's fine. Go ahead and show us your demo because okay. I'm actually curious right now.
Okay, so I've got this fun, ridiculous little demo. It's I apologize, it's in Python. I just got some hate for Python. So it's a little bit of code here, but what it does is it uses Redis's top K. And I use Python because I had access to NLTK, natural language tools, and pandas, and so I can read in this, and I can use NLTK to get rid of stop words. So common words in English that would be not meaningful, like a, and the. So, but to kick this thing off, I can say Python app.py. I've got a little app here that's going to go through this big data set of UFO sightings and count them. It's going to pull it constantly. So right now, those are from a previous run, but it's going out and it's just asking Redis, what's the count? What's the count? What's the count? What's the top K? What's the top K? What's the top K? And then here we've got build.py. Build.py is going to go through and read the CSV file, which has got all of those sightings in it, one at a time, and just start adding them to Redis. So here we go. So there it's going, it's reading those files, breaking them into their words, getting rid of the stop words. And we can see it is updating about every second here. And you can see the lists are changing order a little bit. You see lights and light are popular words. Object is popular here. It's in the top 3. For UFO shapes, we've got light and disk and triangle are popular shapes. And this will run until it goes through all 112,092 of them. So this is my fun, ridiculous little demo using Redis top K to parse through this UFO data. I don't want to go into the code too much because I'm cutting it a little close to the line, but let me go ahead and there was a question. I can take a question here. I got some links here. Just a lot of the resources I used here. And here's some Redis links. If you have questions about using TopK or using Bloom filters in general, I'm always on the Redis Discord server, so you can ask me there. But I'll leave this up so that you can get these slides and get all those links. Just scan this QR code. I promise it won't rickroll you. And I'll go ahead and answer the question real quick.
That's fine. Actually, that's a great way to present data structures. It's actually because some of the questions we actually had were on the data set, so on your actual data on UFOs. I answered those questions the best I could, but excellent. We now have a question by Garden State's Java user group, which asks, is it fair to say that hashing is the fundamental tool in probabilistic data structures? It seems like a natural use for hashing.
Yes. I mean, the short answer, yes. I think that's a very fair thing to say. Every probabilistic data structure that I've dived into uses hashing functions of some sort. Too many SHs in all these words. It's Sioux sells seashells by the seashore, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I think that's a completely accurate thing to say. That's sort of the essence of it, is you hash these values down to numbers and then store those numbers in interesting ways.
Yeah, that was my assessment, yes, as well. But so we had a couple of other questions, but they were basically on first. The first one was these sightings, these 112,000 something sightings are only from the US, aren't they?
Yeah, the US only. I apologize for my US bias. It's the data set I have. Yeah. It's about to get really exciting with all the stuff in the news lately, right?
So yes, and the other one was well, it was actually about the programming language that you were using for that particular example, which was JavaScript. But the question I had, which is usually close to every data science talk, is if you had to pick a language to treat data, what would it be? Just one.
If I have to pick a language for doing like data science stuff with data, Python's probably the go-to, simply because it's got the most mature tool set there. I know. But Pandas is pretty powerful. It's not necessarily about the language. I'm not like an enormous fan of Python. I'm kind of neutral towards it. It's just the tooling, right? The tooling's there, and so that's why it's the go-to.
That's great. Thank you once again, Guy, for the amazing talk. What an amazing close to a already long day. We are moving, the team is moving to the Aminium room. So if you want, you can join us there. It's just for a quick goodbye and thank you all. So thank you once again, Guy. Hope to see you next year at this time at Coimbra, and not
absolutely. I would love to come.
Over some squares on Zoom. So thank you all.
I promise to bring whiskey.
That's always good. Thanks all that joined us today, and we hope to see you next year on site.
It was worst, right?
Yeah, which was much worse. But because it was only 3 tracks, we could spread the work, the load a bit better. I think being here almost nonstop, it's a lot harsher.
Okay, so Otavio, I saw Otavio joining, but he left.
He might have connection issues.
I think he is having issues with his network right now.
Okay. Let's see if Daniel can join us. Oh, so Maria is back. Did you brought your son?
No, he just wanted me to know that you will eat his soup tomorrow, not today. And he just wants to check YouTube, nothing else.
Okay.
He can check one of our past sessions.
Yeah,
For sure.
I told him, just say hi to the gentleman here. He just said, no, I want to check YouTube.
Okay, I think Daniel is coming, so we're gonna do like the final wrap up. Maybe I can just start and then we'll have Daniel, and Guy is also joining, which is great.
Yep.
So if you haven't noticed, me and Maria are in the same room and I can hear my echo. So Maria, please, you have to turn your mic off when I'm speaking.
Okay.
Then I'll do the same when you speak. Yes, okay, so let's wrap up. Let me grab the last bit of energy that I have. I was trying to wait for the rest of the crew, but they'll joining really quick. Thank you so much for everyone on the attendees side that watched the sessions. I know that it was a long day. I know that sometimes it's hard to take some time off. I hope that some of the companies gave you some time to pick up the sessions. It was also a long day to keep on with us until the very last minute. So you'll be will be terrific, and thank you so much for bearing with us for the entire duration. No worries, all as you're probably being asking around, and everyone already mentioned that, but just to make it clear again, all the sessions are going to be available in the next couple of weeks as single sessions, so you can just catch up with a particular session that you haven't been able to watch. If you want to see them actually earlier, well, the full stream's still going to be available for the next couple of weeks still. So the only pain point is you have to search on the stream for what you're looking for. But I mean, that's not going to be really an issue. Second of all, of course, we want to thank our sponsors. None of these will be possible without the sponsors. And I hope that you have taken some time off to talk to them and see what they have to offer. The only reason why we're able to do this free for you is because the sponsors are actually taking a lot of the burden of us having to expense the conference. So having the conference, having the sponsors to be able to do this for us is actually a blessing, and we're very happy to have them with us. And especially, we started Jnation in 2018 as a physical conference. So this is our 4th year, and we are having these sponsors that have been with us for forever, since the 1st year. So they trusted us even when we haven't done anything before, and they still keep trusting us. So a good shout for all of them. So thank you so much to all the sponsors we have. So LabRedoute, Critical Software, Weak Software, Present Technologies, Mercedes, Volkswagen, or TBLX, Self-Focus, Bosch, Tamana. So a couple of new ones that we have over there as well, which is really great. Mindera also being with us since the very start. X Geeks, which being with us, Red Hat as well, Talkdesk, Cleva, Deconion, and JFrog. I think I haven't forgot anyone. I tried to make all of them by memory. So, and finally, really good shout out to the entire team that made also this possible. If you don't know, Jnation has been done as a non-profit organization. So all of us are doing this with all volunteer work and volunteer time. So we don't get anything out of it other than trying to help the community. As you probably heard, I'm not sure if you heard when I did the initial announcement, part of the money that we got from the sponsors is going to institutions to help kids that don't have any homes or having a hard time. So we also try to help into that department. So that's also thanks to all of our viewers and thanks to our sponsors. But in the end, that's pretty much it. So to introduce all of our, I mean, probably heard all of them introduce themselves, but I want to give a really, really big shout out to Bruno. Hey, Bruno.
Hey, hello. I'm very happy today. It has been a tough day, but it's also has been a fun one. We had great sessions. We have no problems with them. We were able to well, no one missed, so all the speakers showed up, and the conference I think went really well on that regard, and I'm very happy for that.
Great. So the next one is Daniel.
Hey guys, really great to have you on board again. As I told on pretty much all of the sessions, I just hope next year we can see each other live and not just on little squares on a meeting platform. So thank you all for joining us, and kudos to you guys for staying there with us until now.
Yeah, so the next one is Samuel.
Hi everyone. I think everyone has already said. Thank you very much for joining us today, and I hope we meet again next year physically.
Yes, and then next is Maria.
So it's always a pleasure to join the team, to be part of this team, mostly on the background, on social media, on my job function here. But it's always a pleasure to see the outcome of it, and hopefully next year we'll be joining again physically. So thank you.
Yeah, and we're missing Octavio and Philippe, also two persons on the team. Unfortunately, they couldn't join. But a great shout out to them as well, because these will not be possible without both the help of Philippe and Octavio. Yes, so final shout out for all the speakers. This will not be possible without you providing the content as well, that you are the stars. We still have a couple of speakers with us, so it's Guy and Jonathan, so you can still say hi. Of course, all of the rest of them have to leave.
I want to see the Viking hat before leaving.
So I guess people will really enjoy Guy's presentation, and he's here with us. At least the beard, he's over there.
I've got the Viking hat. The problem is it doesn't fit over my headphones.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the golden closure right there.
You need to find a Viking helmet with headphones already in them.
Yeah. I'm like a Viking Princess Leia.
Yeah, wonderful. And I know there is one person that I still want to thank. Ricardo, please, you can come out online. You know, I know you're there, so please show up.
Said
there he
is.
Yeah.
Ricardo.
Yeah, so Ricardo is he was the person in charge with his team on doing all the streaming, all the crazy stuff that we asked him about. Yeah, please put this video on, now put that video off. And he has like a huge amount of work to manage all the streaming sessions, all the Zoom rooms, So it's been a terrific job that he and his team have done. So thank you so much, Ricardo, for
No, thank you. I was
for doing this with us. And yes, I mean, I think I'm out of thanks. So I'm pretty much gonna hand up here. So thank you much. Thank you again for everyone that made this year possible. And stay tuned because we'll be doing some announcements pretty soon for next year, hopefully. So
Let's
thank you
do
so much.
a physical event next year, shall we?
Yeah, that's the idea.
That's the idea. Please let it be on site.
Okay. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye, guys. Bye, lads.
Thank you.